Chapter 89. Yan Yan was completely prepared to give herself to Yang Dingtian. Was it all because of her feelings? She didn't know. It was very complicated, and she couldn't figure it out. Perhaps it was because of her feelings, or perhaps it was because of guilt. Yang Dingtian gently stepped forward, hugged Yan Yan, and kissed her gently. He had kissed Yan Yan before. However, it was just a simple kiss before. This time, it was a little different. Yan Yan was clearly completely prepared, but her delicate body instinctively stiffened. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Yan Yan, before I start, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What happened to you 5 years ago?" Yang Dingtian said, "I asked Sister Ningning, and she said she wanted you to tell me personally." Shimin Ningning also said that when Yan Yan gave him her heart, she would tell him what happened 5 years ago, because this was the deepest pain in his heart. Just as Yang Dingtian finished asking, Yan Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Then, her body temperature instantly dropped. It went from boiling hot to icy cold. "I don't deliberately want to know anything, but because this is your inner demon, the inner demon that torments you. When you can tell me frankly, that is when you can truly let it go," Yang Dingtian said. "A woman would only share the deepest pain in her heart with the person she truly loved." Yang Dingtian said that only when he completely obtained her heart would he do the most intimate things. And the symbol of obtaining her heart was the painful past 5 years ago, the deepest secret and pain in Yan Yan's heart. Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and there was incomparable pain on her face. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Yang Dingtian, as if she wanted to say something. But then she closed her small mouth, and then fell into a painful struggle. After a few minutes, Yan Yan suddenly hugged Yang Dingtian's waist and cried, "I'm sorry, I can't do it, I can't do it." Yang Dingtian sighed softly and said, "It's okay, I was too anxious." Not only was Yang Dingtian too anxious, but Yan Yan was also too anxious. Yang Dingtian was anxious and Yan Yan was anxious. In her view, giving her body to Yang Dingtian was like a ceremony. As long as she gave her body to him, it was as if she could completely say goodbye to the past, as if she had completely established a certain relationship. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. What did he do? He only won a dispute with Yan Yan, and his persistence was rewarded. To put it more bluntly, he only succeeded in breaking through to the 9-star Xian martial artist, and had the qualifications to compete for the position of the city lord. He didn't seem to have done anything for Yan Yan, and he wanted her to open her heart to him. Perhaps he was really too anxious. She still couldn't talk about the heart-wrenching past. Perhaps Yang Dingtian still hadn't completely occupied her heart. "It's okay, it's okay." Yang Dingtian hugged Yan Yan, and then kissed her hair and said, "We still have time, let's take it slowly." That night, Yang Dingtian made a bed on the floor, and Yan Yan slept on the bed. When he woke up the next morning, Yang Dingtian still found tears in the corner of Yan Yan's eyes, and the next few days, Yang Dingtian still lived in Yan Yan's house, but the two of them lived in separate rooms. It wasn't that the relationship between the two of them had thinned out, but it was to avoid the awkwardness of being even more intimate. Yan Yan sometimes also slept with Madame Shimin, but all the time she was like a virtuous wife, taking good care of Yang Dingtian. Whether it was dressing, combing his hair, making tea, or cooking, she didn't look like a rich young lady at all. It was even as if because of guilt, she was even more gentle and meticulous to Yang Dingtian. However, the two of them didn't talk much because of some relationship, because for a moment they didn't know what to say. The two of them saw each other as family, but there seemed to be a distance between them and the intimate couple in the depths of their hearts. Ningning noticed the strange relationship between the two of them and couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian told her what happened that night. Sister Ningning pouted and said softly, "You idiot, you can ask after you've had sex." Then Sister Ningning said in an almost inaudible voice, "After a woman gives herself to you, she will slowly give you everything in her heart." "You don't even understand such a simple principle," you're really stupid. If we hadn't been intimate at the inn that afternoon, do you think I would be so good to you so close? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. Idiot, you missed such a good opportunity. You can only wait for the next opportunity. Ning Ning pointed at Yang Dingtian. If there's a next opportunity, you have to do that thing, understand? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Although I want to. Is that thing really that important? Of course, it's very important. Sister Ning Ning rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. You idiot, you don't know anything. However, in the next few days, Yang Dingtian still couldn't find the legendary opportunity. Moreover, Yang Dingtian still had something important to do, and that was to practice martial arts. Although he had successfully broken through to become a 9-star mystic martial artist, it was far from enough. Not to mention Shimin Yan and Shimin Ju. Even Qin Shaobai was far from being his opponent. Qin Shaobai wasn't even 17 years old, but he was already a 9-star mystic martial artist. Moreover, in order to become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, he used the Mystic Dissociation Pill to wash away his previous martial skills and learned the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, which caused his cultivation to drop by more than 1 level. Ning Ning even said that the 9-star mystic martial artist title was just a lie. His actual strength had far surpassed it. After all, he was one of the few young geniuses in the entire Northwest region. After advancing by leaps and bounds in the Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation, Yang Dingtian truly felt the slowness of normal cultivation. Although Yang Dingtian had worked hard to the extreme, his talent had also reached the extreme, and his martial skills had also reached the extreme. Although his cultivation speed was much faster than others, he still felt it was slow. Every day he would practice martial arts for a few hours and about 2 to 3 hours of mystic breathing technique. After 10 days like this, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi only broke through 1/5 of the level. At this rate, it would take nearly 2 months to break through 1 level. Of course, Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed already made countless people go crazy with jealousy because it was 2 to 3 times faster than theirs. At this rate, it would only take 10 years for another powerful martial honorable to be born. Breaking through to the martial supreme level in 10 years, this was a speed that shocked the world. Even Yang Dingtian's master, Dongfang Minmi, couldn't do it, and Shimin Wuya couldn't do it either. Currently, in the entire world, only one person could do it, and that was Dongfang Bingling. However, this was far from enough for Yang Dingtian. At this rate, he would at most break through to the Mystic Martial Master level in the City Lord Martial Competition next year, which would be the same level as Qin Shaobai. At that time, there would be no need to compete at all, and he could just admit defeat. Although the two of them didn't speak much, Yan Yan had always seen Yang Dingtian's anxiousness and was anxious in her heart. Finally, after a meal, Yan Yan once again whispered that she wanted to use the yin-yang devouring mystic technique, even though it could only help Yang Dingtian break through 1 or 2 levels at most. After saying this, Yan Yan was so embarrassed that her face and ears turned red. At this moment, although she was closer to Yang Dingtian in her heart, she was no longer as bold as before. Of course, Yang Dingtian rejected her, but he took this small opportunity to lightly flick Yan Yan's face. Ah! Yan Yan immediately cried out and fiercely glared at Yang Dingtian. She said angrily, "I wanted to help you, but you hit me instead. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Immediately, the two of them, who were originally a little awkward and cold, actually gradually recovered their intimacy because of this small flick. However, the two of them carefully maintained this intimate relationship and didn't act rashly. Yang Dingtian was still diligently practicing martial arts every day, and his cultivation speed was still the same as before. He gradually became anxious in his heart. "Child, don't be anxious," Dongfang Minmi said. "At this rate, you will be able to break through to the mystic martial warrior level in a month. Then you can practice the second stage of the pig slaying swordsmanship." That's right, the pig slaying swordsmanship was different from other martial arts secret manuals. For other secret manuals, There was a new secret manual to learn at every stage. However, the pig-slaying swordsmanship only had a new secret manual every 2 stages. In other words, Yang Dingtian needed to break through to the mystic martial warrior level before he could learn the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The pig-slaying swordsmanship is so mysterious, and it's different from other secret manuals. If you learn other 2nd stage secret manuals, your mystic chi will at most break through half a star. However, I believe that the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship will be a surprise, Dongfang Minmi said. Thinking of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel excited. The 1st stage was already so powerful, let alone the 2nd stage. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was also very much looking forward to the breakthrough brought by the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Most importantly, he would be able to see Senior Shu Piaoyan again. He wondered if he had found the legendary Naga tribe in the 2nd stage secret manual. After learning the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you will leave Cloud Sky City and cultivate outside. That way, your progress will be much faster than now. Dongfang Minmi said, you will cultivate while waiting for the Fire Cloud Devil Cave's earth fire to bloom and prepare to forge the sword Soul Youngling Sword. This is the most important thing. During these few months of traveling outside, not only will you have to cultivate, but you will also have to find treasures so that you can enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling Sword. What treasures? Yang Dingtian asked. Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl. Dongfang Minmi said, this kind of pearl is formed by the cold energy of the bottom of the sea for 10,000 years. It doesn't feel very cold to the touch, but it contains extremely powerful cold energy. Only by holding it can you enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, because there is a guardian overlord, the Heaven Fire Demonic Phoenix, which is a 1,000-year-old monster. Without the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl, even a Grandmaster-level expert would find it difficult to withstand its deadly flames, let alone enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl? Master, is it difficult to get this thing? Yang Dingtian asked. Although this thing is not priceless, it is almost priceless. However, if you go to the end of the southwest continent, there might be a surprise. Dongfang Minmi said, therefore, after you break through to the mystic martial warrior level and learn the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying sword art, go to the end of the southwest continent to cultivate. It is about 8,000 li away from here. The legendary Sea of Hades is in that direction. At this time, Yang Dingtian was less than a month away from breaking through to the mystic martial warrior level. This meant that he only had less than a month left in Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, he felt a wave of reluctance in his heart. He was reluctant to part with Yan Yan and Ningning. These two were already the closest people to him in this world. However, in these years he could not stop fighting. Break through to the mystic martial warrior level. Learn the 2nd stage of the pig-slaying sword art. Go out to cultivate and obtain the Fire Immunity Chilling Pearl. For months later, the earth fire will bloom and he will enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling Sword. This was what he had to do in the next few months. He hoped that he could achieve the greatest breakthrough in these few months. A tea night, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan sat at the table and ate. Thinking that he was about to leave, Yang Dingtian was reluctant. After hesitating for a moment, he wanted to tell Yan Yan about this matter. However, Yan Yan's expression was very strange. She kept looking at Yang Dingtian with a strange expression, which made him very puzzled. Yan Yan, why do you keep looking at me like that? You are making me very nervous, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. At this moment, Yan Yan's gaze was like that of a wife who had caught her husband in bed. Husband, your sweetheart has come to the northwest continent, Yan Yan suddenly said with a strange tone. Sweetheart? Since when do I have a sweetheart? I only have you, Yang Dingtian said. It's your ex-wife, Dongfang Bingling has come, Yan Yan said. The way she addressed her was very strange. She called Dongfang Bingling ex-wife. However, when he heard this news, Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. He said, Dongfang Bingling has come to Cloud Sky City. What is she doing here? She won't come to Cloud Sky City. Why would she care about Cloud Sky City? Yan Yan pursed her lips and said, She is just passing by the northwest continent. However, she is a fairy from the ninth heaven. Just by passing by, all the sects in the northwest continent went on a pilgrimage. Only our Cloud Sky City didn't go. The Northwest Qin clan's lord went to the seaside to personally welcome her. At this moment, Yang Dingtian no longer had any naive thoughts about Dongfang Bingling. He also had a clear understanding of her position in this world. She only had one position, and that was the future #1 person in the world. She was the only peerless genius in the world who could break through to the martial saint realm. Now, Yang Dingtian had a rough understanding of Dongfang Bingling's strength. How strong was she? She was not even 20 years old. In Cloud Sky City, after Shimenwia went, no one was her match. Even great elder Yang Yan was not. It was not wrong to say that she was a fairy from the ninth heaven. However, even so, she had only passed by, and all the sects in the northwest continent went to welcome her. This was too exaggerated. Dongfang Bingling was too arrogant. If she comes, then let her come. What does it have to do with us? Yang Dingtian did not say that it had anything to do with him. Instead, he said that it had something to do with them. It could be seen that he did not lack intelligence when it came to love. Humph, don't you feel sour in your heart? I am a fairy from the ninth heaven, admired by tens of thousands of people. I am just an ordinary little girl. You must feel very disappointed, Yan Yan said coquettishly. Te. Yang Dingtian directly spat and said, Compared to Yan Yan, what is she? Is she as beautiful as you? In terms of pure beauty, the two of you are similar. However, is her figure as good as yours? I don't think so. Is she as cute as you? I don't think so. She is inferior to you in everything except martial arts. What does she have to be proud of? What's the use of being so good at martial arts? Is she going to use it to hit her husband? These words immediately made Yan Yan smile. Then Yang Dingtian moved closer to Yan Yan's ear and whispered something. Yang Dingtian, you big hooligan, Yan Yan coquettishly complained. She threw down her bowl and chopsticks and ran in front of Yang Dingtian, pounding his chest. Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to grab her and said softly, Let me feed you, okay? No, you hooligan. You know my secret, but do you know Dongfang Bingling? Did you peek at her? Yan Yan twisted her body and said, I didn't peek, I guessed. Yang Dingtian used a spoon to feed Yan Yan and said seriously, Only Yan Yan has this unique trait. How can Dongfang Bingling have it? You stinky hooligan, you are a big hooligan. Yan Yan bit off the tofu in Yang Dingtian's spoon. I am also hungry. Leave half for me to eat. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth to snatch the food. Yang Dingtian, you are so disgusting. Yan Yan quickly dodged, but Yang Dingtian tightly hugged her waist. The rest of the meal was extremely strange. Yang Dingtian's sweet words and his naughty hands were all over the place. So after eating for a while, Yan Yan was panting. After the meal, she looked like she was drunk, her face was red. After eating, Yan Yan finally gathered her strength to escape from Yang Dingtian's evil clutches. Then, she cleaned up the dishes with a red face. She also pricked up her ears, ready for Yang Dingtian to sneak attack and take advantage of her. Yang Dingtian felt the thick intimacy in the air and couldn't help but say in his heart, So this is also an opportunity for a breakthrough between a man and a woman. Thank you, Dongfang Bingling. That night, Yang Dingtian returned to Yan Yan's room, but he was still sleeping on the floor. Yan Yan also followed him, sitting on the floor and snuggling up. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't tease Yan Yan anymore. He just talked about trivial things in the dark. He changed the messy stories on Earth and told them to Yan Yan. It was strange that Yang Dingtian once told Yan Yan that he came from another world, but Yan Yan seemed to have completely forgotten about it. She never asked Yang Dingtian about the other world, as if she wasn't curious at all. Although the stories that Yang Dingtian told were adapted, they were obviously not from this world. But Yan Yan was just fascinated by the stories, and she never asked about the strangeness of the stories. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Yan Yan, I remember that I told you that I came from another world. Why didn't you ask anything about it?" Before Yang Dingtian could finish, Yan Yan covered his mouth and said softly, "Lang Jun, you are a person from this world." "What do you mean you came from another world?" "I just said that you were dreaming. You are from this world. You are Yan Yan's husband." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood Yan Yan's thoughts. What she wanted was a real, loving husband. The so-called other world would give her a feeling of unreality. "Yes, I am from this world. Everything before was just my dream," Yang Dingtian said softly, and then scratched her waist hard. Then he smiled and said, "Now, is it real enough?" Yan Yan was the most ticklish. After being scratched on the waist, she immediately rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. Okay, stop. If you scratch me again, I will die laughing. Spare me. Yang Dingtian let her go. Yan Yan lay on the ground and gasped. After recovering, she turned over and said, "Husband, continue telling me stories." Then the two snuggled and continued to tell stories. Just like this, Yan Yan fell asleep while listening to the story. After waking up and eating breakfast, Yang Dingtian went to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts as usual. Along the way, many disciples greeted him respectfully, even though Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not as high as theirs. Yang Dingtian nodded in response. At the back of the mountain, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a new cycle of Xian Qi absorption. At this time, he was only half a level away from breaking through to Xian Martial Warrior. In about 20 days, he would be able to break through to Xian Martial Warrior. At that time, it would be time to leave Cloud Sky City. Long strands of Xian Qi entered Yang Dingtian's body bit by bit. It circulated in his Xian meridians and was refined into pure Xian Qi. Then it flowed into his Qi Si and gathered bit by bit. Just as he closed his eyes to refine the Xian Qi, there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Usually, at this time, no one would interrupt his Xian Qi absorption. Yang Dingtian could not help but open his eyes. The person who came was Shimin Lai. In his hand was a letter. "Young master, a letter from Dongfang Bingling," Shimin Lai said. "Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to me?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. He could not understand why Dongfang Bingling would write a letter to him. Yesterday, when he heard Yan Yan say that Dongfang Bingling had come to the northwest continent, Yang Dingtian felt that it had nothing to do with him. He did not expect to receive a letter from Dongfang Bingling today. Yang Dingtian took the letter and opened it. He was really curious. Why would Dongfang Bingling write a letter to him? What exactly was written in the letter? The handwriting on the letter was very good. It was full of mystery and elegance. It was just like Dongfang Bingling, cold and arrogant. So much so that it was unapproachable. The handwriting on the letter was very good. Even if the words in this world did not reflect the charm of calligraphy, it was still full of mystery and elegance. It was just like Dongfang Bingling, cold and arrogant. The content of the letter was very simple. "Senior Brother Yang, good to see your letter. This time, I passed by the northwest continent and heard many rumors about you. My feelings are very complicated. After thinking about it, I want to have a chat with Senior Brother Yang. There is something important to discuss. Due to my identity, it is inconvenient for me to go to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, I will be waiting for you at Katkin Villa, 500 miles southeast of Cloud Sky City. Please come quickly. Junior sister, Dongfang Bingling." In this letter, Dongfang Bingling did not reveal much hostility. Yang Dingtian could not help but wonder, who sent this letter? Could it be someone pretending to be Dongfang Bingling? It was sent by Dongfang Bingling's personal sword servant, Shimin said. Shimin said, "Moreover, no one should be able to imitate Dongfang Bingling's handwriting, so there is no doubt that it is Dongfang Bingling's letter." Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to invite him. Should he go or not? Soon, Madame Shimin, Shimin Ningning, Yan Yan, and Yang Dingtian sat in a room and discussed whether Yang Dingtian should go to Katkin Villa to see Dongfang Bingling. "Don't go. I don't think there is anything to see," Ningning said. "I don't like this woman. If I want to see Yang Dingtian, let her go to Cloud Sky City herself," Madame Shimin said. Shimin said directly, "I will follow young master's decision." In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Yan Yan's face. Perhaps on this matter, Yan Yan had the most right to speak. Dongfang Bingling's identity was special, and Yan Yan was Yang Dingtian's real wife. Go and see her." "We must go and see her," Yan Yan said directly. "I want to know what this pretentious woman wants to say." Yang Dingtian was about to speak when Yan Yan looked at him and said, "Husband, we can't let others look down on us. How powerful is Dongfang Bingling? We don't even dare to see her." After Yan Yan spoke, Yang Dingtian smiled at her and did not speak again. Note: a 6,000-word chapter. Please vote. Chapter 90. The next day, Yang Dingtian set off on his horse. Accompanied by Shimin he headed towards the Katkin Manor 500 miles southeast to meet Dongfang Bingling. When Yang Dingtian was less than 10 miles away from Cloud Sky City, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Then a red figure floated out of the forest and blocked in front of Yang Dingtian with a sword. "Yang Dingtian, give me your life." Yang Dingtian took a closer look. It was Tang Boizhou's daughter, Yang Dingtian's fiancée, Tang Xan. At this moment, her face was filled with bone-piercing hatred for Yang Dingtian. "You killed my brother. Today, I will chop off your head to avenge him," Tang Xan said coldly. Tang Xan said coldly, "You're a top genius. I'd like to see if you're a match for me, and if I can kill you." Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. "I crippled Tang Li. He asked for it. Aren't you afraid of Cloud Sky City's laws for seeking revenge? Furthermore, I didn't kill him. I spared his life." "My father killed him last night," Tang Xan said angrily. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. This Tang Boizhou was actually so vicious that he even killed his own son. Tang Xan said coldly, "You turned him into a cripple. He might as well be dead. As for Cloud Sky City's laws, if I kill you here, who will witness it? The Elder Guild can't wait for you to die. They will only turn a blind eye. You are a genius, but right now, even 10 of you aren't my opponent. Today you are dead. Go to hell." After saying that, Tang Xan circulated her celestial qi and stabbed her sword towards Yang Dingtian. "Idiot." Shimin who was at the side, suddenly lifted his cloak. Without unsheathing his sword, he directly smashed it over. Bang! Tang Xan flew out like a kite. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but she wasn't seriously injured. Shimin had shown mercy. Seeing that Shimin was protecting her, Tang Xan's expression changed and revealed a trace of fear. "Woman, this matter is not over. Wait until we return to Cloud Sky City. We will definitely punish them severely." Shimin said coldly, "Now get out of my way. Otherwise, if I kill you, you will have died in vain." Finished speaking, Shimin and Yang Dingtian spurred their horses and madly rushed forward. Tang Xan didn't dare to act rashly. She hurriedly hid to the side and looked at Yang Dingtian's departing back. Her eyes were filled with boundless hatred. She wished that she could kill Yang Dingtian and Shimin at any time. The Katkin Mountain Village, which was 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City, was actually a property of the Inyang School. In the words of the Earth Era, it was one of the Inyang School's consulates or offices in the northwest mainland. However, there was a rule stating that no sect was allowed to establish a stronghold in another faction's territory, so they could only hang the Tayando League's flag. This was the same for caravans and armies. As long as they hung the Tayando League flag, they could enter most of the territories in the world. This was because all the famous sects in the world were members of the Tayando League. The Katkan Mountain village was a manor of about 300 acres. There were about 500 warriors from the Inyang school in it. One of the most important reasons for building the Katkan Mountain village was to monitor Cloud Sky City. In the evening, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai had already arrived at the entrance of the Katkan Mountain village. Instantly, they saw a very spectacular scene and couldn't help but take in a deep breath. This was because outside the entrance of the Katkan Mountain village, there was a line of over 1,000 meters long. All of them were dressed luxuriously and were of noble status. They were all queuing up to be received by Dongfang Bingling. It seemed that Yan Yan was right. All the factions in the northwest mainland, big and small, had come to pay their respects. This Dongfang Bingling was really awe-inspiring. She was extremely prominent. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai looked at each other, revealing a complicated expression. "Who are you?" Just as Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai got off their horses, two servants came up to them and asked. They looked very polite, but in fact they were very arrogant and didn't look them in the eye. Why were the people from the Inyang school the same as Dongfang Bingling? They were extremely arrogant. Yang Dingtian from Cloud Sky City, Shimin Lai, is here to visit Miss Dongfang, Shimin Lai said. Cloud Sky City? The servant's tone suddenly became a little strange, and he raised his voice. Then his face revealed a look of disdain and mockery. When the people who were queuing around heard that there were 3 people from Cloud Sky City, their faces revealed strange expressions. Part of it was hatred, part of it was disdain and mockery. Cloud Sky City's position had always been awkward. Although they were on the Tayando League's list, they weren't part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 groups. When the whole world talked about Cloud Sky City, there was only one thought. Oh, Inyang School's traitors. However, in the northwest mainland, many factions were still afraid of Cloud Sky City. Because Shiminwia had been in power for more than 10 years, he had destroyed countless sects and destroyed thousands of miles of land. However, now that Shiminwia was no longer around, they didn't mind expressing their hatred and disdain. At the bottom of the Inyang School and Cloud Sky City had always been at odds. When the servant saw that the people around him had the same hatred as him, he couldn't help but become bolder. He said coldly, "Why are people from Cloud Sky City coming to my Katkan villa? Do you want me to wash away the path you've walked? Hurry up and leave. Our Katkan villa's entrance should have a sign saying that people and dogs from Cloud Sky City are not allowed to enter. Go, go, go." Then the servant started to chase them away. The people who were queuing beside them all burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian was about to explode in anger. Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to arrange a meeting, but in the end, she was humiliated at the entrance of Katkan Villa. "Those in charge, are you going to let this servant be so presumptuous?" Yang Dingtian shouted angrily. Suddenly, the entire place was silent. The servant also stopped and revealed a frightened expression. After all, humiliating Yang Dingtian was his personal action. He didn't receive any orders from above. He only did this to please Dongfang Bingling, even though Dongfang Bingling didn't even know that he existed. Yang Dingtian was so loud that the people inside heard him. However, no one came out and no one stopped him. It was obvious that the higher-ups of Katkan Villa were very happy to see this servant humiliate a person from Cloud Sky City. The servant seemed to have received great encouragement. His eyes suddenly widened as he shouted, "Oh, I remember who you are. Yang Dingtian, the man who wants to marry our fairy Dongfang. I've seen many toads who want to eat swan meat, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Why don't you look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? How dare you have wishful thoughts about our fairy Dongfang?" Scram, scram immediately. Yang Dingtian coldly looked at the servant and then at the villa's gate. He sneered, Dongfang Bingling, you're so arrogant. I don't want to see you. Big brother, let's go, Yang Dingtian said. Then he and Shimin Lai mounted their horses. Wait, the servant coldly shouted. Get off your horse and walk out. Who do you think you are? Traitors of Cloud Sky City. How dare you ride your horse in front of Katkin Villa? Get off. Do you think you're Yen Yen Shimin, and you can ride her whenever you want? After saying this, the servant was about to pull Yang Dingtian off his horse. This servant actually dared to mention Yen Yen. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold and killing intent surged in his heart. He coldly said, I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Step over him. Yang Dingtian roared. Immediately, he and Shimin Lai galloped their horses and stepped over the servant's body. You dare? Ah, spare my life. That wicked slave immediately let out a furious roar of horror. Ah, then there was a mournful howl. Before he could finish shouting, Yang Dingtian's horse sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Then it suddenly galloped and ruthlessly stepped over his body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The servant spat out blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in horror. They didn't think that he would dare to trample someone from Yinyang School half to death in front of Katkin Villa. As he rode his horse away from Katkin Villa, Yang Dingtian's gaze swept across the group of people who had just insulted Cloud Sky City. He coldly shouted, You are all despicable. After saying this, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai left without turning back. Wait. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind them. Then a snow-white figure shot out like lightning and landed in front of Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai. He coldly said to the two of them, I am Lu Qingyan, the manager of the villa. The two of you dared to injure people in my villa and want to leave just like that. You are underestimating my Yinyang School. It was that servant who sought his own death. Yang Dingtian coldly said, Didn't you hear that servant humiliating me in public? Why didn't you come out and stop him? Oh, since when did people from Cloud Sky City have the right to be so impudent in my Yinyang School? Lu Chanyan coldly said, Your Cloud Sky City is not legitimate. You are the descendant of a traitor. What can't you say? Since you injured people in front of my villa, don't even think about leaving. Stay here. Men. Lu Chengyan shouted. Suddenly, dozens of figures floated out and surrounded Yang, Dingtian, and Shimin Lai. Clang, clang, clang. Then dozens of people drew their swords and pointed them at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai. Yang Dingtian was furious and said, Dongfang Bingling, is this why you called me here? There was still no response from within the Katkin Villa. Big brother, let's kill our way out, Yang Dingtian coldly said. All right. Shimin Lai suddenly drew his giant sword and his entire body emitted a murderous aura. Yang Dingtian also slowly drew his night owl strange sword. Suddenly, the battle between the two sides was about to start. Stop. Finally, a delicate shout came from within the villa. Then a beautiful figure floated over and landed beside Yang Dingtian as if she was weightless. This young girl had picturesque features and wore a long blue dress. She had a slim and graceful figure and was actually a great beauty. However, Yang Dingtian didn't like her expression and gaze. She was completely imitating Dongfang Bingling. She was arrogant, aloof, and as cold as ice, as if she was looking down on everyone in the world. He didn't know where her inexplicable sense of superiority came from. Greetings, Miss Ning. Lu Qingyan and the dozens of warriors of the villa immediately bowed down in unison. They were extremely respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You should be Dongfang Bingling's sword attendant, Ning Ruhan, her most trusted subordinate. Ning Ruhan didn't even look at the villa manager and the others. She slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said with faint disdain, Even Governor Shimin is so respectful when he comes to my Yinyang School. How can a small character like you be so domineering? Yang Dingtian said coldly, Miss Ning, please look at your status clearly. You don't have the qualifications to say such words. I'm the direct disciple of sect Master Dongfang. In front of me, you're just a servant. When Ning Ruhan heard Yang Dingtian's words, her expression changed and her gaze turned cold. If I were you, I wouldn't say anything because anything you say will be interpreted as Dongfang Bingling's will. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Ning Ruhan's gaze towards Yang Dingtian was filled with hatred. She said coldly, Miss wants to see you. Follow me. After speaking, she turned around as if she didn't want to look at Yang Dingtian again. Yang Dingtian followed Ning Ruhan into the Katkin villa under everyone's slightly fearful gazes. At this time, everyone remembered that Yang Dingtian had another identity. He was the only successor of Dongfang Minmi. Note: Thank you, please. Chapter 91. After entering the gate of the villa, there was a huge training field. After Yang Dingtian entered, he immediately received countless hostile gazes. This was because in their hearts, Dongfang Bingling was sacred and inviolable. Yang Dingtian actually wanted to marry Dongfang Bingling, which was the greatest blasphemy to a fairy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had already become a citizen of Cloud Sky City. Just now, he had publicly trampled on the people of the Inyang school at the entrance of the villa. Therefore, the warriors in the training field all glared at him coldly. However, Yang Dingtian treated these gazes as though he didn't see them. After passing through a corridor and a garden, he arrived in front of an exquisite and luxurious pavilion. This was Dongfang Bingling's temporary residence in Katkin Villa. After entering, he immediately saw more than 10 people sitting in the main hall. Although these people's clothes were not as gorgeous as the group of people waiting in line at the entrance, their every movement carried the aura of a superior. Without a doubt, these people were all important figures in the Northwest continent. They were basically heroes who ruled over a region. However, with their noble identities, they were all sitting here waiting for Dongfang Bingling to summon them. Seeing Yang Dingtian walk in with Ning Ruhan, these people were slightly stunned. Then, their gazes all fell on Yang Dingtian's face. They were all very curious about Yang Dingtian's identity. Those who could sit here and wait were all important figures with more than 100 miles of territory. Yang Dingtian looked so young, so how could he be here? Wait here. I'll go in and report, Ning Ruhan said. Ning Ruhan said. Then, she walked in and left Yang Dingtian in the hall. She didn't even serve him tea. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, May I ask where this young friend is from? Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. As soon as Yang Dingtian's voice fell, there was suddenly a strange sound in the main hall. Then, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with a strange gaze. Of course, they were all high-ranking figures, so they wouldn't be like the group of people at the door and directly mock them. Oh, so that's how it is. You really are a young hero. The middle-aged man who asked the question had an awkward expression on his face. He immediately sat down and looked straight ahead. Then, everyone present looked straight ahead. Some even avoided looking at him, as if they were feeling guilty. Yang Dingtian was confused. Cloud Sky City was in an awkward position. It was normal for all of them to look at him strangely. But why did they have to feel guilty? Before Yang Dingtian could figure it out, Ning Ruhan had already walked out and said to Yang Dingtian, Come with me alone. Yang Dingtian said to Shimin Lai, Big brother, just find a seat and sit down. The host is not sensible, so the guest should be more casual. I will be out in a while. All right. Shimin Lai casually found a seat and sat down. Then he said to Yang Dingtian, If there's anything, just shout and I'll immediately rush in. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with mocking gazes. There were many experts here, so what was the use of rushing in alone? Okay, thank you, big brother. Yang Dingtian then followed Ning Ruhan into the inner hall and went up the stairs. Ning Ruhan's waist was as thin as a willow, so it wasn't obvious when she walked on the flat floor. However, When she walked up the stairs, it was obvious. Her back was like a willow tree, very moving. However, Yang Dingtian didn't like this woman, so he completely ignored her. Ning Ruhan suddenly stopped and frowned at Yang Dingtian. "You walk in front." Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold. "Are you worried that I'll peek at you from behind? Take advantage of you? Don't worry, my wife Yan Yan's figure is more than 100 times better than yours. You can question my character, but you can't question my taste." These words were so vicious that Ning Ruhan's expression changed. She immediately gritted her teeth and continued to walk up. When they arrived at a door on the second floor, Ning Ruhan coldly said to Yang Dingtian, "Young miss is inside. Go in by yourself and be careful what you say. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Young miss isn't someone, an ordinary person, like you can profane." Yang Dingtian didn't want to lower himself to her level. He took a deep breath and walked in. He was going to see Dongfang Bingling again. This woman had left an unforgettable mark in his heart. This unforgettable mark had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women. It was because this woman had trampled on his self-esteem and almost killed him. Even Shimin Wuya, who was the closest to him, was indirectly destroyed by her hands. Because she was his master's daughter, Yang Dingtian couldn't just treat her as an enemy. However, she was Yang Dingtian's biggest opponent in this life. Only by defeating her could Yang Dingtian regain his dignity in this life. After opening the door, there was another door inside. A pearl brocade curtain separated the room from the outside. Taking another deep breath, Yang Dingtian opened the curtain and walked in. The first thing he saw was Dongfang Bingling's back. At this moment, seeing Dongfang Bingling again gave him a feeling of being in another world. At this moment, although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the feeling that she was standing on the summit of a mountain 10,000 meters high. She was so high that it was impossible to reach her. "Senior Brother Yang, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon," Dongfang Bingling said. Her voice was still as beautiful and cold as jade. "I feel like it's been a long time. Yang Dingtian, young Miss Dongfang, why are you looking for me? Please tell me directly." Dongfang Bingling slowly turned around. Suddenly, a beautiful and dreamy face appeared in front of him. Although Yang Dingtian had already seen her and hated this woman to the core, he still felt that the god of creation was miraculous. He was actually able to create such an absolutely beautiful face. This was really a face that was so beautiful that it made people feel suffocated. It even made many people feel ashamed of themselves. However, at this time, this face no longer had any attraction to Yang Dingtian. "Senior Brother Yang, after coming to the Northwest continent a few days ago, I heard a lot of legends about you." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face. There was still not much hostility. At this time, Yang Dingtian knew why Dongfang Bingling did not have any hostility. Dongfang Bingling had brought him great harm, so in his heart he hated her completely. However, in Dongfang Bingling's eyes he had no weight. He was completely an insignificant passerby. How could there be any hostility? "I heard that you created a great miracle, so I couldn't help but be curious," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned and said, "Just because of this, you called me here?" "Not really," Dongfang Bingling said. "I called Senior Brother Yang here because I heard that you learned a set of very mysterious swordsmanship called pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, I want Senior Brother Yang to demonstrate it." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian flew into a rage. Yang Dingtian, rushed over hundreds of miles just to demonstrate the swordsmanship to you? Dongfang Bingling said, "Senior Brother Yang, don't be angry. It's because I thought of another set of swordsmanship in this set of swordsmanship. I think there might be some kind of deep connection between them." "What swordsmanship?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The hidden sex swordsmanship. Puz saw Calamity Crossing sword," Dongfang Bingling said. "Hidden sect? Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. He knew that everyone who heard this name would be shocked. This was because the hidden sect was absolutely supreme in this world. Even though the hidden sect stayed away from the world most of the time, every time the world was in trouble, the hidden sect would come out to save the world. In this world, no matter how strong the experts were, they would only fight for the second place in the world. Because the hidden sect would always be the number one in the world, and no one could surpass them. Dongfang Minmi was known as the number one in the world, but that was excluding the hidden sect. The hidden sect was extraordinary, so they were not included in the ranking of the experts in this world. It was always said that there were 3 sects in the world: Yin-Yang School, Shen-Tian sect, and the hidden sect. It seemed like the 3 sects were on par. But in reality, in front of the hidden sect, the other 2 sects were nothing. The hidden sect was the unquestionable leader of the Taiando League and the true ruler of this world. Anyone in this world, as long as the hidden sect said a word, they could easily rise to heaven, and they could also easily send them to hell. However, ever since the Temple of Annihilation came out of the abyssal ocean and started the War of Annihilation 200 years ago, the hidden sect once again turned the tide and saved the world. It had been 200 years since a disciple of the hidden sect was seen walking around the world. But once a disciple of the hidden sect appeared, that person would undoubtedly be the leader of the Taiando League. No matter who he was, whether he was strong or weak, as long as he appeared, he would be the leader of the Taiando League. Now, Dongfang Bingling actually said that Yang Dingtian's pig-killing swordsmanship could be related to the hidden sect's Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword. How could Yang Dingtian not be shocked? If that was the case, then this matter was indeed very big, and it was indeed enough for Dongfang Bingling to meet Yang Dingtian. Miss Dongfang, have you seen the Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword of the hidden sect? Yang Dingtian asked. No one in this world has seen it before. Dongfang Bingling said, but I heard others talking about your swordsmanship. They said that the pig-killing swordsmanship is very difficult to practice, and almost everyone who practiced this swordsmanship became crazy in the end. Also, I heard that Senior Brother Yang used this swordsmanship in the battle in Cloud Heaven City and defeated many experts who are much stronger than you. Most of the swordsmanship in the world only focuses on celestial qi, and a small number of them focus on swordsmanship. As for celestial qi and swordsmanship, I have only heard of the Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword, and Senior Brother Yang's pig-killing swordsmanship seems to also focus on celestial qi and swordsmanship, so I suspect that these 2 swordsmanships are related. So, I would like to invite Senior Brother Yang to demonstrate, Dongfang Bingling said in the end. Even though Dongfang Bingling's words were reasonable, Yang Dingtian still frowned slightly and felt uncomfortable. You, Dongfang Bingling, just summon me, and I have to travel hundreds of miles to demonstrate a swordsmanship to you. Isn't this too cheap? Seeing Yang Dingtian's expression, Dongfang Bingling said, Senior Brother Yang, you're not willing. It's fine, but I'm not willing, Yang Dingtian said. I can understand Senior Brother Yang's thoughts. Dongfang Bingling said, Actually, I came here for another matter. I was invited by the Northwest Qin family to preside over the Taiando League's Northwest meeting. The Northwest Qin family said that Cloud Heaven City has been too ruthless in killing the Taiando League. He suggested that Cloud Heaven City be expelled from the Taiando League. What? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. The Taiando League was an alliance formed to resist the army of evil ways. After the army of evil ways was annihilated, this alliance was passed down and controlled the order of the entire world. It was the largest power in the entire world and had absolute authority over the entire world. Those who followed it would prosper, and those who opposed it would perish. It could be said that being a member of the Taiando League was the most important identity for Cloud Heaven City. Losing this identity would be a disaster for Cloud Sky City at this moment. Cloud Heaven City's position was already very awkward. They had always been seen as a traitor of the Yin-Yang School. So the disciples of Cloud Heaven City could not hold their heads high when they traveled the world. This situation improved more than 200 years ago. At that time, after the army of evil ways led by the Temple of Annihilation left the ocean of hell, they swept the world and destroyed countless sections. The far west mainland fell, the west mainland fell, and more than half of the northwest mainland fell. In the end, the final battle between the Tiando League and the army of evil ways was at the edge of Cloud Heaven City. At that time, the Northwest Qin family had already fallen. At that time, Cloud Heaven City stood at the forefront of resisting the army of evil ways. Because of Cloud Heaven City's awkward position, none of the famous sects in the world came to their rescue. Later on, it was the Yin sect's words that saved Cloud Heaven City. She said that Cloud Heaven City and the Yin-Yang School were just internal conflicts among the righteous sects in the world and were not enemies. Then the Yin sect master's words pulled Cloud Heaven City into the Tiando League. From then on, Cloud Heaven City had a slightly prominent sect and was listed as one of the righteous sects in the world. It was also because Cloud Heaven City was one of the 49 members of the Tiando League that the Northwest Qin family did not dare to openly annex Cloud Heaven City, even though Cloud Heaven City was at its weakest. However, once Cloud Heaven City was expelled from the Tiando League, Cloud Heaven City would lose its biggest obstacle to being annexed by the Northwest Qin family. This meeting was held yesterday at Katkin Villa. All the members of the Tiando League in the Northwest mainland have already agreed to this decision, including Cloud Heaven City itself, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. Cloud Heaven City's people also came for the meeting. Why didn't we know about it? Shimin Ju came as a representative of Cloud Heaven City's elder guild, Dongfang Bingling said. He was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Shameless. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. Shimin Ju was Shimin Wuya's most valued foster son. Yet he was actually so cruel and unscrupulous as to kneel down and lick the Northwest Qin family's boots. It was simply too shameless. Yang Dingtian did not expect the Northwest Qin family's speed to be so fast and so ruthless. Qin Xiaobai had just arrived in Cloud Heaven City and had yet to gain a foothold. But the Northwest Qin family's fatal blow had already arrived. Not only did Shimin Ju agree, but the vassal forces of Cloud Heaven City all agreed as well. They even exposed Cloud Heaven City's bloody crimes, especially the metal sword fortress. They even proposed to kill Shimin Wuya's descendants, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "Then did the final decision pass?" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably sorrowful. It was just like the Northern Ocean government's Paris Peace Conference after World War I. The enemy was discussing whether to annex you, and you didn't even have the right to speak. This world was such a survival of the fittest. It hasn't passed yet because I haven't expressed my opinion. Dongfang Bingling said, I am the host of the meeting. The hidden sect has secluded themselves from the world, and the Black Sky sect has also followed my lead on this matter. Therefore, I have the right to pass and also the right to veto this proposal. Therefore, I have absolute authority over Cloud Heaven City's fate. Whether it can stay in the Tiando League or not, I only need to say a word. Are you threatening me? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Of course not. Dongfang Bingling said. The Northwest Qin family's master also proposed that once this proposal passes, you will be held as a prisoner. You will be escorted to the Yin-Yang School and await my punishment. You will be charged with stealing the Yin-Yang School's sect master's ring. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Dingtian had completely calmed down. He was no longer angry at the Northwest Qin family's master's methods. Instead, he was filled with extreme hatred. After calming himself down, Yang Dingtian asked Dongfang Bingling, "What's your opinion?" Senior Yang, I don't have any enmity towards you. Dongfang Bingling said, I called you here today because if your swordsmanship is even slightly related to the hidden sect, then no one would dare to suggest that Cloud Heaven City be expelled from the Tiando League. This is because it can be seen that the hidden sect left a set of swordsmanship for the Inyang school, which means that Cloud Heaven City is related to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian said, but no one in the world has actually seen the hidden sect's swordsmanship. How can they tell if the pig-slaying swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect? Therefore, I specially called the young master of the Qing City sword sect, Yun Wanli. He will be able to tell if your swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect, Dongfang Bingling said. The Qing City sword sect was one of the 9 sects of the 3 sects and 9 clans. Actually, it was originally a third-rate sect and was not part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 groups. During the Great War 200 years ago, although the Qing City sword sect was weak, they performed very bravely and were not afraid of death. When the sect leader of the hidden sect saw this, he praised them greatly and passed down a scroll of swordsmanship to this sect. He also called the only daughter of the Qing City sword sect leader to his side and taught her for a few days. After a few decades, the Qing City sword sect continued to rise and was ranked among the 9 clans. Therefore, the Qing City sword sect was the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect. Their swordsmanship scroll was given to them by the sect leader of the hidden sect. Although it was far from the real swordsmanship of the hidden sect, it was still related. Therefore, Yun Wanli could indeed tell if Yang Dingtian's pig slaying swordsmanship was related to the Pasa Calamity Crossing sword of the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I agree. Thank you, senior brother, Dongfang Bingling said, and then ordered outside. Invite the young master of the Qing City sword sect, Yun Wanli. After a few minutes, a man's cold and passionate voice sounded from outside. It could be seen that it was another admirer of Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, it was a crazy and fanatical admirer. Qing City sword sect's Yun Wanli pays his respects to Fairy Dongfang. Please come in, Dongfang Bingling said. A man in white walked in. As expected, he had an imposing appearance and a natural sense of superiority. As the sect that was closest to the hidden sect, he received special respect no matter where he went. Even Dongfang Bingling was slightly courteous to him. Therefore, the Qing City sword sect had swept away the weakness of a few hundred years ago and became a powerful sect. Young Master Yin, this is Cloud Sky City's Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling said. Yun Wanli held his sword and bowed. Yun Wanli pays his respects to young Master Yang. In the Tiando League, even if the disciples were from different sects, they would still address each other as senior brother. However, this Yin Wanli called him young Master Yang. It was obvious that he looked down on Yang Dingtian's status in Cloud Sky City and wasn't willing to address him as such. Greetings, young Master Yin, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Yun Wanli said, I heard that young Master Yang's pig-slaying swordsmanship is very mysterious and might even have some relationship with the hidden sect. Yun Wanli specially came to give you some pointers. Yang Dingtian could tell that Yun Wanli's tone wasn't just filled with arrogance, but it was also filled with hostility. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian understood where the hostility came from. Yun Wanli was very proud of his special relationship with the hidden sect. He wanted to enjoy this glory alone. Now that he heard that Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship might be related to the hidden sect, he instinctively felt hostile. He felt that Yang Dingtian was here to snatch their things. He felt that Yang Dingtian didn't deserve to enjoy this glory and felt that he was a swindler with ulterior motives. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to expose Yang Dingtian's true colors. I know that your celestial qi is weak, so in this battle we will only compete in swordsmanship and not celestial qi. How about that? Yun Wanli said. Okay. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. He then slowly drew his night owl huge sword and thought to himself whether Cloud Sky City can stay in the Tiando League or not. It all depends on you, buddy. Then the two of them came to the center of the hall and officially competed in swordsmanship in front of Dongfang Bingling. Chapter 92. Fall City Sword Sect, Limitless Heaven and Earth Sword Technique. Yuan Wanli said while holding his sword. Cloud Sky City, pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian said while holding his sword. Hearing Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yuan Wanli couldn't hide his sarcasm. He frowned and said, Young Master Yang, what is your cultivation level today? 9-star Xian martial artist. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling's calm expression suddenly changed. Yang Dingtian had only left Yinyang school for a short period of time, and he had already broken through to become a 9-star Xian martial artist. This cultivation speed was too shocking. However, in Yuan Wanli's eyes, a 9-star Xian martial artist was like an ant. He, a martial Xian martial artist, actually had to compete with a 9-star Xian martial artist. This was a great humiliation. If not for the fact that Dongfang Bingling was the fairy of the 9 heavens and that he admired her, he would have already left. How long have you been practicing swordsmanship? Yuan Wanli asked. About half a month, Yang Dingtian said. Yuan Wanli's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. You've only been practicing swordsmanship for half a month and you dare to compete with me? Are you ignorant or impudent? The difference between you and me is too great. Even if we don't use Xian Qi, there's no need to fight. Yuan Wanli frowned and said, How about this? I'll use 3 moves from easy to hard. You use all your strength to block them. If your swordsmanship is related to the Yin sect, you won't lose too badly. I can feel it too. That's good too, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Yuan Wanli held his sword and said, Pay attention. I'm about to use the first move. This is the simplest move of the limitless heaven and earth sword technique. I'll only use 30% of my speed. I don't expect you to block it, just don't lose too badly. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. First move, heaven and earth shift. Yuan Wanli's sword slashed fiercely. The sword light flashed and the sword shadow shook. Instantly, the surrounding air was sliced into many pieces. What the human eye could see was also sliced into many pieces. Immediately, the scene that Yang Dingtian saw seemed to have been severed apart before being pieced back together in a mess. As a result, countless swords appeared, and these swords were divided into countless segments. Like moving flowers and chaotic shadows, they pierced towards Yang Dingtian. As expected of the sword technique bestowed by the sect leader of the hidden sect, it was truly mysterious. Even though Yuan Wanli had only used 30% of his speed, he was still very fast. He was still faster than Yang Dingtian's fastest speed. For a moment, he could only see a bunch of shadows rushing toward him. He didn't know which part was real and which part was fake. At this moment, even Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes revealed a look of amazement. Both of them were from the Fall City sword sect. Their sword techniques were truly extraordinary. Yang Dingtian stood motionless, as if he was stunned by this incomparably profound sword technique. Country bumpkin, you must have never seen such a profound sword technique. I'm going to blind your eyes. Instantly, Yuan Wanli's mouth revealed a look of disdain. The sharp sword in his hand shook, and he wanted to knock the sword out of Yang Dingtian's hand and embarrass him greatly. When Yuan Wanli was more than a foot away from Yang Dingtian suddenly moved. The night owl's strange blade in his hand pierced out. Without any fancy moves, it was the most ordinary and straight stab. You dare to use such a lousy sword technique to embarrass yourself. Yuan Wanli sneered in his heart. The sharp sword in his hand slashed towards Yang Dingtian's wrist. Let go! Not only did he want to knock Yang Dingtian's sword out of his hand, but he also wanted to make him bleed to teach him a lesson. Immediately after, Yuan Wanli suddenly felt a force pushing against a sword. Then the sword in his hand was completely out of his control and flew out of his hand. Swoosh! Yuan Wanli's sword flew out more than 10 meters and was nailed to the ground. Instantly, Yuan Wanli was stunned. He looked at his right hand in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? My sword technique is so mysterious. Originally, I wanted to knock the sword out of this ant's hand and pierce his wrist. How could my sword fly out of my hand? At this moment, even Dongfang Bingling was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Yang Dingtian kept a sword and stood there with a calm expression. That's right. Yun Wanli's boundless heaven and earth sword was indeed mysterious. It was indeed a sword technique passed down by the sect leader of the hidden sect. It was so mysterious that it was stunning. Among all the sword techniques in this world, in terms of the mystery of the moves, the boundless heaven and earth sword was second only to the Void 9 Disaster sword. Furthermore, these two sword techniques were of the same origin. Yang Dingtian felt as if someone had seen the Void 9 Disaster sword and created the boundless heaven and earth sword based on his memory. Hence, the two sword techniques were somewhat similar. However, the essence was too different. They were completely opposite. The complexity of the Void 9 Disaster sword was to return to its original state. On the other hand, the boundless heaven and earth sword went further and further on the mysterious and complicated path just to create a stunning visual effect. Furthermore, Yun Wanli loved to act cool. He wanted to show off in front of Dongfang Bingling. Hence, he played with the sword moves in a very fancy way and even changed some of the moves. Hence, in the eyes of others, his sword technique was really mysterious. However, in Yang Dingtian's eyes, it was full of flaws. Even though his speed was not as fast as Yun Wanli, Yang Dingtian's casual move not only broke his sword technique, but also knocked the sword out of his hand. He wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian. Hence, Yang Dingtian did not mind slapping his face. After waking up, Yun Wanli wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, he had actually boasted so shamelessly just now that he wanted his opponent to block his swordsmanship. His opponent could have broken his swordsmanship at any time and even caused his sword to fly out of his hand. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yun Wanli, who felt his face burning, walked forward and pulled out his sword. He sneered at Yang Dingtian. Young Master Yang's sword technique is indeed powerful. In that case, please block my second strike. Second move, Shadowless Dream. Yun Wanli waved the sword in his hand and suddenly scattered a bunch of sword flowers. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Then his body turned. In an instant, his body disappeared completely. His sword also disappeared completely. It turned into a faint shadow and rapidly revolved around Yang Dingtian's body. This time, he had used his speed to the maximum. The effect was indeed shocking. In the entire hall, his body was everywhere. However, there was no trace of him anywhere. The second move, Shadowless Dream, was indeed powerful. It completely made use of the mysterious body movement and extreme speed to create a visual error. Suddenly, it gave people a feeling of invisibility. If he couldn't even see his opponent, how could he defeat him? Yang Dingtian kept turning around, as if he was looking for Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli saw Yang Dingtian's state and finally felt that he had regained his dignity in front of Dongfang Bingling. He sneered in his heart. Country bumpkin, it was my mistake just now. Now, I'll let you see the real mysterious sword technique. You should know how powerful it is. Yang Dingtian was amazed. This move, Shadowless Dream, was really similar to the sword of ecstasy of the Shu 9 Disaster sword. However, it was only similar in appearance. Furthermore, it was only superficial. Yun Wanli saw Yang Dingtian sigh and felt even more proud. However, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Just now, this country bumpkin had humiliated him greatly. Now, he would make Yun Wanli pay him back double. He stared coldly at Yang Dingtian's face and prepared to draw a bloody triangle on it. This was the symbol of a slave. Yang Dingtian, this is my real sword technique. Let's see how you can block it. Yun Wanli laughed loudly. Then he flashed behind Yang Dingtian and slashed the sharp sword in his hand towards his face. Yang Dingtian didn't seem to notice at all. Yang Dingtian, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being merciless. Yun Wanli sped up, and the tip of his sword slashed towards Yang Dingtian's face. He wanted to leave the mark of a slave's blood and leave him with a lifetime of shame. Yang Dingtian still didn't move. He didn't even turn around. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. His speed wasn't even very fast. Dang! Suddenly, Yun Wanli felt a sharp pain in his arm. He didn't know what was going on, but the sword in his hand flew out of his hand. It flew a few dozen meters and was pinned to the wall, causing it to tremble violently. Previously, it flew out more than 10 meters. Now, it flew out more than 10 meters and hit the wall. Next time, wouldn't it hit the roof directly? Yun Wanli was really going crazy. He was really going crazy. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? His sword technique was amazing. No matter where he went, he would make people stare at him with their mouths agape and make people bow their heads in admiration. His sword technique was obviously the best in the world. His sword technique was personally taught by the sect leader of the hidden sect. It was unbeatable. But today it was easily broken by Yang Dingtian, a mere 9-star black martial artist. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian broke his sword technique, it was as simple as eating and urinating. The first time was fine, but the second time his sword flew out of his hand and his wrist was stabbed. Even though this was because Yun Wanli didn't use his celestial qi, but Yun Wanli had been practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years. Yang Dingtian had only practiced for half a month. He had practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years and sparred with him for more than 10 days. He actually lost so miserably. Such a humiliation. How could Yun Wanli, the proud son of the heavens, not be ashamed and furious? Yun Wanli was not only ashamed to death. He was going crazy with jealousy. He even overturned all his pride. Impossible, impossible. How can you break my sword technique? How can you break my shadowless dream? I have practiced it to the extreme. Yun Wanli pointed at Yang Dingtian and said sternly. Yang Dingtian really wanted to say, "Boss, your sword technique is wrong. The more you practice it to the extreme, the more wrong it is. With such a flawed sword technique, what method do you have that I can't break it?" That's right. Yang Dingtian had practiced the Shu 9 disasters sword for tens of thousands of times. The logic of each move was very clear, and this so-called shadowless illusion was just a superficial version of the Shu 9 tribulations, sword's rapture sword. It couldn't even be counted as a knockoff. To others, it might be unsolvable. But to Yang Dingtian, he could break it with his eyes closed. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling was really shocked. In just a month's time, Yang Dingtian had become so powerful. Did she really misjudge him when she was in Yinyang school? This Yang Dingtian was really so talented. Seeing that Yun Wanli was about to go crazy, Yang Dingtian reminded him, "Young Master Yin, there is still the third move." Hearing Yang Dingtian's cold words, Yun Wanli suddenly woke up. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. That's right. He had embarrassed himself just now, but there was only one Dongfang Bingling in front of him. His image in front of the fairy was ruined, but that didn't matter. Dongfang Bingling wasn't someone he could touch, so his reputation of embarrassing himself wouldn't be spread. Moreover, so what if this Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship was exquisite? He was just a 9-star Xian martial artist. The most important thing in this world was still Xian Qi. If he used Xian Qi, he could crush him with one finger. However, in this situation, he had to plan carefully. This Yang Dingtian made him embarrass himself. He definitely couldn't let him do as he wished. Yun Wanli's face became cold again. He walked over and pulled out his sword. Young Master Yang's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, but it's all the same movement. I can't see any connection with the hidden sect. Why don't you attack for the third move, and I'll defend? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "That's good too." Yun Wanli continued, "Also, you can't use such a straightforward and vulgar swordsmanship anymore. The hidden sect swordsmanship has immortal qi, and is extremely mysterious. So, the swordsmanship you use must have the aura of the hidden sect. It must be similar to my boundless heaven and earth sword. Then, this move must break through my defense. Then, I'll admit that your swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect. How about that? If you can't do that, then I'm sorry, but I can only watch as Cloud Heaven City is expelled from the Tayendo League. There were 2 conditions for the third move. First, it must have the aura of the hidden sect. It must be similar to the boundless heaven and earth sword of the Fall City sword sect. Second, it must break through Yuan Wanli's defense. Yang Dingtian laughed in his heart. Is there anything simpler than this in this world? Yes. Was there anything simpler than this in this world? Yang Dingtian's Shu 9 disaster sword was extremely mysterious and complicated. It was overflowing with immortal qi. Compared to the boundless heaven and earth sword, it was many times more powerful. As for breaking through Yuan Wanli's defense without using Xian Qi, it was impossible for the boundless heaven and earth sword to defend against the Shu 9 disaster sword. Even if Yang Dingtian didn't want to break through, he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian gently swung his sword and glanced at Dongfang Bingling. The Shu 9 disaster sword was not only the most mysterious move, but also the most pretentious move. Arrogant girl, I'll let you see the supreme swordsmanship of this passerby. Shu 9 disaster's sword descend. Just one move was like the galaxy in the sky, not the mortal world. Chapter 93. The Sword of Birth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's sword was like a river of stars. It descended from the sky and pierced towards Yuan Wanli's head. Is that all? Then it's too easy to defend against you. Yuan Wanli sneered. He waved his sword wildly and countless sword flowers surrounded his entire body. It was as if water could not enter and wind could not pass through. However, when Yang Dingtian's sword landed on his head and entered his dense sword net defense, Yuan Wanli was shocked. To Yuan Wanli's horror, he realized that no matter how fast he brandished his sword, he was still unable to block Yang Dingtian's sword light that descended from the sky. He couldn't even make contact with it. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword pierced his head and cut off 2 strands of his hair. If it went any further, his skull would be pierced. Yuan Wanli was shocked. He did not even know what was going on. Yang Dingtian's sword was already above his head. Again, Yuan Wanli roared angrily. All right, then take my second sword. Yang Dingtian sneered. Shu 9 disaster's sword, all being's sword. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand trembled. Instantly, the entire room was filled with cold light and bright spots. In an instant, dozens of swords, hundreds of swords, rained down on Yuan Wanli's head. Ah! Yuan Wanli roared angrily. He aimed at the countless sword flowers and swung his sword down. The speed of his sword was extremely fast and ferocious. Yang Dingtian, you have so many sword flowers this time. However, there is only one sword. I don't care how many shadows you have. I only care about this sword. I will definitely break your rubbish sword. However, when the sword swung down, it was completely empty. He saw countless sword flowers, but he did not cut anything. Yuan Wanli was shocked. Then he felt a chill on his neck. Yang Dingtian's night owl strange blade had already touched the back of his neck and cut off 2 strands of hair. Yuan Wanli was furious. He was the young master of the world's #1 sword faction. How could he be humiliated like this in terms of swordsmanship? He couldn't even fight back. Again, Yuan Wanli roared. If I can't defend against your sword, my Fall City sword sect won't be the #1 sword sect in the world. You, Yang Dingtian, are the closest person to the hidden sect. Your Cloud Heaven City is the closest force to the hidden sect. All right, let's do it again. Yang Dingtian said. Shu 9 disaster's sword, emotionless sword. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand trembled, and suddenly a cold light surrounded it. The entire sharp sword became faintly discernible, as if it was an illusory soul. It circled around Yun Wanli's body as if it was far away, but also as if it was close at hand. Whirlwind strike. Yun Wanli's body spun quickly, and the sharp sword in his hand was like an electric fan. It spun crazily, cutting through every inch of the air and crushing towards Yang Dingtian's figure. Suddenly, a cold light burst forth. Yun Wanli only felt a sudden chill in front of his eyes, and his whirlwind strike stopped abruptly. This was because if he spun a little more, his eyes would be blinded. Ah! Yun Wanli let out a furious roar and said, "Again! All right, again!" Yang Dingtian said, "Shiwu Nine Disaster's sword ecstasy." The sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly, and suddenly the entire solid sword became curved and elegant, like spiraling smoke. It wandered and was infinitely gentle. There was only a beautiful and gentle halo that wandered around Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli stared at this halo, and with a roar, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. However, it was empty and nothing was slashed. Suddenly, this gentle halo turned into an incomparably sharp and soul-stirring cold light. Swoosh, 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 swoosh! Suddenly, 5 fierce sword flowers burst out. Yun Wanli suddenly felt a chill in front of his chest and saw that his clothes had been cut into 5 pieces, revealing the flesh in front of his chest. There were even 5 faint traces of blood. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian was being merciful. Otherwise, there would be 5 deep and bloody wounds. Again, Yun Wanli was furious again and again, he defended himself. Shiwu Nine Disasters sword, boundless sword. Shiwu Nine Disasters sword, selfless sword. Shiwu Nine Disasters sword, great sorrow sword. Shiwu Nine Disasters sword, nirvana sword. Shiwu Nine Disasters sword, non-tribulation sword. Every sword move that Yang Dingtian executed was extremely mysterious. Every move was resplendent. Every move was mysterious and unfathomable. Every move was filled with immortal qi. Every move, Yang Dingtian easily broke through Yun Wanli's defense and sent the tip of his sword to the most fatal part of his body. Every move caused the dignified young master of the Fall City sword sect to suffer a crushing defeat. After 9 moves, Yun Wanli's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. He seemed to have gone crazy. He was really going to be tortured to the point of insanity by Yang Dingtian. "Ah, Yang Dingtian, you bastard! I'll kill you, I'll tear you into pieces!" Suddenly, Yun Wanli roared, and the mysterious qi in his body surged. His whole body was bursting with murderous intent. Waving the sharp sword in his hand, he madly slashed Yang Dingtian. He was a martial mystic realm expert, and was dozens of levels higher than Yang Dingtian. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt a deadly murderous intent. "Enough!" Dongfang Bingling shouted. Suddenly, the air turned cold, and the vase on the table shattered into pieces. The bonsai on the windowsill turned into ashes. Yun Wanli, who was rushing towards Yang Dingtian, suddenly stopped. It was as if his body was fixed, and he could not take even half a step forward. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes were completely fixed on Yang Dingtian, and finally on his face. Just now, when Yang Dingtian was defending, she was only slightly surprised. But now, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. It was as if she was seeing Yang Dingtian for the first time, and as if she did not know him at all. She had traveled all over the world, and had seen many mysterious sword techniques. However, she had never seen a sword technique that was as shocking as Yang Dingtian's. Such a beautiful and mysterious swordsmanship was truly mesmerizing. This was the true, unquestionable #1 sword technique in the world. Even with Dongfang Bingling's wisdom, she was almost completely immersed in the sword technique. This Yang Dingtian had only been gone for a short period of time, but he had actually become so formidable that it was unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Bingling removed all thoughts from her mind. She looked at Yun Wanli and said, Young Master Yin, now can you determine whether Yang Dingtian's sword technique is related to the hidden sect? Yun Wanli was completely sober now. Just now, he was really blinded by anger and hatred. That was why he thought of killing in front of Dongfang Bingling. Now that he thought about it, he was really scared. Although he was a martial mystic realm expert, Dongfang Bingling only needed to lift a finger and she could crush him to death. Even though he still hated Yang Dingtian to the core and wanted to tear him into pieces, he could not do it here. But he couldn't do it here, not in front of Dongfang Bingling. I will spare your life. Leave this place, and I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Yun Wanli said coldly in his heart. He did not care about Yang Dingtian's background at all. Since Shimen Weiyao was no longer around, Cloud Sky City was nothing. Is Yang Dingtian's sword technique related to the hidden sect? Dongfang Bingling asked again, impatiently. Oh! Yun Wanli quickly woke up from the hatred in his heart. Then his expression became mysterious. Yang Dingtian stared at his face, waiting for his answer. Even Ning Ruhan, who was peeking from behind the door, stared at Yun Wanli, waiting for his answer. Yun Wanli's answer would determine whether Cloud Sky City could remain in the Tiando League. However, as long as one was not blind, they would know that Yang Dingtian's mysterious and amazing sword technique was the same as the Boundless Heaven and Earth sort of Fall City sword sect. No, it could not be said that. This was completely flattering the Boundless Heaven and Earth sort of Fall City sword sect. To be more precise, the Boundless Heaven and Earth sword was only a superficial version of Yang Dingtian's sword technique. It was the crudest replica. If the Boundless Heaven and Earth sword had any relationship with the hidden sect, then Yang Dingtian's pig slaying swordsmanship was countless levels higher than it. Therefore, there was no need to wait for Yun Wanli's answer. As long as one was not blind, they would be able to tell. Take a deep breath, Yun Wanli said coldly. Yang Dingtian's pig slaying swordsmanship has nothing to do with the hidden sect. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian's expression changed. How could a person be so shameless? He was lying with his eyes closed. Yun Wanli sneered and continued. On the contrary, his sword technique reminds me of the Evil Way's supreme Shura sword technique. Not only are the two similar in form, but they are also similar in spirit. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Not only did Yun Wanli deny his pig-slaying swordsmanship, he even wanted to kill him. No matter if it was because Yang Dingtian had humiliated him or because the Fall City Sword Sect wanted to monopolize the honor of having a close relationship with the hidden sect, Yun Wanli wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. Evil ways should be punished by everyone. If it was related to the evil ways, Yang Dingtian would no longer have a foothold in the world. The entire world and the entire Tiando League would want to kill Yang Dingtian. Cloud Sky City would truly fall into eternal damnation. After Yin Wanli finished speaking, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes glanced at him but did not say anything. Instead, it was Ning Ruhan's expression that changed, revealing a look of disdain. All right, I understand. Dongfang Bingling said, Young Master Yin, you can leave first. Young Mistress Dongfang, the demons of the evil Tao should be killed by everyone. You must not allow the demons of the evil Tao to infiltrate our Heavenly Law Alliance, Yun Wanli said. Dongfang Bingling frowned slightly and said, I know what to do. Ruhan, send the guest out. Ning Ruhan was also unhappy. She went up to Yun Wanli and said, Please. Fairy Dongfang, I will take my leave, Yun Wanli said. Before he left, he stared deeply at Yang Dingtian. Senior brother Yang, this Yun Wanli is spouting nonsense. What do you think? Dongfang Bingling asked. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, It's not what I think. It's what you think, Fairy Dongfang. Senior brother Yang, actually whether or not your sword art is related to the hidden sect is not up to Yun Wanli or you to decide. Dongfang Bingling said, It's up to me to decide. If I say it is, Cloud Heaven City will be preserved. If I don't, Cloud Heaven City will fall into a disaster. Even if senior brother Yang is related to the evil ways, it's up to me to decide. Yang Dingtian said, I know that Fairy Dongfang has great power. Don't play riddles. Tell me your decision. Dongfang Bingling looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, Senior brother Yang, I misjudged you at the Yin Yang school. I thought your talent was mediocre, so I didn't take you seriously. This time, when I came to the Northwest continent, I heard about your miracles. I didn't believe it, so I specially summoned you. I didn't expect you to be more outstanding than what they said. Then Dongfang Bingling turned around and looked out of the window. Senior brother Yang, I am magnanimous and don't care about trifles. So, I don't care if you offended me before. When I use people, I only look at their talents. How about this? I can protect Cloud Heaven City. Not only can I let it stay in the Taiando League, I can even stop the Northwest Qing clan from annexing it. But I have a condition. Oh! Yang Dingtian asked, What condition? You have to break up with Shimin Yanyan and completely sever your relationship with Cloud Heaven City. You have to return to the Yin Yang school, Dongfang Bingling said. Now, I have the final say in the Yin Yang school. I can do my best to nurture you. The resources of the Yin Yang school can't be compared to 10 Cloud Heaven cities. I only have one goal, which is to break through to the Martial Saint realm, which no one has done in 400 years. In the future, I won't care much about the matters of the Yin Yang school. I will leave everything to you and senior brother Leng Wuyan. When the time comes, the two of you will be my right-hand men. You will be respected by everyone in the world. Hearing Dongfang Bingling's condition, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He really didn't think that Dongfang Bingling would propose such a condition. It was too ridiculous. Seeing Yang Dingtian's shocked expression, Dongfang Bingling said, Don't be so surprised. I am a person who only cares about the greater good and will not be disturbed by personal grudges, even if you offended me and I was prepared to kill you. But as long as you have the talent, I can forget about the past and still put you in an important position. Yang Dingtian wanted to laugh in his heart. He suddenly laughed and said, Fairy Dongfang is really broad-minded. Unfortunately, I can't enjoy such a wonderful thing. Why? You can't bear to part with Shimin Yanyan? Dongfang Bingling frowned and said, With such narrow vision, you can't achieve great things. As long as you achieve great things, you can have any woman you want. If you really can't bear to part with a beautiful woman, is Ning Ruhan by my side beautiful enough? How about I give her to you? Tonight, she can be your woman. At this time, Ning Ruhan had just returned from sending Yun Wanli off. When she heard Dongfang Bingling's words, she immediately exclaimed, Young Mississippi, Ning Ruhan said in shock. Do you dare to disobey my orders? Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Ning Ruhan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Her small face suddenly turned pale. She lowered her head and said, This servant doesn't dare! Then Ning Ruhan looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of hatred. I don't think so. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, The woman by your side is too arrogant. I can't enjoy her. Even if I marry her, I will suffer. I still like my Yan Yan. Yang Dingtian can only reject Fairy Dongfang's good intentions. Dongfang Bingling's face turned cold, and she said coldly, You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then you want to watch as Cloud Heaven City is expelled from the Taiando League? You want to watch as Cloud Heaven City falls into the hands of the Northwest Qin family? You know that I don't have a good impression of Cloud Heaven City. If you reject my good intentions, why should I help your Cloud Heaven City? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said word by word, Fairy Dongfang, have you forgotten that we still have a 5-year agreement? 5 years later, I will represent Cloud Heaven City at the Yin Yang School to challenge you. I will take back my dignity. Have you really forgotten? Chapter 94. 5-year promise? Dongfang Bingling said, Oh, the 5-year promise. At that time at sea, because my mother wanted to kill herself, I promise to let you live for 5 years. After 5 years, I will kill you and take away the Ring of Flames." Then Dongfang Bingling said, "Since I let you return to the Yinyang school, I will not kill you after 5 years. The 5-year promise will naturally be cancelled. You can rest assured. However, you still have to hand over the sect leader's ring. Of course, considering your relationship with my father, I will let you keep the Ring of Flames. Because as long as you are strong enough, I can hand over all the internal affairs of the Yinyang school to you. In the Yinyang school, you will be second only to one person." Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and speechless. The 5-year promise was like a ghastly scar that was engraved in his heart. It constantly reminded him to be strong and to reclaim his dignity. The 5-year promise had even become his lifelong mission. It had become the most important part of his life. The 5-year promise had already occupied most of the space in his heart. It had completely become the goal that he would fight for with his life. Dongfang Bingling, on the other hand, had almost forgotten about it. In her heart, the 5-year promise was only to let Yang Dingtian live for 5 more years under the pressure of her mother. It was equivalent to waiting for 5 more years to take the Ring of Flames from Yang Dingtian. Not to mention that she did not treat Yang Dingtian as an opponent at all. She did not even consider him as a speck of dust. The saddest thing in the world was that you treated the other person as your lifelong enemy, a goal to fight for. However, the other party had completely forgotten about this matter. This kind of humiliation was even greater than when Dongfang Bingling rejected the marriage agreement with Yang Dingtian. Even though Dongfang Bingling did not do it on purpose, she could not find Yang Dingtian anywhere she looked. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not even be angry. He could only laugh and bury all the unwillingness and humiliation in his heart. "I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. One day, I will stand in front of you with an indomitable spirit and use my sword to tell you that I, Yang Dingtian, am more magnificent and powerful than you, Dongfang Bingling." Yang Dingtian roared in his heart, but he wore a faint smile on his face. "Yes, that's the matter." Dongfang Bingling was stunned for a while and said, "Don't tell me you really want to challenge me 5 years later?" Yang Dingtian nodded seriously. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She said indifferently, "I didn't expect that people could be so ignorant." Then Dongfang Bingling said calmly, "So you're saying that you're rejecting my good intentions?" "Yeah," Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling waved her jade-like hand and said, "Then I know you can go back." That action was really like scattering a cloud of dust. "Goodbye." Yang Dingtian turned around and walked out. "Oh, right, Senior Brother Yang, I have something to tell you," Dongfang Bingling said. "Using the Yin-Yang festival to break through profound qi isn't considered a talent. There won't be a second time. No matter how profound your sword art is, it's useless. At most, you'll just be like those women from the 7 refined lane, performing for the entertainment of others. Don't lose yourself because of these 2 things. If you think too highly of yourself, it will destroy you." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your warning, Fairy Dongfang. I've learned a lot." Yang Dingtian continued to walk outside. At this moment, an incomparably moving voice suddenly came from outside. It was hoarse and sexy, cold and arrogant, but it was also filled with a magical charm. "Dongfang Bingling, you've finally come to the Northwest continent. I've really missed you. Why don't you come out and meet me?" This voice wasn't very loud, but it resounded in everyone's heart, causing everyone to feel itchy all over. It was a seductive itch that made them want to reach out and scratch it. Just the voice alone was filled with a magical charm. Dongfang Bingling's expression changed slightly. Without a doubt, this woman was a peerless expert. She had never met a female peerless expert before. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already arrived outside the door. He heard the woman's voice, but he couldn't see her figure. "Which demoness dares to barge into my catkin manor? You're courting death." Immediately after, a shout came from outside. Then the manager of the Katkin Manor led dozens of warriors and suddenly soared into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the woman's voice. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's vision blurred. He only saw a figure appear out of thin air under a large tree. It was a woman dressed in men's clothing. She was wearing a golden mask, and her face couldn't be seen. However, the two eyes that were exposed were captivating, as bright and deep as the galaxy. Even though she was dressed in men's clothing, her slender body and curves were like the undulating mountains and rivers, filled with a magical charm. This was the woman with the most enchanting figure Yang Dingtian had ever seen. This was also the woman with the most captivating eyes that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Demoness, how dare you show yourself? Die. The manager of the Katkin Manor, Lu Qingyan, laughed and immediately pounced on her like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. He was a martial ancestor realm expert. His leap was extremely powerful, like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. Swoosh! The woman flicked her sleeve lightly. Immediately, the martial mystic realm expert Lu Qingyan and dozens of the manor warriors that pounced on her were smashed into pieces in the air. There were no screams, no cries of surprise. They directly split apart in the air, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Each piece was as small as a grain of sand. They splattered in all directions, dyeing the entire ground red. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. This woman was so powerful that it completely exceeded Yang Dingtian's knowledge. The martial mystic realm expert and dozens of manor warriors were instantly killed by a flick of her sleeve. After killing them, the woman smiled towards Dongfang Bingling's direction and said, "I've always heard that Dongfang Bingling is the world's #1 youth expert. Her talent is so high that no one can surpass her. 15 years later, she is destined to be the world's #1. So I'm here to take a look." Haha, what kind of status does Fairy Dongfang have? Why would she fight with a lowly person like you? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from a pavilion. This voice was very familiar. It was Yun Wanli of the Fall City Sword Sect. Then he floated out of the pavilion like a butterfly. He stood on the corner of the eaves. At this moment, he had already changed into a snow-white robe. His hair was also combed, and he immediately regained his handsome appearance. He stood on the corner of the eaves, and the breeze blew, making him look even more handsome and elegant. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yun Wanli stood with his sword in hand. He looked down arrogantly at the woman with the golden mask and said, "Since you are so ignorant, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Fairy Dongfang. You are a woman, so you go first." Yun Wanli held his sword with one hand, and the other hand was behind his back. It was obvious that he did not see the scene of Lu Qingyan being killed. Today he had completely lost face in front of Dongfang Bingling. So, when he was changing his clothes, other than wanting to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces, he was also thinking of how to restore his image in front of Dongfang Bingling. He did not expect that such an ignorant woman would come to challenge Dongfang Bingling. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was a good opportunity to let Dongfang Bingling see how powerful Yun Wanli was. He wanted to see how powerful the boundless heaven and earth sword was after adding his Xianqi. Moreover, there were many experts from the northwest continent in the manor. He did not believe that his life would be in danger. "Who are you?" the woman with the golden mask asked. "Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Wanli." Yun Wanli said calmly, "You are a woman, so you go first." At this moment, he didn't notice that Yang Dingtian was looking at him as though he was an idiot. Of course, Ning Ruhan and Dongfang Bingling were also looking at Yun Wanli as though he was an idiot. However, he could vaguely feel that he was the center of attention. The woman with the golden mask looked at Yun Wanli and said, "Okay, then I won't hold back." "Do as you wish." Yun Wanli laughed. The woman with the golden mask did not unsheath her sword. She slashed at the air. Swoosh! Instantly, he felt as if he was floating in the air. The handsome Yun Wanli was split into two and fell to the ground. There was not even a scream, and there was not even a drop of blood. Yang Dingtian could not help but sympathize with this idiot. Everyone knew that he was courting death, but no one said anything to stop him. It could be seen that Yun Wanli relied on his 1,800-mile relationship with the hidden sect to act like a tyrant and was unpopular. After killing Yun Wanli, the woman with the golden mask said, "I thought he was very strong." She was really a demonic woman. After killing him, she even stepped on him ruthlessly. Dongfang Bingling was still in the loft. She asked indifferently, "May I know who you are?" "Temple of Blood, Dugu Fengwu," the woman with the golden mask said indifferently. Once she said that there was a burst of gasps in the manor. Temple of Blood, one of the leaders of the evil ways. 200 years ago, when the Hall Master of the Temple of Annihilation started the War of Extinction, the Temple of Blood was his right-hand man. Evil ways, it was actually evil ways. Evil ways that had disappeared for 200 years had actually appeared again. Furthermore, she directly challenged the #1 prodigy of the Tiando League, Dongfang Bingling. The one who came was a woman with a demonic charm. Evil ways, demonic woman. You are not qualified to challenge my fairy of the Tiando League. I am Baizhanga of the Inyang School. I will be here for a while. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed to the sky. The sharp sword in his hand was like a meteor from outer space as he stabbed at Dugu Fengwu. Baizhanga, Dongfang Bingling's martial uncle. He was of the same generation as Dongfang Minmi and was the youngest junior brother in this generation, a 5-star martial ancestor expert. Therefore, when this sword was executed, it was extremely awe-inspiring and shocking. Dugu Fengwu saw Baizhanga pouncing over, but she still stood there without moving. When he was 6 meters away, she gently slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Swish! Fresh blood spurted out, and Baizhanga's head flew dozens of meters away. A martial ancestor expert was still killed in a single move. Dongfang Bingling still didn't make a move. At this moment, the experts on the first floor of the pavilion that Yang Dingtian was in and the chiefs of the northwest continent stood up abruptly. The leader of the group yelled out, "Everyone, let's attack together. There is no need to talk about justice when dealing with such an evil person." After he finished speaking, over a dozen of them suddenly soared into the sky and pounced at Dugu Fengwu. Over a dozen of them were all chiefs of territories within 100 miles. Each of them was a martial ancestor expert and above. When these dozens of people flew into the sky, their aura was extremely shocking. It looked like they were going to tear this Dugu Fengwu into pieces. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. Her figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Afterward, an extremely enchanting fragrance floated in the manor. That was because Dugu Fengwu was floating in every corner of the air. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light was cold, and it was like the stars in the night sky. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. Miserable screams could be heard one after another. These Northwest chief were like dumplings that were being dropped into a pot. After they landed on the ground, they vomited blood violently. All the bones in their bodies were shattered, their mystic meridians were shattered, and their innards were crushed. They were completely turned into a pile of meat paste. Fairy Dongfang is so ruthless. She is actually indifferent to the deaths of so many people. The golden masked woman said indifferently, "Then don't blame me for starting a massacre in the manor." After she finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu's figure disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. She was like a phantom as she quickly floated around the courtyard. Afterward, there was a spurt of blood and miserable screams. In just half a minute, Dugu Fengwu floated back to her original spot. There wasn't a trace of blood on her body or on her sword. Why are there only over 100 people here? I haven't killed enough yet, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. Yang Dingtian's body was really cold at this moment. Evil ways were said to be evil and cruel, but he didn't feel anything. Now he finally saw it for himself. Over 100 people were wiped out in the blink of an eye. She didn't even frown. She treated human lives like grass. Every inch of Yang Dingtian's body was deeply shocked and ice-cold. Compared to Dugu Fengwu, Dongfang Bingling was even crueler. Over 100 people viewed her as a high and mighty fairy and admired her incomparably. The Katkan Manor was even filled with people from the Inyang school. However, she only wanted to see Dugu Fengwu's strength and actually watch the other party kill. Yang Dingtian had never seen or heard of such a cold-hearted and ruthless person. After she finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu lightly shook her jade-like arms. It was as though her hands were a little sore from killing too many people. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly landed on Yang Dingtian and Ning Ruhan. She said indifferently, "So there are still 2 more. There is actually a man. Dongfang Bingling, is this your lover?" Without waiting for Dongfang Bingling to reply, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "Since killing a few hundred people is still killing, 1 or 2 more is also killing. Let's just kill them all." After she finished speaking, she raised her jade-like hand and slashed at Yang Dingtian and Ning Ruhan with her treasured sword. This sword chi was formless and formless, but it was fatal. Yang Dingtian could only see that the dense tree branches, thick pillars, and hard rocks were all cut off from the middle. The strange thing was that this sword chi wasn't as fast as lightning. When it reached Yang Dingtian's eyes, it actually took more than a second. This demonic woman, even killing people in such an artistic way. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that this sword chi was directly cutting towards his waist. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to quickly dodge, but he soon stopped moving. This was because he had the deep-sea mystic clothes on him, which could resist mystic chi attacks. This sword chi was completely mystic chi. The sword chi arrived quickly. At this moment, Yang Dingtian noticed that Ning Ruhan's face was pale as she stood at the side in a daze. It was as though she was frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. It looked as though this proud young lady was about to be cut into 2 and disappear. "Sai, forget it. I will save your life," Yang Dingtian said in his heart. He then turned at lightning speed and pounced towards Ning Ruhan. "What are you doing?" Ning Ruhan was shocked and shouted. At the same time, the sword chi struck Yang Dingtian's back. In an instant, Yang Dingtian and Ning Ruhan were sent flying like straws. Bang! At the same time, Dongfang Bingling's mystic chi burst out. In an instant, the entire pavilion was blasted into smithereens. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly flew over 100 meters in the sky with a sword in her hand like a fairy from the 9 heavens. "Dugu Fengwu, I know you." Dongfang Bingling looked at the masked lady on the ground and said, "The #1 prodigy of the evil ways, the daughter of the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Dugu Shao. People call you the 9 Heavens Demoness, but after meeting you today, you are nothing much." Dugu Fengwu suddenly flew up into the sky and floated about 100 meters away from Dongfang Bingling. She smiled and said, "Is that so? Then let's have a good fight today. Let's see if your Tiando League or my evil ways are stronger." "Sure," Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. "It has been a long time since I met a decent opponent." Finishing her statement, she raised her long sword and burst out with boundless mystic chi, which instantly enveloped the entire Katkan Manor. Evil Ways, the 2 peerless prodigies of the Tiando League, and an exceptional battle was about to begin. Chapter 95. 100 meters up in the sky, Dongfang Bingling and Dugu Fengwu were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Astonishing sword chi swept across, destroying everything on the ground. The dazzling sword light shot out, turning everything into dust. At the same time, Yang Dingtian was buried in a pile of rubble. When the sword chi slashed his back, he felt his vision turn black. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out with Ning Ruhan in his arms. Dugu Fengwu's sword chi was incomparably astonishing, but Yang Dingtian only spat out a mouthful of blood. He then fell into a short daze and was quickly awakened by the loud sound in the sky. At this moment, he felt something soft and elastic under his body, but he didn't know what it was. "Ah, A soft sound came from below, and Ning Ruhan, who was under his body, slowly woke up. It turned out that Yang Dingtian had actually smashed onto her body. She then saw Yang Dingtian, who was on top of her, and his big hand was at a place where it shouldn't be. Ah! Ning Ruhan cried out in surprise. She then pushed Yang Dingtian to the side and scolded, "Yang Dingtian, you bastard! I'll kill you!" Subsequently, she stood up abruptly and was about to kick Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian woke up at this moment. When he saw Ning Ruhan's jade-like foot kicking over, he couldn't help but grab it and pull it with force. Ning Ruhan might only be Dongfang Bingling's sword attendant, but her cultivation was also at the great mystic martial master level. However, she had just woken up and didn't use her mystic chi to kick, so Yang Dingtian grabbed her right foot. She was the most ticklish. When her jade-like foot was grabbed, half of her body went numb and lost her strength. She then fell onto Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian dodged abruptly and allowed this delicate little beauty to fall into a pile of rubble. There was a bang sound, and a burst of dust splashed up. "Yang Dingtian, I'm going to kill you." Ning Ruhan was furious. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and was about to hit him. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Ning Ruhan was shocked and forgot to strike with the wooden stick in her hand. "Woman, you are so unreasonable. Just now, I couldn't bear to see you die under the demoness sword, so I risked my life to save you. Not only did you not thank me, you even wanted to kill me when you woke up. Really like master, like servant." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "You are exactly the same as me, ungrateful." Ning Ruhan was stunned by the scolding. Then, she remembered what happened just now. In the end, it was indeed Yang Dingtian who saved her. Otherwise, she would have been cut into two by the demonic woman's sword chi. "I don't need you to save me." However, Ning Ruhan wasn't willing to lose her momentum. "Furthermore, do you think you can take advantage of me just because you saved me? How did I take advantage of you?" Yang Dingtian asked. You? Ning Ruhan was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. "If I touched you, it would be an accident." Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, with your flat body, how can I take advantage of you? My wife, Yan Yan, is 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Her body is 1,000 times better than yours. Why would I take advantage of you?" Yang Dingtian's poisonous tongue made Ning Ruhan explode. Her eyes suddenly turned red and tears burst out. She cried, "Yang Dingtian, you bastard, you pervert. You took advantage of me and still scolded me. I will kill you. I will kill you." Then she clenched her fists and punched at Yang Dingtian with all her might. What a crazy woman. Yang Dingtian directly dodged to the side. Ning Ruhan didn't chase after him. Instead, she sat on the ground and cried. In the sky, the shocking battle between the two women was still going on. With a loud rumble, the sword light that was hundreds of feet long and the soaring flames completely blinded Yang Dingtian's eyes. On the ground, a young girl sat on the ground and cried until she was out of breath. Ning Ruhan usually imitated her master's cold and aloof appearance. Now, she was sitting on the ground and crying, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and allowed her to cry. But who knew that she would cry harder and harder? She cried until her voice was hoarse. Yang Dingtian looked at her body carefully. She was slim and looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. "Sigh, why should I compete with a child?" Yang Dingtian sighed and then walked over. "Okay, don't cry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you. If I really touched you just now, it was just an accident. Also, you are still young. You can still develop in the future." Ning Ruhan raised her head and shouted at Yang Dingtian, "I am 20 years old." Ah! Yang Dingtian was stunned. If she was still like this at 20 years old, then there was really no room for development. "Don't worry, there are still people who like a girl like you," Yang Dingtian comforted. "It's none of your business, you rogue." Ning Ruhan said loudly, "Anyway, no one wants me and they won't look for you." Yang Dingtian sniffed and said, "Of course they won't look for me. I am a married man." Ning Ruhan ignored him. She still sat on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. On one hand, she was crying because of Yang Dingtian's poisonous tongue. On the other hand, she was crying because Dongfeng Bingling didn't save her. She completely regarded Dongfeng Bingling as her idol, as her sister, and as the closest person to her. But she didn't expect that Dongfeng Bingling didn't care about her life or death at all. Yang Dingtian suddenly sighed and said, "It's not worth it to be sad because of a cold-blooded and heartless person. Also, in the future, you should learn less about Dongfeng Bingling. It's none of your business, you rogue." Ning Ruhan cried, "You only know this sentence, right?" Yang Dingtian said. He then ignored her and immediately stood up to look for Shimin Lai. He quickly found Shimin Lai, who was just a few meters away from him. At this time, Shimin Lai was sitting with his eyes closed, and a powerful, profound qi suddenly burst out from his body. Then, Yang Dingtian clearly saw countless stones flying towards him like bullets. But before they could get close, they were directly repelled by Shimin Lai's profound qi. The two women in the sky were fighting fiercely, and countless sword qi shot to the ground, causing disaster to almost every inch of the ground. Wherever the sword qi of the two women went, everything would be smashed to pieces. But when the sword qi shot towards Yang Dingtian, it was directly repelled by Shimin Lai's profound qi. Yang Dingtian instantly felt warm in his heart. It turned out that during this period of time, Shimin Lai had been using his own profound qi to protect him. Yang Dingtian knew that the consumption of such profound qi was extremely shocking. "Thank you, big brother." Yang Dingtian then drew his night owl giant blade and went to Shimin Lai's side at this moment. Dongfeng Bingling and Dugu Fengwu's battle in the sky had reached the climax. Yang Dingtian could see that all the buildings and gardens were basically destroyed. The two women's sword lights were blue in color and red in color. With a casual slash, the entire sturdy house was instantly turned into smithereens, and there was a crack that was dozens of meters long on the ground. After a few minutes of this crazy battle, the entire manor was in a mess. All the ponds were sealed in ice. Large patches of the forest were burned into charcoal. Half of the Kakin manor was destroyed, and the two women were still evenly matched. Looking at the dazzling sword lights that were a few hundred meters in the sky, they were constantly piercing through the night sky. The two people's sword qi were like cannonballs. Wherever they hit, that place would be completely turned into fine powder. These two women were indeed the two most powerful women in the world. "Big brother, which one do you think is stronger?" Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Lai shook his head and said, "I can't tell. They are evenly matched." "Compared to Big Brother, how is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Currently in Cloud Heaven City, no one is their match, including Yang Yan." Shimin Lai said, "If it is me, I am about 7 or 8 levels lower than them." "Then Big Brother is also very strong." Yang Dingtian said, "In Cloud Heaven City, other than Yang Yan, no one is Big Brother's match." "No, Shimin Ju is stronger than me. It is just that he is too good at hiding. Even I don't know how strong he is." Right at this moment, the sky suddenly exploded with an incomparably resplendent radiance, followed by an earth-shattering sound. One red and one blue, the two enormous energies were like Mars crashing into Earth as they violently clashed together. It was obvious that Dongfeng Bingling and Dugu Fengwu's battle had reached its climax, and the two of them had delivered the final fatal blow. In an instant, the entire night sky was completely torn apart, and a radius of a few miles was as bright as day. After that, the rocks on the ground were sent flying, the trees were broken, and the hard stone slabs were sent flying, shattering into pieces in the air. Countless mystic qi shot onto the ground, leaving behind deep holes. Shimin Lai's body suddenly burst forth with a powerful mystic qi, which deflected all the flying rocks that landed around Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian brandished the night owl giant sword in his hand and desperately slashed at the flying rocks that were flying over. Ning Ruhan, who was behind him, was directly hit by the mystic chi and instantly fainted. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his vision blur, and two intoxicating fragrances burrowed into his nostrils. Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling descended from the sky and actually landed on both sides of Yang Dingtian. They were only 10 steps away from Yang Dingtian, sandwiching Yang Dingtian in the middle. Right at this moment, the golden mask on Dugu Fengwu's face suddenly split open silently, revealing her true appearance. This was an absolutely beautiful face, a face that could directly pierce through one's soul. She was different from the traditional beautiful women, and this woman was filled with heroic spirit. No matter if it was the brows that were as sharp as a lancet, or the tall and straight nose, or the elegant and delicate red lips, or the slender face that looked like it was carved out of jade. Every part of this face was filled with absolute beauty. Within the heroic spirit, there was a trace of special charm. Within the delicateness, there was a trace of special young beauty. This kind of beauty reminded Yang Dingtian of a person. It was Dongfang Booby from the movie, the smiling, proud wanderer, Dongfang Booby. This Dugu Fengwu in front of him had Dongfang Booby's heroic spirit and seductive charm, but her face was even more beautiful and enchanting than Dongfang Booby. It was obvious that the victor had been decided between the two. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Dugu Fengwu's mouth. She was injured. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling only had a pale face and didn't bleed. It was obvious that in this pinnacle battle, Dongfang Bingling was slightly superior. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes revealed an unruly gaze as she spoke coldly. Dongfang Bingling is indeed formidable. However, you're only slightly stronger than me. It's impossible for you to keep me here. Dongfang Bingling spoke coldly. Can't keep you here? Not necessarily. Today you might die here. Following that, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes suddenly looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Senior Brother Yang, go and kill this demonic woman. You will be the hero of the Tiando League, and Cloud Heaven City will be the hero of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. This demonic woman was already heaven-defying, and Dongfang Bingling actually wanted him to kill her? Dongfang Bingling said, Don't worry. This demonic woman's mystic chi is almost depleted. You have Shimenlai's help. If you want to kill her, it will be easy. Dugu Fengwu instantly sneered and said, Dongfang Bingling, aren't you the same? You may have defeated me, but how much mystic chi do you have left? Following that, Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian and said, You are Yang Dingtian. If I didn't remember wrongly, you and Dongfang Bingling have a death feud. Now is the best opportunity. The three of us will work together to kill Dongfang Bingling. I guarantee that no one will know. Chapter 96. Yang Dingtian was astonished, as he didn't expect that he would be the one to decide the fates of these two absolute geniuses. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would die. Senior Brother Yang, what are you waiting for? Everyone has the right to punish the evil Tao. You are also a member of the Tiando League. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, what are you waiting for? Dongfang Bingling is your greatest enemy in this lifetime. If you don't kill her now, when will you? Dugu Fengwu spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Yang Dingtian didn't finish his words as he looked at Yang Dingtian. No matter what decision Yang Dingtian made, he would support him. Kill Dugu Fengwu? Then Yang Dingtian would have to face the pursuit of the Temple of Blood for the rest of his life. The Temple of Blood was one of the leaders of the evil ways, and it was extremely mysterious and powerful. Before he was strong enough, Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to provoke such an enemy. Help Dugu Fengwu to kill Dongfang Bingling? That was even more impossible. Even though he hated Dongfang Bingling to the bone, she was his master's only daughter. Most importantly, he wanted to defeat her fair and square and take back his dignity. He didn't want to kill her like this. In an instant, Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and faced De Gufengwu. This absolutely beautiful demon woman spoke indifferently. Have you made your choice? Are you going to be enemies with my temple of blood? Don't you hate Dongfang Bingling? Of course I hate her, Yang Dingtian said. But you killed people like slaughtering chickens and dogs. You treated human lives like grass. How can I be on the same side as you when you are so evil? What did those people do wrong? If you want to find Dongfang Bingling, why do you have to kill the innocent? Another pedantic fool. Being weak is a kind of mistake. De Gufengwu sneered and said, If you want to kill me, come at me. Senior brother Yang, you still have a sense of justice in your heart, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian ignored Dongfang Bingling and said to De Gufengwu, I will count to 10. Once I am done, I will immediately kill you with Shimen Lai. Dongfang Bingling was shocked and said, Yang Dingtian, what do you mean? Don't tell me you're going to let her go? 1, 2, 3. As for Shimen Lai on the side, he pulled out his greatsword. As long as Yang Dingtian counted to 10, he would immediately attack. At this moment, De Gufengwu revealed a complacent smile. Ha! Dongfang Bingling, your fiancé is quite interesting. He wants to let me go, but he still finds such an excuse. But you're really a failure as a person. Even your fiancé is estranged from you. Immediately after, De Gufengwu's delicate body suddenly turned into a shadow and quickly vanished in front of Yang Dingtian. Goodbye, Dongfang Bingling. I will come and find you again in the future. The day I refine my sword soul will be the day you, Dongfang Bingling, die. Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to threaten me. The next time I meet you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Fuck! Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He didn't listen to Dongfang Bingling to kill De Gufengwu, and he also didn't expect this demon lady to remember this favor. But when he heard such heartless words from this demon lady, he couldn't help but be enraged. After De Gufengwu left, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Do you know what kind of mistake you have made? If you let this demon lady off today, how many people will die tragically under her sword in the future? Yang Dingtian had a mocking expression as he said, There were quite a few today. Even your servant girl nearly died under the demon lady's sword chi. Why didn't I see you bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? What do you know? Dongfang Bingling spoke with a cold voice. I am not going to argue with you. Arguing with a woman like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I just want to tell you 2 things. First, you can treat others as dirt, but you better treat the people around you better. For example, Master's wife and that silly and flat Ning Ruhan beside you. You are the silly and flat one. Ning Ruhan had just woken up and heard Yang Dingtian's vicious tongue. She immediately shouted with anger, You stinky rogue! You are not allowed to speak to young lady like this. Yang Dingtian said, See? Such a silly girl. It isn't easy to find one. Ning Ruhan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Second, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, 5 years from now I will go to the Yinyang school and challenge you. If I lose, I will die in the Yinyang school. If I win, I will take back the dignity that you trampled on and take back the Yinyang school principal position that Master gave to me. I am serious. Don't treat this as a joke. Dongfang Bingling stared coldly at Yang Dingtian and nodded. Okay, I understand. 5 years from now, you will go to the Yinyang school and fight me to the death. The winner will become the Yinyang school principal. The loser will die. Yang Dingtian said, If I win, I won't take your life. I only want an apology. Dongfang Bingling said indifferently, If I lose to you, how can I have the face to live in this world? When the time comes, I will chop off your head to warn the world that I, Dongfang Bingling, am not someone that anyone can blaspheme. She was still so aloof and looked down on people like they were nothing. Yang Dingtian sneered, but he didn't want to say anything else. Goodbye. See you at the Inyang school in 5 years. Then he turned around and walked out of the ruins of Katkan Mountain Village with Shimin Lai. After Yang Dingtian walked out of Katkan Mountain Village, he found that the arrogant little beauty Ningruhan was also following behind him. What? Yang Dingtian asked. I came to send you off. Can't I? Ningruhan said. She could even say such words so fiercely. Yang Dingtian said, At least you have a conscience. I didn't save you for nothing. Bah, don't think too highly of yourself. Ningruhan said, Young mistress asked me to tell you that because you weren't stupid enough to team up with Dugufingwu, Cloud Heaven City won't be expelled from the Tiando League. Then, I will have to thank Fairy Dongfang. Yang Dingtian sneered. Now you can scram, you rogue, Ningruhan said. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about it. He waved his hand and walked out of the village. He casually caught 2 war horses that were still alive and comforted them. Then he jumped on the back of the horse and galloped towards Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian, you damn rogue. I am not a tablet, I am not a tablet. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai traveled as fast as lightning. The next afternoon, they finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Heaven Mountain. Yang Dingtian originally wanted Shimin Lai to return to Black Blood Castle first, but he insisted on sending Yang Dingtian into the city first before returning. As they followed the wide stone path up the mountain, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. This was because there wasn't a single person on the stone path to Cloud Heaven City. This shouldn't be the case. Usually, there would be many people on the stone path in the afternoon. After walking for more than 10 miles, they were almost at Cloud Heaven City, but there was still no one. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they sped up and rushed towards Cloud Heaven City. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Cloud Heaven City's gates. But at this moment, Cloud Heaven City's gates were tightly shut. Usually, Cloud Heaven City's gates would only close at around 8 in the evening. Moreover, the city guards on the city walls acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They rarely opened their giant crossbows, but at this moment they were fully opened and filled with giant crystal arrows. The city walls were densely packed with fully armed Cloud Sky City infantrymen. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai's expressions changed. Something had happened in Cloud Heaven City. Who are you? Leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. On top of the city walls, there was a shout. Then dozens of crossbows were aimed at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai below. Shimin Lai took off his cloak and said coldly, It's young Master Yang Dingtian and me. Black Blood Cavalry Commander Shimin Lai, open the gates immediately. Just as Shimin Lai finished his words, the sound of weapons being drawn could be heard from the city walls. They had actually treated them as enemies. Why aren't you opening the gates? Shimin Lai shouted coldly. A moment later, the giant city gate slowly opened, and a group of cavalrymen came out in formation. They stared at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai with eagle-like eyes. They were filled with vigilance and coldness. The leader was Shimin Yen. Shimin Yen, what happened in Cloud Heaven City? Why is it so heavily guarded? Shimin Lai asked coldly. Miss Tang Xian was killed, Shimin Yen said. Shimin Yen said, The murderer is Yen Yen Shimin. She has been placed under house arrest by the Elders Guild and is awaiting trial. This is a serious matter. In order to prevent a prison break, the entire city is under martial law. His voice wasn't loud, but to Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai it was like a bolt from the blue. How could it be? Yang Dingtian knew Yen Yen very well. Although she was unruly and willful, she was kind-hearted. She might accidentally injure others in a moment of desperation, but she would never take the initiative to kill. Moreover, after the upheaval 5 years ago, Yen Yen's cultivation had regressed greatly. She was almost as strong as Tang Xan, so how could she kill Tang Xan? Why did Yen Yen kill Tang Xan? Do you have evidence? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. Who do you think you are? Do I have to report to you? Shimin Yan said coldly. Yang Dingtian took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions and blood that were about to explode. He calmed himself down a little and turned to Shimin Lai. Big brother, return to Black Blood Castle immediately and lead the Black Blood cavalry to surround Cloud Heaven City. Shimin Yan heard and said in shock, Yang Dingtian, are you rebelling? Yes, Shimin Lai said, and immediately turned to mount his horse. He faced Yang Dingtian and said, Young master, before my Black Blood cavalry arrives, don't do anything. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Yan looked at Shimin Lai's back and shouted, Boss, are you crazy? Are you trying to divide Cloud Heaven City? Shimin Lai said coldly, You are the crazy ones. Then he whipped his horse and quickly rushed to Black Blood Castle. Yang Dingtian glanced at Shimin Yan coldly and then rushed into Cloud Heaven City. Just as he rushed into the city, Yan Yan's maid, Lu, was already waiting there. She said to Yang Dingtian, Young master, young mistress has been locked up by them. Quickly go and save her. What exactly is going on with Yan Yan killing people? Yang Dingtian asked. As Yang Dingtian spoke, he suddenly lifted Lu onto the horse's back and urged her to speak quickly. Yesterday, not long after young master left, Tang Xan ran to young mistress's courtyard and scolded her. Her words were very unpleasant, and they were all about you. She said that she wanted to tear you into pieces. Then she scolded young mistress, madam, and the city lord. Luer said she scolded young mistress until she cried. Young mistress was very angry and said something in anger. She said that Tang Xan really wanted to kill her. And then Yang Dingtian asked. And then young mistress was afraid that Tang Xan would scold her again, so she left the city before dawn to avoid her. She said that she was going to pick you up on the way home and that she wanted to discuss with you about moving to Black Blood Castle first. Lu cried and said. In the end, a few hours later, young mistress was brought back by Shimin Ju along with Tang Xan's corpse. Then young mistress was put under house arrest. Yang Dingtian frowned. There was too little information in Lu's words. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian firmly believed that Yan Yan wouldn't kill anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the city before dawn to avoid Tang Xan. Where is Madam? Where is Big Sister Ningning? Yang Dingtian asked. Madam is confronting Grand Elder Yang Yan at the Elders Guild. Big Sister Ningning is waiting for you in the small building, Luer said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and decided to go to Ningning's place first. There were some things that Ningning could explain more clearly. Once they reached the Elders Guild, they would be at daggers drawn. After returning to the small building, Ningning immediately propped herself up from her seat. In the end, she couldn't move her lower body and nearly fell down. Yang Dingtian hurriedly went over and hugged her. At this moment, Ningning's eyes were red, and she had an anxious expression. However, she comforted him with a gentle voice. Little Tian, don't be anxious. Let's plan properly. Big Sister Ningning, did Yan Yan actually kill anyone? I don't believe that she would kill anyone, even though Tang Xan, that slut, deserved to die. Yang Dingtian said. I also don't believe that Yan Yan would kill anyone. However, they said that there are witnesses and evidence. As for whether she actually killed anyone, we will only know after we meet Yan Yan. Ningning said. Where is Yan Yan being put under house arrest? Yang Dingtian asked. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Ningning said. I have already sent out dozens of birds and asked them to ask all the birds and beasts on Cloud Sky Mountain. I hope that some bird or animal saw what happened. However, the birds that came back all said that no animal saw anything. Big Sister Ningning, you continue to wait for the birds here. I will go to the Elder Council, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Ningning said. Little Tian, you must stay calm. I have already asked Big Brother Shimin Lai to lead the troops here. When the time comes, we will use force to force them to call for reinforcements. Yang Dingtian said. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we cannot start a war. Ningning said. However, we must be prepared for the worst. I will immediately summon all the demonic beasts in the surrounding 100 miles to help us. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then he walked out of the pavilion and headed to the Elder Council. However, Madame Shimin was no longer in the Elder Council. Only Yang Yan was there. If you want to plead for leniency, you don't have to speak. Yang Yan said directly, the law is merciless. Yan Shimin killed a fellow disciple for no reason. Even if City Lord Shimin was here, he would still sentence her to death. Great Elder Yang Yan was cold and merciless the moment he opened his mouth. He directly wanted to cut off Yang Dingtian's mouth. Did Shimin Ju personally see Yan Shimin kill someone? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yan glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said coldly, "Bring her in." Suddenly, 2 warriors walked in carrying a corpse. "Take a look for yourself." Yang Yan suddenly lifted the cloth covering the corpse. Sure enough, it was Tang Xian's corpse. At this moment, she was completely naked. The wounds on her body could be seen clearly. On her chest, there was a glaring sword wound. This sword wound was very severe. It was fiery red, like a blossoming flame. Only Yan Yan's phoenix flame sword could have such an effect. Because the phoenix flame sword had the innate fire attribute, the moment it pierced into a human body, it would fiercely roast the body, leaving behind a bright flame mark. The wound on Tang Xian's body was caused by the phoenix flame sword. The wound on Shimin, Yan Shimin's body, was caused by the sharp sword in Tang Xian's hand. When Shimin Ju rushed over, Tang Xian was lying on the ground dead. Shimin, Yan Shimin, was holding the phoenix flame, sword dripping with blood. What's the difference between this and what Shimin Ju saw with his own eyes? Yang Yan said coldly. Furthermore, Shimin, Yan Shimin, and Tang Xian always had old grudges. Yesterday, Shimin, Yan Shimin also threatened to kill Tang Xian. There is a motive, a witness, and evidence. Don't tell me you still want to overturn the heavens? It seemed like the evidence was irrefutable, but Yang Dingtian firmly did not believe that Yan Shimin would kill someone. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian asked, "Then what have you decided to do? How are you going to deal with Yan Shimin?" Yang Yan said coldly, "According to the second law of Cloud Heaven City, those who harm their fellow disciples will be killed." This was personally announced by Shimin City Lord himself. Shimin, Yan Shimin, killed her fellow disciple for no reason. The evidence is irrefutable. She will be hanged 3 days later. Then, Yang Yan stared coldly at Yang Dingtian as if waiting for him to plead for mercy. At this moment, Yang Dingtian should be negotiating with him. However, he didn't want to do so now because Shimin Lai's army had not arrived yet. "I want to see Yan Shimin," Yang Dingtian said. Even with the witness and evidence, he still didn't believe that Yan Shimin Ju would kill Tang Xian. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't want to negotiate, Yang Yan's expression instantly turned cold. He said, "She is under house arrest in the law enforcement pavilion. Shimin Ju is in charge of all internal affairs in Cloud Heaven City. Whether he allows you to see her or not is up to him." When Yang Dingtian went to the law enforcement pavilion, he indeed saw a group of martial artists standing guard. They were fully armed and had cold expressions, not allowing anyone to enter. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian didn't know any of the martial artists in this group. In the backyard of the law enforcement pavilion, Yang Dingtian found Shimin Ju. This was the chief supervisor of Cloud Heaven City, Yan Yan's former lover, and Shimin Wuya's most outstanding foster son. At this moment, there wasn't any sorrow on his face. Tang Xian was his fiancée. Now that Tang Xian was dead, he was still expressionless and didn't have any emotions. Yang Dingtian had never spoken to Shiminju face to face because he felt that this person was too gloomy, like a bottomless black well. I want to see Yan Yan, Yang Dingtian said. Shiminju slowly looked at him and nodded. All right. Then Shiminju directly left the backyard and came to the entrance of the law enforcement pavilion. He took out a key to open the door and walked underground. Yan Yan Shimin was actually locked up in a solitary underground forbidden room of the law enforcement pavilion. After opening the huge lock on the thick iron door of the forbidden room, Shiminju said she is inside. Go in and see her yourself. Yang Dingtian pushed open the iron door and was about to enter. Yang Dingtian, do you want to hear a sentence from me? Shiminju suddenly asked. Speak, Yang Dingtian said. Shiminju looked at him with deep and serene eyes and said, You are too eager to prove yourself. Then Shiminju turned and left. Yang Dingtian gently pushed open the iron door. Who is it? Yan Yan Shiminju's voice that was filled with hostility and alertness came from inside. It's me, Yang Dingtian said gently. Chapter 97. Big Brother. Yan Yan's surprised and excited voice came from inside. Then, with a burst of fragrant wind, Yan Yan's delicate body rushed out and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. Baby, what exactly happened? Yang Dingtian asked. Tell me bit by bit. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was sitting on the ground with Yan Yan nestled in his arms. After hearing his question, Yan Yan immediately said in a low voice, After you left yesterday, Tang Xian came over and scolded me. She scolded me very harshly, and I couldn't win against her. However, seeing that her brother, Tang Li, died, I didn't argue with her. But then she started to slander you, saying that you didn't rely on talent to break through more than 10 levels in 5 days. Instead, you relied on the evil-devouring Xian technique to break through. Idiot, let her say whatever she wants, Yang Dingtian said. And then, but she said that not only did you take my Xian Qi, you also took Sister Ningning's Xian Qi, and you also took Mother's. Yan Yan said in a trembling voice, her voice still filled with anger. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. That lowly servant, she deserves to die. It was fine that she slandered Yang Dingtian, but she actually slandered Madame Shimin. She was Yang Dingtian's elder and Shimin Wuya's wife. Just like his master's wife, they were both people that Yang Dingtian treated as his mother in this world, even though they were both very young. Furthermore, Tang Xian's rumor was too vicious. Madame Shimin's life was pure and innocent. Ruining her reputation was no different from killing her. He was trying to drive Yang Dingtian to the brink of death in terms of morality. He was trying to label Yang Dingtian as someone who went against the rules of the world. Once this accusation was confirmed, Yang Dingtian would be completely condemned by everyone and would never be able to make a comeback, let alone become the lord of Cloud Heaven City. When Mother heard this rumor, she immediately vomited blood and fainted. Yan Yan said angrily, At that time, I really wanted to kill Tang Xian with my sword. That lowly servant should have died 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yang Dingtian coldly said, Fortunately, she is dead. Otherwise, I would have torn her body into pieces. Then Yang Dingtian desperately suppressed his anger and said softly, Baby, what's next? Then I saw many people's strange gazes. I really couldn't stay here any longer. Sister Ningning, Mother, and I have already discussed it. When you come back, we will move out and live in Big Brother's Black Blood Castle. Wait until next year, after you've defeated those bastards in Cloud Sky City. We'll chase them all out. Then we'll come back and live here. I can't stand living with these disgusting people for even a day. Yan Yan trembled. In the past, I was curious as to why Father was so cruel to them. Now I finally understand. Father was too soft-hearted back then. He should have chased all of them out. Yang Dingtian said, Don't worry. When I become the Lord of Cloud Sky City, I'll definitely get rid of all the dirty people in Cloud Sky City. Then, What happened next? Then, this morning before the sun rose, I got up and left Cloud Sky City to pick you up on the way. Firstly, I was afraid that Tang Xian would come back and scold me again. Secondly, I missed you. You've only been gone for a day, and I can't help but miss you, Yan Yan said shyly. Also, I wanted to tell you my idea of living in Black Blood Castle as soon as possible. Silly. Yang Dingtian's heart was about to melt. He said softly, Okay, after this matter is over, we'll immediately live in Black Blood Castle and come back next year. Then what happened? Yan Yan said, Then when I walked for more than 10 miles, the sky was still dark. Suddenly, Tang Xian rushed over. She seemed to have gone crazy and desperately swung her sword to kill me. Then I fought with her, but my cultivation had regressed too much over the years, so I couldn't beat her. Moreover, she had become very strange. It was as if she had really gone crazy. She was much stronger than usual. I was almost injured by her, so I tried my best to resist her. But suddenly her entire body seemed to have turned into a zombie. The sword in her hand fell to the ground, and her entire body smashed towards my sword. I desperately wanted to stop, but it was too fast. It was too late, and my sword still pierced through. Then she fell to the ground and died. I was completely stunned. I really didn't want to kill her at all. After a while, Shi Minju and Tang Buizhou appeared. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt a dense aura of conspiracy. Baby, when Tang Xian rushed out to kill you, what was the expression on her face? Was there any special hatred? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan sank into her memories. Then she shook her head and said, I really didn't. It seemed very crazy and very scared. It was that kind of horrifying fear. Did you stab her deeply? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know, but when I stabbed her, I immediately pulled it out. I really didn't want to kill her, Yan Yan said. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Yang Dingtian's sudden rise completely destroyed their plan to make Qin Shao by the Cloud Heaven City Lord. Now they finally made a move. However, they didn't expect their methods to be so despicable. Moreover, they even sacrificed Tang Xian's life. Although Tang Xian didn't have much weight, she was still Shi Minju's fiancée and Tang Buizhou's daughter. Letting her die in order to set up a conspiracy was not very reasonable. What exactly happened? However, what did the other party want? He believed that he would know soon because Yang Yan was waiting for Yang Dingtian to negotiate with him. Big baby, Yan Yan suddenly shouted. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why did this girl change the way she called him? I'll say something. Don't be angry, Yan Yan said carefully. Say it. If it's very stupid, then I'll still be angry, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. If they want to use me to make you do something that will put you in danger, you must not agree to it. Yan Yan said, Don't worry. They won't really dare to kill me. That bastard Qin Huayu has wild ambitions for me. And Qin Huayu is their master, so they won't really dare to touch me. At most, they'll just lock me up. If that's the case, leave Cloud Heaven City immediately and come back to pick me up a year later. Ah, Yan Yan didn't finish speaking. She gasped because her butt was hit again. Lock you up for a year? Impossible, I can't do it. Yang Dingtian said softly. Yan Yan, trust me, okay? Let me make the decision. Okay, Yan Yan said softly. Then she buried her head in Yang Dingtian's chest and quietly listened to his heartbeat. Yang Dingtian, how did it feel to meet your ex-wife this time? Yan Yan suddenly asked with a strange voice. Yang Dingtian shuddered and said, I beg you, don't mention the word ex-wife in the future. Every time I hear it, my whole body trembles. This time, I realized that she wasn't like a person. She was like a machine draped in a beautiful human skin. Every minute I spend with her is like torture to me, unlike you. Every minute and every second I spend with her feels like I'm in heaven. Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Yan Yan hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and kissed him with her soft lips. Yang Dingtian, in the other world, you must be a bad boy who sweet-talks girls. But after coming to this world and experiencing so many things, you've been crushed, Yin Yin said with a smile. Yeah, so you have to use your beauty and soul to help me recover and turn me back into a bad boy who sweet talks, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. No way, I won't ask for trouble, Yin Yin said softly. Okay, Yin Yin, I'm going to meet that pack of wolves and see what they want, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Yin Yin said softly. If it was in the past, she would definitely order Yang Dingtian to do this and that, but now she just softly said okay. Baby, I will definitely save you from this pack of wolves, no matter the price. Yang Dingtian kissed Yin Yin's forehead, then put her on the bed and turned to walk out of the stone room. When he walked out of the iron gate, he suddenly heard Yin Yin's loud shout behind him. Yang Dingtian, I love you. Yang Yin, tell me, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked directly. Hearing Yang Dingtian shout his name, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, Yang Dingtian, watch your mouth. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you want to kill me, it's as easy as turning your hand, and you also want to kill me, but you need to do it in a proper way. Yang Dingtian said, Tell me, what do you want? Although I'm very weak, if you want to negotiate, I think I'm the most suitable person. Enforcing the law impartially is a capital punishment. Yan Yen said coldly, Cloud Heaven City's laws are supreme. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he really wanted to laugh out loud. The other party kept saying that the law was the law, but who didn't know that the law was only for the weak? Just Qin Shaobai alone. How many innocent people did he kill in the Northwest Qin family? He also didn't receive much punishment. It was only because Yan Yan wasn't here. If he was, even if Tang Xan had a noble status, even if Yan Yan killed her, Yang Yan wouldn't dare to say a word about punishment. Don't joke around, great Elder Yang Yan. Which part of you looks like someone who enforces the law impartially? Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Impudent. Yang Yan was instantly enraged. Yang Dingtian, if you continue to be rude, don't blame me for being ruthless. My patience is limited. Yang Dingtian looked at him coldly. He didn't say anything to plead for leniency, and just waited for the other party to speak. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't take the bait, Yang Yan's face turned cold and his expression changed. After a few minutes, he turned his back to Yang Dingtian and said, Although Yan Yan has a different opinion, she is still my junior. Although she killed Tang Xan, the deceased has already passed away. City Lord Shimin has given Cloud Heaven City a new lease on life. Shimin Yan Yan is his only child, so how can I bear to kill her? After all, she also calls me great-grandfather. Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart, but he didn't rudely interrupt Yang Yan. Otherwise, he would really fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shimin Yan Yan doesn't have to die, but she has to atone for her crimes, Yang Yan said. Then he turned to look at Yang Dingtian. How can she atone for her crimes? Yang Dingtian asked. Divorce you and marry the young master of the Qin family. Then Cloud Heaven City will be safe for a few decades. Yang Yan said. The news of City Lord Shimin's death has already spread throughout the world. The various subordinate forces of Cloud Heaven City are already ready to rebel. The Northwest Qin family is extremely powerful. If Cloud Heaven City and the Qin family are united by marriage, the subordinate forces won't dare to rebel. No, Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, change the condition. There's no room for discussion. I'm giving an order, not negotiating, Yang Yan said coldly. In short, if Shimin Yan Yan wants to live, she has to marry Qin Huayu immediately. Otherwise, she will be hanged. With me in Cloud Heaven City, no one can overturn the heavens. Yang Dingtian said coldly, really? Of course. Yang Yan said coldly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian turned and left. Seeing Yang Dingtian leave so decisively, Yang Yan was instantly stunned. After Yang Dingtian left, he immediately brought Shimin Ningning, Lu'er, and Madame Shimin, who vomited blood again and left Cloud Heaven City. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai brought a total of 2,500 Black Blood cavalry and arrived at the city. Instantly, the entire Cloud Heaven City was shaken. The Black Blood cavalry was Cloud Heaven City's largest armed force. They only listened to the orders of two people. One was the Cloud Heaven City Lord, and the other was the Black Blood cavalry commander. No one expected that Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai would be so decisive and directly use the most violent armed force. Shimin Lai rode on his horse and said coldly to the top of the city wall, "Release her immediately or we'll flatten Cloud Heaven City." At this moment, a bird landed on Ningning's shoulder. This was one of the birds that Ningning had sent to Cloud Heaven Mountain to find out the truth behind Tang Xian's death. That bird leaned close to Ningning's ear and chirped in a bird language that only Ningning could understand. Suddenly, Ningning's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Chapter 98. Shimin Lai, are you rebelling? The first to speak was Elder Tang Buizhao. Rebelling? Shimin Lai laughed. The one who wants to rebel isn't me, right? It's someone else. Tang Buizhao was furious and was about to berate him when Yang Yan raised his hand to stop him. Yang Yan then said coldly, Shimin Lai, take your people and leave immediately. The Elders' Guild can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be charged with the crime of rebellion and will die without a burial ground. Am I, Shimin Lai, someone who is afraid of death? Shimin Lai laughed. If I die, then I die. Let's all die together. Shimin Ju said indifferently, then are you going to watch foster father's decades of hard work be destroyed in a day? Such a filthy Cloud Heaven City. It's better to destroy it and be reborn. Shimin Lai said, don't talk nonsense. If you don't hand over Yan Yan in 15 minutes, I will kill my way into the city. Huh? Yang Yan laughed coldly. I, Yang Yan, have never been threatened by anyone. The moment you attack the city is the moment I kill Shimin Yan Yan. No matter if you win or lose, you can only get her corpse. So, if you want to negotiate, you have to withdraw your troops first. Otherwise, Shimin Yan Yan will definitely die. No matter. When the time comes, I will kill all of you to avenge Yan Yan. Shimin Lai said coldly with an unyielding tone. Can you kill them? Yang Yan said coldly. I'm afraid you will be the ones who will be wiped out. I want to try. Shimin Lai said coldly. Then Shimin Lai shouted at the Black Blood cavalry behind him, Brothers, are you afraid of death? Kill. The 3,000 cavalry shouted in unison. It was like a thunderclap that was deafening. A cloud of dust on the ground was violently shaken. Don't talk nonsense. Shimin Lai said coldly, I am not here to negotiate. I am here to ask for her. Light the incense. Under Shimin Lai's command, one of the cavalry took out a red incense stick and lit it. It took 15 minutes for the incense stick to be lit. If you don't hand him over in 15 minutes, we'll start a war. After saying that, Shimin Lai slowly closed his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk anymore. The muscles on Yang Yan's face twitched violently as he snapped. If a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. I am enforcing the law impartially, but for the sake of favoritism, all of you are actually willing to slaughter your fellow disciples. I, Yang Yan, will stand right here and will not take a single step back. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides, a T this time. Shimin Ningning suddenly waved to Yang Dingtian and said, Little Tian, come here. I have something important to tell you. Yang Dingtian rode his horse to Ningning's side. Come closer, put your ear closer, Ningning said in a low voice. Her beautiful face was still filled with disbelief and shock, as well as a hint of bashfulness. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Was Sister Ningning's words so secretive? Did she need to be so close? Yang Dingtian approached, and Ningning whispered into his ear. Tang Xian wasn't killed by Yan Yan. It was really killed by Qin Shaobai. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, "Why?" Tang Xian was Shimin Ju's fiancée, Tang Guizhou's daughter. No matter if it was to frame Yan Yan or to deal with me, the price of killing Tang Xian was too high. That's right. He had no choice but to kill Tang Xian, Ningning said in a low voice, because Tang Xian saw something she shouldn't have seen, so she had to die. What did she see? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning blushed and trembled slightly. Yesterday morning, Qin Xiaobai was in a remote valley, being intimate with Yang Shishir, and was accidentally discovered by Tang Xe. Yang Dingtian's body trembled as he looked at Ningning in disbelief. He knew that Qin Xiaobai was evil, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. He was a complete beast, worse than a beast. Ningning saw that Yang Dingtian was looking at her in disbelief, and her face turned even redder. She said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that?" This is too crazy," Yang Dingtian said. "Was this what the bird said?" And Ningning nodded. A pair of squirrels who were picking pine nuts saw it and told it. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Next, Ningning told him the whole truth of the matter. When Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shishir were doing something ugly, Tang Xian accidentally discovered it. Thus, Qin Xiaobai made a prompt decision to humiliate Tang Xian and forced her to take a poison pill. Then, he threatened Tang Xian not to tell anyone about the ugly thing between him and Yang Shishir. Tang Xian was afraid of death, so she could only agree. However, Qin Xiaobai used the poison to force Tang Xian to spread rumors in Cloud Sky City, saying that the reason why Yang Dingtian became so strong was because he used an evil technique to devour Madame Shimin Xianqi. Thus, Tang Xian went to Yan Yan's house to scold and spread rumors. Yan Yan angrily said that Tang Xian was going to kill her. This created a motive for Yan Yan to kill her. Moreover, the rumors about Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin quickly spread throughout Cloud Sky City. This morning, Yan Yan was afraid that Tang Xian would scold her again, so she left Cloud Sky City early. When Qin Xiaobai found out, he immediately led Tang Xian to ambush her. The moment Yan Yan appeared, he forced Tang Xian to rush out and kill Yan Yan. At this time, the poison in Tang Xian's body took effect. She became crazy, but her cultivation increased greatly. Thus, Yan Yan was not her follower and could only resist with all her might. Qin Xiaobai, on the other hand, was controlling Tang Xian from afar. He picked the best opportunity to make Tang Xian die from the poison and fall towards Yan Yan's sword. Then, Yan Yan's sword would accidentally pierce Tang Xian's chest. This way, Qin Xiaobai perfectly created the illusion that Yan Yan killed Tang Xian. Because he was afraid that the scandal between him and Yang Shishir would be exposed, he never thought of letting Tang Xian go. However, in such a short period of time, he was able to come up with such a vicious plan. This person's viciousness and scheming was unimaginable. Qin Xiaobai's vicious plan was completely interlinked, and it killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he kill Tang Xian so that his scandal would never be exposed, he also successfully pushed the crime of murder onto Yan Yan and destroyed Yang Dingtian's reputation. One had to know that these few days, Yang Dingtian's reputation was like the sun in the sky. It posed a fatal threat to Qin Xiaobai's position. Yang Dingtian breaking through more than 10 levels in 5 days was inconceivable in itself. Now that Qin Xiaobai spread such a rumor, it was very easy for people to believe. Moreover, this rumor had another use. That was, if the scandal between him and Yang Dingtian were to spread in the future, it could be said that Yang Dingtian wanted to cover up the scandal, so he bit Qin Xiaobai instead. It could be said that if Ningning was not a genius bee speaker, if this scandal was not discovered by the little squirrel, then the truth might really be buried forever. After understanding the truth of the entire matter, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of cold air. He already knew that Qin Xiaobai was a person like a poisonous snake. He had a slight understanding of it in the elimination battle, but it was not deep. Today, he finally knew what a poisonous snake was. Such scheming, such viciousness. Wasn't it just a poisonous snake? When a normal person's scandal was discovered, they would immediately panic and make all kinds of stupid moves. They would either silence the witness or kneel down and beg. Only Qin Shaobai could immediately think of a perfect poisonous plan in such a short period of time. A poisonous plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he clear his name, but he also dealt a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Qin Shaobai was standing behind Yang Yan. He did not make a sound today and had a harmless smile on his face. When he saw Yang Dingtian looking at him, he even smiled and nodded at Yang Dingtian. Qin Shaobai, this poisonous snake, could not be left alive. He had to die. If he didn't die, the entire Cloud Sky City would not be peaceful. Yang Dingtian was going to travel and cultivate soon. If a poisonous snake like Qin Shaobai stayed in Cloud Sky City, Ning Ning, Yan Yan, and even Madame Shimin would be in danger. This poisonous snake's viciousness made one's hair stand on end. However, in this conspiracy, what role did Yang Yan, Tang Guozhao, and Shimin Ju play? The scene of Yan Yan's murder was discovered by Shimin Ju immediately. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could obviously expose the truth in front of everyone and expose Qin Shaobai and Yang Shishir's scandal. However, Qin Shaobai had already blocked this gap with his sword. Now that Yang Dingtian said that Yang Shishir and Qin Shaobai were having an affair, others would say that he was trying to cover up the scandal between him and Madame Shimin. So he made a false accusation. Therefore, the truth was not important now. What was important was to kill Qin Shaobai. No matter the cost, he had to kill Qin Shaobai. He had to think of a way to kill Qin Shaobai. At this moment, time passed slowly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the burning incense. Shimin Lai said that if they did not release the person after the incense burned out, it would be a declaration of war. As for Shimin Lai, he closed his eyes and leaned his sword on the ground, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Whew! A gust of wind blew, and the incense was completely burned out and extinguished. Yang Yan still did not hand over Yan Yan. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Shimin Lai. Shimin Lai, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and nodded. "All right, let's kill." Then, Shimin Lai pulled down the helmet on his mask and slowly drew out the sword on his back. He pointed at the city gate and shouted, "Draw your swords!" Shah! The 3,000 Black Blood cavalry suddenly drew their swords and pointed at the city gate tower. Instantly, a forest of sharp swords flickered with dazzling light under the setting sun. "Kill!" Shimin Lai shouted and took the lead. He gradually increased his speed and rushed towards the city gate. Yang Yan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shouted, "City guards, get ready. Cloud Heaven City disciples, get ready. Prepare for war and clean up the sect." Following that, Yang Yan shouted, "Shah!" Instantly, thousands of people in the city drew out their weapons and prepared for war. "Where is the blazing fire cavalry?" Qin Shaobai shouted indifferently. Instantly, a fiery red cavalry appeared from the dense forest a dozen miles away. They pressed towards the rear wing of the Black Blood cavalry, intending to launch a pincer attack from the front and back. There were more than 1,000 cavalrymen, fully armed. Their bright red armor was like a raging fire. The Blazing Fire Cavalry was a newly established armed force created by the Elders Guild after Shimin Wuya's accident in fear of a rebellion in the territory. It was used to fight against Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry. But how difficult is it to build an elite cavalry army? It takes at least a few years to build an elite cavalry army of 1,000 people. How can it be built in just a month? This is clearly the armed force of the Northwest Qin clan, secretly helping Qin Shaobai seize power. Yang Yan coldly said to Shimin Lai, "If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who will be completely annihilated." At this moment, Yang Yan's side obviously had the upper hand. However, once the battle started, both sides would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Cloud Heaven City would basically be destroyed in a day. At this moment, Qin Shaobai suddenly said, "Wait, Senior Yang Dingtian, can you come out and say a few words?" "Speak," Yang Dingtian shouted. "Can you bear to see Cloud Heaven City destroyed in a day?" Qin Shaobai sneered. "No matter who becomes the Cloud Heaven City Lord, this city belongs to both of us. Won't your heart ache if it is destroyed?" "Speak," Yang Dingtian continued. He wanted to see what kind of venomous tongue Qin Shaobai was going to spit out at this moment. "Senior Yang, your reaction is so intense. You actually used your final violent method. Then, normal people would think that you're doing this for Yanyan Shimin. Or are you trying to cover up the scandal between you and Madame Shimin? Many people would think that the rumor was true. You really relied on the evil method to consecutively break through more than 10 levels?" Qin Shaobai smiled, but what he spat out was extremely poisonous venom. What did it mean to bite back and bite deep into the bone? This was it. "Qin Shaobai, you are slandering me." Madame Shimin's vision suddenly turned black. Instantly, her blood surged and she was about to fall off the horse. Yang Dingtian didn't avoid suspicion at all. He went forward to support Madame Shimin's delicate body. Then he looked at Qin Shaobai and said, "Get to the point." "I have an idea. It can prevent Cloud Heaven City from killing each other and clear Senior Yang's name. It can even save Shimin, Yanyan Shimin. Senior Yang, are you willing to listen?" Qin Shaobai smiled. "Speak." Qin Shaobai immediately said in front of everyone in Cloud Heaven City, "The 23rd day of every month commemorates the first time the Tiando League defeated evil ways to save the world. Therefore, it is designated as the Judgment Day. The Judgment Day is divided into Judgment Day and Judgment Day. Judgment Day, of course, uses witnesses and material evidence to convict Shimin, Yanyan Shimin. Judgment Day, on the other hand, is a duel." Qin Shaobai glanced at Yang Dingtian and continued, "So, Senior Yang, how about we use a duel to resolve this conflict? You will represent Shimin, Yanyan Shimin, and I will represent Tang Xian's family. We will have a duel at the end of the month. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Senior Yang, if you win, I will die and Shimin, Yanyan Shimin will be innocent. Senior Yang, if you lose, you will die and Shimin, Yanyan Shimin will be guilty. How about that?" Once he said this, everyone instantly gasped in surprise. Qin Shaobai smiled and said, "Isn't this the best of both worlds? Not only can we avoid a civil war in Cloud Heaven City, but we can also prove your innocence. I am only 10 levels higher than you, but you can break through 19 levels in just 5 days. Now, there are still 9 days until the Judgment Day. If you rely on your peerless talent to break through, then it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through 10 levels in 9 days. As long as you defeat me and kill me, not only can you save Shimin, Yanyan Shimin, but you can also prove your peerless talent. Why not?" After Qin Shaobai finished speaking, Shimin Lai, Shimin Ningning, and Madame Shimin all said in unison, "Extremely shameless." Qin Shaobai's words seemed to make sense, but in reality he was completely changing the facts. Yang Dingtian relied on the Yin Yang festival that happened once every 300 years to break through 19 levels in 5 days. Now, wanting to break through 10 levels in 9 days was completely a fool's dream. At this moment, Qin Shaobai finally revealed his final poisonous snake tail. The scheme he set up was not targeted at Shimin, Yanyan Shimin, but at Yang Dingtian. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Yang Dingtian. On this point, he had the same thoughts as Yang Dingtian. No matter the cost, Yang Dingtian wanted to kill Qin Shaobai. And Qin Shaobai also wanted to kill Yang Dingtian at all costs. Because he was the biggest obstacle to Qin Shaobai taking control of Cloud Heaven City, his sudden rise had already given Qin Shaobai immense pressure. Shimin Lai instantly looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Young Master Yang, you can't agree. Let's fight now and take back Miss Yanyan Shimin." Ningning said, "Little Tian, I won't allow you to agree to him." Madame Shimin said gently, Good child, the innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. I won't take this shameless rumor to heart any more. You don't have to care about it either. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Shaobai. Qin Shaobai still had a smile on his face, but his mouth was filled with venomous fangs. All right, I agree. 9 days later, the trial by duel. You and I will fight. The winner will live, and the loser will die. Yang Dingtian said slowly with a smile. Instantly, the city gate was filled with exclamations. Yang Dingtian's words were like a storm that blew past. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Was he crazy? On the surface, Qin Shaobai was a 9-star mystic martial warrior, 1 stage and 10 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. However, everyone knew that he had definitely broken through to the mystic martial master level. They just didn't know how many stars he had. Mystic martial warrior, and mystic martial master. Qin Shaobai was at least 2 stages higher than Yang Dingtian, more than 10 levels higher. Even if the world was turned upside down and the universe was destroyed, it was still impossible to cross 2 stages to fight. Ningning was stunned for a while before hissing, "Little Tian, are you crazy?" Inside Black Blood Castle. Yang Dingtian, this isn't bravery. You are crazy. Shimin Lai rarely criticized Yang Dingtian. Crossing 2 stages to fight. You are simply seeking your own death. Yang Dingtian asked, "Big brother, how strong is Qin Shaobai?" "He should be a 1-star mystic martial master, 2 stages and 12 levels higher than you," Shimin Lai said. Just as Shimin Lai said, crossing 2 stages to fight was impossible. Yang Dingtian wasn't that arrogant. However, Yang Dingtian was willing to try crossing 1 stage because he had the 9 Yang mystic veins, the world's #1 sword technique, the deep sea Xian clothes, and the night owl strange blade. He was willing to take the risk to cross 1 stage. If Qin Shaobai was a 1-star mystic martial master, then if Yang Dingtian broke through to the 3-star mystic martial warrior level, he was willing to take the risk, even if there was a gap of 8 levels, crossing 1 stage to fight. However, if that was the case, Yang Dingtian would only need 9 days to break through 4 stages. Based on his current cultivation speed, Yang Dingtian would need a full 20 days to break through half a stage. Breaking through 4 stages in 9 days was simply unheard of. This was because the once in 300 years Yin Yang festival had already passed. "Master, I want to break through 4 stages in 9 days. Can I do it? I remember you mentioned it before," Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi sank into deep thought and didn't speak for a long time. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with uneasiness. There is. Dongfang Minmi's first sentence made Yang Dingtian feel relieved. Dongfang Minmi continued, "However, I really don't know if I should say it, because it might cause you to fall into the abyss." Yang Dingtian said, "Master, please speak." Dongfang Minmi said, "About 6,000 miles away from here, there is a temple of blood. This sect's cornerstone treasure is a 1,000-year-old blood pool. This blood pool floats above the terrifying magma. Over the past 1,000 years, countless demonic beasts have been thrown into the blood pool to be refined into blood essence. The enemies killed by the Temple of Blood were also thrown into the blood pool. Even the experts of the Temple of Blood were thrown into the blood pool to be refined into blood essence before they died. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the fire attribute energy in the blood pool is extremely powerful. Every time the disciples of the Temple of Blood are about to break through, they will cultivate in the blood pool. Others might need half a year to a year to break through, but the disciples of the Temple of Blood only need half a month. With your talent, as long as you enter the blood pool, I believe you will break through within a few days." Temple of Blood? Blood pool? In this instant, Yang Dingtian recalled the extremely alluring Dugofengwu, who killed people like scything flax. She was the #1 demon lady, who was evenly matched with Dongfang Bingling. Chapter 99. The Temple of Blood was one of the old factions of the mysterious Evil Ways. It was once the backbone of the World Extermination Army and the right-hand man of the world's #1 evil force, the Temple of Annihilation. What were the Evil Ways? Just look at the demonic woman, Dugofengwu. Speaking of which, Dugofengwu was so powerful, and it was unknown if she had anything to do with the blood pool. Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, "Actually, even if I told you about the blood pool, it would be the same as not telling you." "Why?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, "Firstly, the Temple of Blood is an old faction of the Evil Ways. They are sealed off and do not allow any outsiders to enter. Otherwise, they will kill without mercy, let alone you, a member of the Tiando League. Secondly, the blood pool is the sect's ultimate treasure, and its energy is limited. 99% of the Temple of Blood's disciples are unable to cultivate in the blood pool, let alone an outsider from the Tiando League. Thirdly, the Temple of Blood is over 6,000 miles away and is separated from the Tiando League by a few thousand miles of the neutral zone, the land of chaos. That place is chaotic, and it is a place without order. With your current cultivation, it is simply too dangerous for you to pass through the land of chaos. Fourthly, the righteous and evil ways are irreconcilable. Once you are involved with the evil ways, you will never be able to break free. Once the Tiando League finds out that you are involved with the Temple of Blood, you will never be able to clear your name. There will be no place for you to stand in this world." After finishing, Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, "Therefore, we have to think of other methods. Don't think about this path." Dongfang Minmi paused and said, "In fact, if you are forced into a corner, Master would rather you use the Yin-Yang Devour Mystic art to break through. That is much better than going to the Temple of Blood." Yang Dingtian heard and instantly fell into silence. What his master said was very important, especially the fourth point. The consequences were too severe. If there were other methods, then the Temple of Blood really couldn't be visited. Just by thinking about how terrifying Dugofengwu was, one would know. She was an extremely vicious demoness who could kill hundreds of people, like slaughtering chickens and ducks. If he really went to the Temple of 10,000 Blood, perhaps even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Most importantly, anyone who got involved with evil ways would become the archenemy of the Tiando League. There would be no place for them in the world. Evil ways had launched several world-ending wars in the past 1,000 years, averaging once every 200 years. The most recent one was nearly 200 years ago. Evil ways had destroyed half of the primal chaos continent in that world-ending battle. Hundreds of millions of people had died. Close to 200 years ago, the #1 power of the evil ways, the Temple of Annihilation, produced a peerless expert, Wan Wentian. He spent 20 years to unify the evil ways, and then led an invincible army to the Sea of Hell to conquer the entire primal chaos continent. In just a few months, countless sects were annihilated, and they swept across the far west continent. All the powers of the Tiando League were shocked. They chose their elite disciples to form an army of millions to fight against the Temple of Annihilation, but they lost all 3 battles. Dongfang Minmi's grandmaster, the Yin-Yang School's headmaster, Yun Wanli, died in the hands of Wan Wentian. Back then, more than half of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches died in these 3 battles. The Tiando League kept retreating. After losing the far west continent, they lost half of the northwest continent. The flames of war spread to the northwest Qin clan's territory, and the Qin clan's main city was destroyed. The Tiando League no longer had the strength to fight, and the primal chaos continent was about to fall under the Temple of Annihilation. In the end, the hidden sect was the one who saved the world. The hidden sect, which hadn't appeared in the world for a few hundred years, was led by Nihility Piaoling, who led hundreds of peerless experts to the northwest continent. They fought against Wan Wentian in front of millions of people. Wan Wentian was defeated and died, and the Temple of Annihilation's allied forces were immediately torn apart. The Tiando League's allied forces took the opportunity to kill, and the allied forces of the evil ways were slaughtered. Less than a tenth of the allied forces of the evil ways were left, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, for the next 200 years, the evil ways didn't dare to raise their heads and could only hide in the darkness. Dongfang Minmi had already told the story to Yang Dingtian many times. Yang Dingtian was fascinated every time. Dongfang Minmi often emphasized that if it wasn't for the battle of annihilation, perhaps Wan Wentian and Nihility Piaoling would have advanced to martial sage. The blood feud from 200 years ago was still very clear. Therefore, once one was associated with the evil ways, it would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to go to the Temple of Blood. We have to let Yang Dingtian break through to 3-star Mystic Martial Warrior. If it's within 9 levels, then there's still a chance to fight. If it's 2 levels, then I only have one suggestion, Shimin Lai said. Let young Master Yang Dingtian escape immediately. In any case, they won't dare to really kill Yan Yan. Madame Shimin nodded in agreement and said, Then tell me, what method can let Yang Dingtian break through to 3-star Mystic Martial Warrior within 9 days? Any method, no matter how remote or evil it is. After she finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. Shimin Lai thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Ningning's beautiful eyes flashed, and her face suddenly turned slightly red. Madame Shimin immediately looked at her and said, Ningning, what method do you have? Suddenly, Shimin Lai looked at Shimin Ningning expectantly, hoping that she could come up with a solution. After hesitating for a while, Ningning shook her head and said softly, I don't have any method. Madame Shimin sighed helplessly, and everyone fell into silence again. Lai, you're busy, so you don't have to stay here. Think of a method slowly. You can go and handle the affairs. Also, bring little Tian around the Black Blood Castle, Madame Shimin said to Shimin Lai. Yes, Shimin Lai said. Although Yang Dingtian didn't understand, he still followed Shimin Lai out. After Shimin Lai and Yang Dingtian were far away, Madame Shimin said, what method do you have? Tell us. Lai and little Tian are already far away. There's only the 2 of us left here. Shimin Ningning looked at Madame Shimin in surprise and said softly, Godmother, I really don't have any method. You grew up by my side. You can't lie to me, Madame Shimin said softly. Just now your eyes and your expression told me that you have a method. It's just that you can't say it. Don't worry, it's already come to this point. What else can't be said? What else is more important than saving Yan Yan? What else is more important than Yang Dingtian's reputation? I've said it before. No matter how evil the method is, it's fine. After hearing Madame Shimin's words, Ningning couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. Before she could say anything, her face instantly turned red. But this method is really very evil, Ningning said shyly. This method is a unique evil technique of the Fox Demon Clan. It's called the Yin-Yang Devour Mystic Great Technique. In a special formation, special medicines, chants, and mystic chi flow are used to allow a woman's mystic chi to enter a man's body and achieve a breakthrough. After speaking, Ningning's face almost reached her chest. Her voice was also so soft that it couldn't be heard. After hearing this, Madame Shimin couldn't help but blush. She roughly knew that it was very abnormal, but she didn't expect it to be so evil. She knew that although Ningning's mystic chi couldn't attack, it was very deep. She wanted Ningning to pass her mystic chi to Yang Dingtian. But mystic chi was very precious. A girl's innocence was also very precious. No matter what, she couldn't say it. Even if it was to save Yan Yan, Shimin Ningning was also her daughter. She treated her as her own. Godmother, actually, I'm willing to use this evil technique to pass my mystic chi to little Tian. Ningning suddenly said softly, but it's already impossible now. Because the mystic chi in my body is poisonous. I can't give it to little Tian anymore. So, Even if I have the yin-yang devour mystic great technique, it's useless. Madame Shimin frowned slightly and said, Then for little Tian to break through to become a 3-star mystic martial warrior, what cultivation does the woman need to perform the technique with him have? At least the martial ancestor realm, Ningning said, because the mystic chi that can be passed to little Tian through the yin-yang devour mystic great technique is less than 1%. Originally, I could do it, and I'm the best candidate, but Madame Shimin said gently, it's really hard to find such a woman. Moreover, she has to be willing to give her body to little Tian. It's even harder to find such a woman. After walking around the Black Blood Castle for a while, Yang Dingtian returned to his room and recuperated on his bed. The courtyard he was in was currently very quiet. It was as if everyone had already left. The servants and warriors who were originally cleaning outside had all left. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open and a figure walked in. It was Lu Er. Young master, Madam wants you to go over. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. Then he nodded and got up from the bed. Lu Er was about to go forward to support him, but Yang Dingtian smiled and said no need. I'm completely fine now. He was indeed fine. Although he was injured in the battle with Tang Li, it wasn't serious. It was more of a lack of strength. After a day and night of recuperation, and with Ningning's medicinal pills, he was almost fully recovered. After Yang Dingtian got up, Lu Er immediately went forward to help him wash up and get dressed. After everything was done, Lu Er said, Young master, please follow me. Then Lu Er led the way in front, while Yang Dingtian followed behind. It was his first time seeing the Black Blood Castle. The Black Blood Castle was less than 100 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was at the bottom of the mountain and was a place that one had to pass to enter and exit Cloud Heaven City. Previously, Yang Dingtian had entered and exited Cloud Heaven City on a flying mount. Therefore, he had never passed by the Black Blood Castle. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a very large city fortress that was about a few thousand acres in size. In the surrounding 10 miles, there were 4 smaller castles protecting it. The entire castle was built with huge rocks. It was extremely sturdy and majestic. The highest point was almost 100 meters high. There were powerful energy crossbows, magma spray barrels, poison arrays, energy arrays, and hundreds of huge catapults everywhere. In the castle, other than the 3,000 elite Black Blood Cavalry, there were also thousands of servants. Every inch of the castle was armed to the teeth, which would make any forces in the world tremble with fear. This was because this was the last fortress of Cloud Heaven City. It could be said that by taking over the Black Blood Castle, it was equivalent to taking over 80% of Cloud Heaven City. Therefore, the Black Blood Castle was the largest armed force in Cloud Heaven City, even surpassing Cloud Heaven City itself. And the commander of the Black Blood Cavalry was only below 1 person in Cloud Heaven City. Now that Shimin Lai in Cloud Heaven City had fallen out, the Black Blood Castle was equivalent to choking Cloud Heaven City's throat. Therefore, Yang Yan and the others were extremely worried and apprehensive. It was already nighttime. Yang Dingtian's courtyard was a small garden which had the best conditions in the entire Black Blood Castle. After exiting the garden, the castle appeared cold and hard. There were roads, walls, and watchtowers made of huge rocks everywhere. Lu Er brought Yang Dingtian into a small black stone building. After entering, it was an ordinary house with simple tables and chairs. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Why did Madame Shimin ask him to come here? Lu Er patted on the wall. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the stone wall, and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. Young master, please follow me, Lu Er said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment before following her in. After he entered the flight of stairs, the wall automatically closed, and the small house returned to its original state. The two of them kept walking down. After hundreds of twists and turns, they were dozens of meters underground. similar to Cloud Heaven City. This should be the dungeon of the Black Blood Castle. After walking for a full 3 minutes, they finally reached the end. There was a stone door in front of them. "Young master, you can go in by yourself. You just have to pat the door lightly," Luer said. Then she turned around and went to the surface. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Why did Madame Shimin ask him to come here? It was really strange everywhere. But without a doubt, no one in the Black Blood Castle, no matter if it was Ning Ning or Madame Shimin, would harm him. Yang Dingtian walked up to the stone door and patted it lightly. Rumble. The thick stone door opened, and a ray of light shot out from inside. Yang Dingtian was slightly surprised as he spoke. Inside, the ground was filled with blood-red magma. It was surging and emitting a terrifying heat. A snow-white bed made of cold jade floated on top of the magma. On top of the cold jade bed, there were all kinds of demon cores floating. They shot out a blurry and bewitching light, forming an evil light array. Around the bed, there was a strange smoke. Yang Dingtian just took a sniff, and his mind instantly went into a daze. Chapter 100. Of course. What really surprised Yang Dingtian was the woman sitting on the snow-white platform. Her back was facing Yang Dingtian. Her hair was like clouds, and her skin was like snow. This was a mature woman, a woman whose age couldn't be seen at all. Yang Dingtian's entire body tensed up. He said with a hoarse voice, "Please turn around." Hearing this, the woman immediately stood up slowly and turned around gently. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart almost stopped beating. He knew why Madame Shimin asked to bring her here. It was for the mysterious devouring technique. No wonder Madame Shimin suddenly asked him to leave with Shimin Lai. She wanted to discuss this with Ning Ning. The woman turned around. Her mesmerizing face was even more beautiful than before. What was even more moving was her pair of beautiful eyes. This was a pair of slightly unfamiliar eyes. They were like water and mist, full of stories and charm. However, her face was still covered with a veil. "Please take off your veil," Yang Dingtian said. The woman was slightly stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she took off the veil on her face. This was an extremely beautiful face, but at the same time, it was also an unfamiliar face. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Madame Shimin's, but she was more charming. She had a classic oval face, which was the legendary face of a fox. Even though she was already in her 30s, her face was still like a beautiful woman in her 20s. However, her unique charm wasn't something a woman in her 20s could have. At this moment, behind Yang Dingtian, the stone door slowly closed. "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "A sinner," the woman said. Her voice was soft and charming. "Then what are you doing now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Forgive me," the woman said, "using the mysterious devouring technique to transfer your mysterious qi to me to forgive my sins." Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." The woman raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Even though that won't be able to redeem my sins." "What crimes did you commit?" Yang Dingtian asked. The woman fell into silence. Then she said, "Attracting foreign enemies, stealing the treasure of Cloud Sky City, and destroying the future of Cloud Sky City." "The treasure of the city?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Is it that 9th rank secret manual?" "Yes," the woman replied. Yang Dingtian's breathing became heavier. "You said she destroyed Cloud Sky City's future. Are you referring to Yen Yen's meridians being destroyed?" "Yes," the woman replied. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with flames. He tried his best to suppress it, and then slowly said, "Tell me the story inside." The woman gently shook her head and said, "I can't say. There are too many entanglements involving Yen Yen. You are Yen Yen's husband, so I don't have the right to say. Only Yen Yen can tell you personally. Did you commit the crime on purpose, or was it unintentional?" Yang Dingtian asked. The woman's beautiful eyes reddened, and 2 drops of tears fell. She said, I didn't know it would be like this. I didn't do it on purpose, but I had my own selfish motives, so you came to atone for your sins? Using your purity and cultivation to atone for your sins? Yang Dingtian slowly said, Is it worth it? After all, this is your lifetime of cultivation. The woman softly said, I hate my cultivation. I wish it would disappear in a day. To be able to offer these two things to you, I have no regrets. After this, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked, Do you want me to release you? No, the woman said. I won't go out for the rest of my life. I want to be underground for the rest of my life. I don't have the face to see people. I have let down everyone on the surface. She committed the crime unintentionally. She was kind, so she was willing to reveal her xianqi. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly filled with pity. He asked, Who are you? What's your name? You can call me Big Sister Qing. The woman said, How many levels can you help the outside break through? Yang Dingtian asked, Around level 2 or even level 3, but at most level 3, the woman said. Level 3 was a 2-star Xian martial warrior. This level of breakthrough wasn't enough. Yang Dingtian instantly sank into silence. Should he agree? Previously, for his pride and dignity, he had rejected Yanyan's Xian devouring great skill. But now, in order to save Yanyan, the other path of jumping into the Temple of 10,000 Blood was no longer feasible. As Yang Dingtian struggled with all his might, the fragrance of the lava evaporated into Yang Dingtian's body, causing his mind to become more and more blurred and his willpower to become weaker and weaker. At this moment, the woman walked down the jade platform barefoot and walked along a stone bridge to Yang Dingtian. Remember, you aren't doing this for yourself, or even to become stronger. You are doing this to save Yanyan. The woman gently leaned over and said, This doesn't hurt your pride. No, this isn't fair to you. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed the woman away. It's very fair, the woman said. I also want to atone for my sins. At this moment, the woman suddenly spat out a pink smoke into Yang Dingtian's nose. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly became confused, as if he had fallen into a completely different world. The surrounding world instantly became completely blurred. The woman in front of him changed her face. One moment, she was Yanyan, the next, she was Ningning, and then she was Dongfang Bingling. She even became Yang Dingtian's girlfriend on Earth. Immediately after, the woman began to chant a strange incantation, and her body rippled with dense mystic energy. At the same time, the few demon cores floating at the head of the bed emitted a strange light and began to rotate, forming a bizarre light screen. The mystic energy within the light screen became denser and denser. After tonight, forget everything, forget me. Just treat it as a dream. The woman stopped chanting and whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear. No. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and bit his tongue. He felt a sharp pain and fresh blood gushed out. His mind instantly regained clarity. Violently pushing the woman in front of him away, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Why? The woman trembled behind him. I can't do this. No matter what the reason is, I can't do this. Yang Dingtian said, Don't tell me you don't want to save Yanyan. The woman asked, I'll find another way. Yang Dingtian said, Even if I use the mystic devouring method to break through this time, it will leave a permanent knot in my heart. I will never be able to reach the peak in my life, and I will never be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Then what about Yanyan? The woman shouted again. I will do my best. I will give everything to save her, even if it means my life. If I can't save her in the end, it will be our fate. Yang Dingtian said slowly, Nothing can be a reason for me to violate my principles and dignity. After that, Yang Dingtian turned and left. He gently patted the stone door, and the thick stone door opened. Yang Dingtian walked out, and the stone door closed. Master, I wish to go to the Temple of 10,000 Blood. I wish to achieve the greatest breakthrough in the shortest time possible, and only the 10,000 blood pool can allow me to do so. Yang Dingtian said directly, "In this world, is there an outsider who has successfully entered the Temple of 10,000 Blood and cultivated in the 10,000 blood pool?" Dongfang Minmi remained silent, expressing his attitude. The Temple of 10,000 Blood was an evil place in the world, and the temple master, Dugashao, was a great devil that struck fear in the world. He didn't wish for Yang Dingtian to send himself to his death. "Master, I tried my best just now, wanting to try the mystic devouring method, but I couldn't do it. I know that once I do that, my future will be ruined. My pride and confidence will be completely lost." Yang Dingtian said, "So let me ask you, is there an outsider who has successfully entered the 10,000 blood pool?" "Yes," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Who is it?" "Poison Hands Devil, Ouyang Luan," Dongfang Minmi said. "This person is neither good nor evil, and has an extremely bad reputation. He is a genius, evil doctor. His understanding of mystic qi and mystic meridians is very special and bizarre, and his cultivation is very high. In order to make himself stronger, he would do anything for his research. Stealing corpses, killing his wife, dissecting people while they were still alive, and so on. Of course, this person is most proficient in the way of poison, and almost no one can surpass him. Others have long forgotten his name, and everyone only remembers his nickname as Poison Hands Devil." Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine. This person sounded very terrifying and dangerous. "When did he enter the Temple of 10,000 Blood and cultivate in the 10,000 blood pool?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Around 13 years ago," Dongfang Minmi said. "No one knows what method he used to make the temple master of 10,000 blood agree to let him cultivate in the 10,000 blood pool, but he succeeded. The world's poison expert." Yang Dingtian immediately thought of the deep-sea mystic poison in Sister Ningning's legs that could only be sucked out by the 10,000 poisons devil snake. This person was known as the world's poison expert, so it was very likely that he had the 10,000 poisons devil snake. In order to save Shimin Ningning, Yang Dingtian would definitely give it his all. "Master, where is this Poison Hands Devil now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "You want to ask him for help?" Dongfang Minmi said, "That's impossible. Poison Hands Devil's heart is poisonous, cruel, and evil. He can't wait to see people die miserably, and would never take the initiative to save people. Only when he sees a strange poison would he save the victim. But after saving the victim, he would kill the victim. It's completely impossible to ask him for help." That's right, it was impossible to ask such a person for help, whether it was the 10,000 poisons devil snake or the method to cultivate in the 10,000 blood pool, unless the sun rose from the west. Such a person was the most selfish and extreme. "Master, what is this person's weakness?" "Furthermore, it's a fatal weakness. As long as we poke at his weakness, he will definitely submit obediently." Yang Dingtian asked. "Poison, a battle of poison." Dongfang Minmi said, "This person has a nearly perverted fanaticism for the world's strange poisons. Once he sees a strange poison that he can't resolve, or a strange poison that he has never seen before, he will think of a way to get it no matter the cost." Yang Dingtian was delighted and said, "That's great. We just happen to have 2 strange poisons that he has never seen or heard of before. If we battle with him in poison, we will definitely win, and we must win." Note: today's first update is here. Brothers, please enjoy. I will continue writing. Also, I'm here to ask for a few monthly tickets. Thank you, brothers. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 101. Master, where is this Poison Hands Devil, Ouyang Luan, staying now? Yang Dingtian asked. "This person has enemies all over the world, and no one knows where he stays." Dongfang Minmi said, "However, I happen to know. Furthermore, I saved his life once." "Poison Hands Devil is so powerful, and yet someone killed him?" Yang Dingtian asked. That person didn't kill him. He only tortured him to the point where he couldn't live or die. Dongfang Nimi said he cut open all of Ouyangluan's flesh and poured boiling lava into it. Then he covered his body. After the lava solidified, it completely grew in his flesh. Furthermore, he cut open his blood vessels and poured in the blood of the fiery berserk snake before sewing his blood vessels back together. You will never be able to imagine that a person could be tortured like this. This is even more perverted than the cruelest torture in the world. Just one look at him, and you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. Immediately, Yang Dingtian shuddered when he heard this. Poison Hand's devil was such a terrifying person, yet he was tortured so miserably. Master, who is this person? Why are his methods so evil and vicious? Yang Dingtian asked. This person is the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Dugashao, Dongfang Minmi said indifferently. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's body shuddered. Dugashao was so evil and vicious. No wonder he gave birth to a daughter like Dugufengwu. Ouyangluan was originally a handsome man, but when I saw him, he no longer looked human. His entire body was swollen and deformed, crawling forward like a black maggot. Because the fire poison was torturing him, he wanted to crawl to the netherworld swamp to lessen the pain. However, he was still over 1,000 miles away from the netherworld swamp, and he wouldn't be able to crawl there even if he died. I saved his life and gave him an elixir before bringing him to the center of the netherworld swamp. After that, he was like a loach and lived in the swamp, Dongfang Minmi said. Then, he lives in the center of the netherworld swamp? Yang Dingtian asked. How far is that place from the Cloud Heaven City? Yang Dingtian knew about the netherworld swamp. The entire swamp stretched for thousands of miles, and there were muddy ponds and puddles everywhere. Danger lurked everywhere. The sky above the swamp was densely covered with toxic smog. Even during the day, there wasn't a hint of sunlight. It was as dark and gloomy as the night. It was basically a forbidden zone for life. No one went there, not even animals or demonic beasts lived there. Only a monster like Poison Hand's devil could survive there. This place was more than 3,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City, at the end of the neutral zone's chaotic lands. Beyond the netherworld swamp was the domain of evil ways. Therefore, this netherworld swamp also became a natural dividing line. No one could take half a step across the lightning pool. If Yang Dingtian wanted to head to the Temple of Blood, he would have to pass through the netherworld swamp. Child, do you still want to go to the Temple of Blood? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian went to see Madame Shimin. Madam, I need a drop of Martial Uncle Shimin's blood. Yang Dingtian said. Madame Shimin was slightly startled before she nodded. Okay, I'll go get it now. Although she was a little surprised as to why Yang Dingtian wanted Shimin Wuya's blood, she didn't ask and just nodded. Immediately after, she got someone to escort her to Cloud Sky City to get a drop of Shimin Wuya's blood. Then, Yang Dingtian went to Ningning's room. Sister Ningning, let me see your deep-sea mystic poison. Yang Dingtian said. What's there to see? Ningning said with a red face. Yang Dingtian said seriously, let me see. Seeing Yang Dingtian's seriousness, Ningning rolled her eyes at him. Okay, but don't shout. Then Ningning stood up with great effort and lifted her pants slightly. Ah! Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still cried out in surprise. Her calves and most of her thighs were already a demonic green, like bamboo. This was the deep-sea mystic poison. Moreover, the deep-sea mystic poison was slowly rising. Once it rose to the sea of Qi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why didn't you tell me that the deep-sea mystic poison was still rising and spreading? Yang Dingtian said angrily. Ningning said gently, I'm sorry. It's my fault. How long more before it reaches the Sea of Qi? Yang Dingtian asked. About 10 days. Ningning said. Once it reaches the Sea of Qi, what will happen? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning shook her head. He didn't know if it was because she didn't know or because she didn't want to say. Originally, Yang Dingtian was still a little hesitant about going to the Temple of Blood. Now, he didn't need to hesitate anymore. He had to go. Not only did he have to save Yan Yan, but he also had to save Shimin Ningning. Ningning, give me some blood with a deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Ningning took out a white jade straw and was about to prick her leg to take the blood. Don't take the blood from your leg, Yang Dingtian hurriedly said. I want to give this to another man. After saying that, Yang Dingtian felt embarrassed. Was he that possessive? After Ningning heard that, her face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and sat down. She sucked a small tube of green blood from the soles of her feet. After a little hesitation, she sucked another tube and placed it in a small ice jade box. She handed it to Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, can you tell me now what you want to do? Shimin Ningning asked. I want to go to the Temple of Blood and enter the blood pool to break through, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning was stunned. She revealed a horrified expression and said, Little Tian, are you crazy? No, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly, expressing his absolute will. Ningning's face was sorrowful as tears fell. The two of them fell into a deep silence. Ningning raised her head and looked at Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, you must go, right? No one can stop you, right? Yang Dingtian nodded solemnly. But the Temple of Blood is the most evil place in the world. Dugu Shao, that great devil. Even foster father is afraid of him, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian said, I will first find Poison Hand's devil Ouyang Luan. He once successfully entered the blood pool to cultivate. Moreover, he should have the myriad poison devil snake. You fool! Poison Hand's devil, that pervert, is also very dangerous, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. I will go with you, Ningning said. Not this time. Yang Dingtian said, I know you have been closing your eyes to regulate your breathing recently, suppressing the restless, deep-sea Xian poison. If you travel with me, your life will be in danger. Therefore, I must go alone this time. Must? Ningning asked with her eyes wide open. Must, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning fell into silence. She only lowered her head and shed tears, not saying a word. She took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Then she circulated her mystic qi and saw snow-white mist seeping out from her fingertips. Then something that made Yang Dingtian even more surprised happened. A pendant slowly took shape on her chest. A beautiful pendant hung from a snow-white chain. It was a transparent, tear-shaped gemstone. It was sparkling and translucent, pure and moving, and emitted a mysterious aura. Ningning took the pendant off her neck and stared at it for a moment before putting it on Yang Dingtian's neck. Then, under Yang Dingtian's astonished gaze, the pendant gradually turned invisible and disappeared into the air. Little Tian, once your life is in danger, extend your hand to touch the pendant and circulate your mystic qi to make the tear-shaped pendant appear. This way, whether it is Poison Hand's devil or Temple of Blood Master Dugashao, they will most likely not kill you. Ningning said gently, however, you must only make it appear when your life is in danger. Otherwise, don't let anyone see it. Remember, anyone, including people we trust. Otherwise, it will bring us endless trouble. I'm afraid there won't be any place for the two of us to hide in this world. Yang Dingtian immediately gasped in astonishment. What exactly was this pendant to have such power? Instantly, Shimin Ningning's identity became even more mysterious in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Is this a teardrop? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning nodded and said, This is a gemstone condensed from a teardrop. Once it appears, it will set off perilous waves in the world. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not let it appear. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Can I not wear it? This item must be very important to you. It's best that it doesn't leave your body. No, you must wear it. Otherwise, let me go with you. Shimin Ningning said gently but resolutely. You can return it to me after you return safely. You said that I will return the deep-sea Xian clothes to you after I successfully hunt for demon cores. However, I am still wearing it now, Yang Dingtian said. That's different. Ningning said, I don't fight. The deep-sea Xian clothes are useless to me. Then Ningning raised her voice and said, Little Tian, remember, once your life is in danger, you must make the tear-shaped pendant appear. I know that you will definitely say that you would rather die than use it. Let me tell you, if you die, regardless of whether this tear-shaped pendant appears or not, this world will be turned upside down. Do you understand? When your life is in danger, you must use it. Don't let Big Sister worry about you. Yang Dingtian nodded solemnly and said, I understand. For hours later, Madame Shimin returned with a vial of Shimin Wuya's blood. Yang Dingtian told Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai about his intentions. The two immediately tried to stop him, but Yang Dingtian was very firm. In the end, under Shimin Ningning's persuasion, the two reluctantly allowed Yang Dingtian to go find Poison Hand's devil. However, they were still very worried. With Ningning's superb skills, Yang Dingtian disguised himself as a robust man. He did not resemble Yang Dingtian at all. Then he put on the Black Blood Cavalry's armor and mixed in with the troops, leaving Black Blood Castle. Under the protection of 10 great mystic, martial, master Black Blood Cavalry brothers, Yang Dingtian rode towards the Netherworld Swamp, towards the Temple of 10,000 Blood. This trip might really be a dead end with 9 deaths and 1 life. Chapter 102. 200 miles north of Cloud Sky City was the Land of Chaos. The Land of Chaos spanned nearly 3,000 miles and was a neutral zone between the Tiando League and the Evil Ways. There were many neutral zones like this, but the Land of Chaos was one of the bigger ones. The Land of Chaos didn't belong to any faction. There were no laws, and no one cared about killing or robbing. Everything depended on the weapons in their hands. Every day, there would be blood, and innocent lives would be lost. In comparison, whether it was Cloud Sky City's territory or the Northwest Qin family's territory, it was peaceful and could be called a paradise. Therefore, warriors with low cultivations could only walk around the territories of famous sections. Although they had to pay taxes and were not very free, at least they didn't have to worry about their lives. The next afternoon, Yang Dingtian had already traveled 200 miles. This was a castle at the edge of Cloud Sky City in the northeast. Of course, this castle was much smaller than the Black Blood Castle or even the Abyss Castle. It only had 200 warriors. As long as he walked out of this stone door, he would lose the protection of order and enter a barbaric environment where the strong preyed on the weak. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and galloped his horse towards the northeast. The reason why he chose to ride a horse instead of a flying beast was because flying beasts could only fly within Cloud Sky City's territory. Once they left the territory, they would be shot down immediately. At this moment, Yang Dingtian wore a human skin mask and turned into an ordinary youth with a hint of delicateness. Even his weapon was decorated, and the clothes he wore could be considered expensive. In addition, there were close to 10 great mystic martial masters and Black Blood cavalry experts. In the Land of Chaos, ordinary factions wouldn't dare to provoke them. After galloping for more than an hour, Yang Dingtian traveled another 100 miles. At this moment, the color of the ground had slowly turned from blood red to light red. This area was indeed a lawless zone. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw at least a dozen fights. Nearly half of them resulted in deaths. In just a little over an hour, he saw more than a dozen people die. When passers-by saw it, they ignored it. This Land of Chaos was indeed lawless, dangerous, and chaotic. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't meddle in other people's business. This was because it was very difficult to distinguish between right and wrong in these fights. Basically, both sides were not good people. Moreover, time was of the essence, and he did not have the time to care about it. There was a river in front of them. It was about 30 meters wide, and there was a wooden bridge over it. Everyone who crosses the bridge will be charged 1 silver coin. If you have a mount, you will be charged an additional 2 coins. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian was unwilling, he still killed 3 people. He finally understood that in the chaotic lands, unless one's martial arts were extremely high, it was impossible not to kill. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. From morning to night, they had traveled a total of 700 li. Although this speed was fast enough, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, they couldn't rest at night and still had to rush on. In front of them was a town called Blackwind Town. The town wasn't big. It had a small auction house, a few inns, a few restaurants, 2 or 3 carriage shops, and 2 brothels for warriors to eat and rest. Yang Dingtian wanted to rest for a short while, eat a meal, change horses, and rush on through the night. Entering a restaurant, it was already crowded with people. Yang Dingtian and his 10 brothers found a remote place to sit down. They ordered ordinary food and a few bottles of strong wine. Although they didn't taste good, at least they weren't poisonous. There were many people here, and many people spoke in various languages. Some were shouting loudly, some were drinking games. In short, the hall was noisy. Moreover, this group of people hadn't bathed for a long time. In short, the air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Have you heard? That trash from Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. He's awesome. Suddenly, someone beside Yang Dingtian said loudly to his desk mate, "That lunatic? The one who practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship and is still an enlightener at the age of 20? Someone asked, "Your news is outdated. He's not an enlightener anymore. He's now a mystic martial artist," that person said. "Just 2 days ago, he fought with Cloud Sky City's Tang Li in public and won. Isn't that awesome? He's a salted fish that has turned over." At this time, a one-eyed man snorted. "What do you know? Do you really think Yang Dingtian broke through to mystic martial artist by relying on his talent? Relying on normal means to break through more than 10 levels in 5 days? Dream on. Do you know what he used to break through?" Instantly, Yang Dingtian's ears perked up. The 10 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry also perked up their ears. Some of them even put their hands on the weapons at their waists. He relied on an evil technique. He relied on absorbing a woman's mystic chi to break through, that one-eyed man said evilly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was furious. He didn't expect the rumor to spread so quickly. In just a few days, it had already spread to the chaotic lands. Without a doubt, this was Qin Xiaobai's doing. This one-eyed man in front of him was one of the many people who received money to spread the rumor. "Do you know which woman's mystic chi he absorbed?" the one-eyed man asked. "Who?" Everyone's eyes widened. "Madam Shimin," the one-eyed man said evilly. Instantly, everyone breathed heavily and said, "Damn, this Madam Shimin was the #1 beauty in the Northwest continent. This Yang Dingtian is really lucky." Instantly, the Black Blood Cavalry brothers' eyes turned cold. They were about to draw their weapons and kill someone. Yang Dingtian stopped them with his gaze. There were many people spreading such rumors. He couldn't kill all of them. After 8 days, as long as he defeated Qin Xiaobai, the rumor would collapse and Madame Shimin's reputation would be restored. After that, Yang Dingtian focused on eating. He didn't care about these rumors. After all, they were all unbearable words. At this moment, the noisy dining hall suddenly became silent. Instantly, it became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Not only did everyone stop talking, they also stopped eating. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, there was the sound of bowls and chopsticks falling to the ground. It was as if someone was so shocked that they couldn't even hold the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but raise his head. He saw that everyone was looking in the same direction. Yang Dingtian followed their gazes. Instantly, all the hair on his body stood on end. All the pores on his body shrunk and cold sweat burst out. The person who came in was a woman. She was wearing a veil and a tight black dress. From head to toe, only his eyes were exposed. Even his hands were covered in black gloves. This pair of eyes was captivating and extremely beautiful. Being looked at by this pair of eyes, it was as if one was going to lose their soul. Furthermore, her figure was filled with a devilish charm. It was like the undulating mountains and rivers. It completely explained the meaning of devilish curves. Just a pair of eyes was enough to make everyone in the dining hall lose their souls. They couldn't even hold the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Only Yang Dingtian's heart was beating violently, and his body instantly turned cold. This woman was the demonic woman Dugu Fengwu, the Dugu Fengwu who killed people like scything flax, the genius demonic woman of evil ways, the daughter of the great demonic king Dugu Shao. He didn't expect that she would actually appear here. Yang Dingtian immediately lowered his head to eat and drink. He could only silently hope that he was wearing a mask and wouldn't be recognized by her. After all, she once said that the next time she met Yang Dingtian, she would tear him into pieces. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to not take the demonic woman's word seriously. When things didn't go as planned, Yang Dingtian didn't want her to notice him. However, this demonic woman actually noticed him. Dugu Fengwu's captivating eyes actually landed on Yang Dingtian's face. After that, she stared at Yang Dingtian's face. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt as if he was going to suffocate. This demonic woman was someone who would kill without batting an eyelid. If she really recognized him, she would definitely slash him down with her sword. Motherfucker. I have lived for half my life and have never seen such a woman. If I were to fuck her once, I wouldn't die in vain. At this moment, the one-eyed man who spread rumors about Yang Dingtian was panting and trembling. In an instant, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy must be tired of living. He actually dared to blaspheme this demonic woman. Was he afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough? As expected, the demonic woman's gaze left Yang Dingtian and landed on the one-eyed man's face. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed. He then waited for the demonic woman to start her massacre. He only hoped that she wouldn't implicate him. However, to Yang Dingtian's surprise, the demonic woman only frowned slightly. She then said indifferently, "I want the best private room." Okay, please go upstairs." The waiter of the restaurant couldn't even speak properly. He quickly led the way. After that, the demonic woman directly walked up the stairs. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. All the other men's breathing instantly became heavy. Their eyes were burning with passion. When the demonic woman walked up the stairs, that incomparably moving back view was enough to destroy any man's rationality. "No, I must get my hands on her." That one-eyed man panted and said, "Otherwise I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I die immediately, I must die under this Mu Dan flower. This idiot is dead meat." Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart. "Hurry up and eat. We'll be on our way after eating." Yang Dingtian didn't want to stay in this restaurant for a second longer with the demonic woman in it. This was because once the demonic woman started killing, she didn't like to kill one by one. Instead, she liked to kill in groups. In other words, she would kill everyone in her sight. A few minutes later, Yang Dingtian and his 10 brothers quickly finished eating. They immediately rode on their horses and set off. They didn't even have time to change horses. Wherever the demonic woman was, it was better to stay as far away as possible. Yang Dingtian wouldn't be surprised if the demonic woman killed everyone in the town in a fit of rage. After running for nearly 100 miles, Yang Dingtian's heart finally relaxed a little. Moreover, the horse under him was so tired that it was about to lose its strength. They would definitely have to change horses in the next town. Because the horse was exhausted, Yang Dingtian and his group's speed was much slower. Furthermore, there was no town, so Yang Dingtian could not change horses. This demoness can't be rushing back to the Temple of Blood, right? Please don't. Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart. With the demoness in the Temple of 10,000 Blood, not only would Yang Dingtian not be able to enter the 10,000 blood pool to cultivate, he would also lose his life. The fringe was much quieter at night. Perhaps it was even more sinister, but it was all covered by the darkness, making it hard to see. But along the way, they basically didn't meet anyone. In the dark night, the sound of Yang Dingtian's horse hooves was particularly clear. Da-da-da! Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from behind Yang Dingtian. It was much faster than Yang Dingtian and the others. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look, and he was scared out of his wits. It was actually that demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu. She had actually caught up. Yang Dingtian instinctively reached for his artifact sword, but he quickly put it down. What was the point of drawing his sword in front of a demonic woman? Dugu Fengwu's speed was very fast, and she caught up to Yang Dingtian in the blink of an eye. Her soul-sucking eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian. Could she have recognized him? If that was the case, then he was truly in a dead end. But immediately after, the demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu, said something that made Yang Dingtian completely astonished. "Mister, quickly save me. There are people chasing after me, and they want to molest me." Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic as she pleaded to Yang Dingtian with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of trick is this demonic woman playing?" Immediately after, he saw over a dozen men chasing after them frantically. The leader was that one-eyed man who spread rumors about Yang Dingtian. His remaining eyes shot out an evil and fiery gaze. "Great beauty, don't run. Follow me, and I will definitely let you live a good life." At this moment, Dugu Fengwu was even more terrified as she pleaded to Yang Dingtian. "This big brother, I beg you. Save me, save me." Note, I am begging for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 104. Yang Dingtian's brain was about to short-circuit. What was this demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu, acting? She called him Big Brother, and even cried for help. She was chased by over a dozen ruffians and was almost defiled? Where was the demeanor of a demonic woman? These ruffians shouldn't even be enough to kill her little finger. Could it be that this woman wasn't Dugu Fengwu? But her eyes, her figure, and her voice were exactly the same. Dugu Fengwu's voice, eyes, and figure left a deep and indelible impression in Yang Dingtian's mind. Because no matter which one it was, this demonic woman was unmatched. Of course, there was also the heart of a snake and scorpion. This demonic woman was also unmatched. At this moment, the ruffians had already caught up and surrounded Dugu Fengwu. "Beauty, I have chased you for over 100 miles. Let's see where you can run to now." The one-eyed man's eyes shot out an evil light as he looked at Dugu Fengwu's devilish figure. His breathing was so heavy that it sounded like bellows as he said, "Since you appeared in front of me, I will never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life if I let you slip away." The one-eyed man continued, "However, I'm very self-aware. It's already a blessing for me to be able to possess a peerless beauty like you once. If I were to attempt to possess you for a long time, with my current strength, only death would await me. I guarantee that in less than 3 days, someone will come to kill me and snatch you away. Therefore, after everything is over, I will definitely dismember your corpse into 10,000 pieces. This way no one will know." Once this statement was out, Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes instantly revealed an inconsolable expression. She then quietly hid behind Yang Dingtian. After the one-eyed man finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward and extended his hand to grab Dugu Fengwu. "Big brother, save me, save me." Dugu Fengwu hid behind Yang Dingtian. Her devilish figure was shivering as she grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's sleeve and pleaded with all her might. The one-eyed man sneered and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Friend, I don't want to be a busybody. Obediently send the beauty over. Although you won't be able to get a share when I sleep with Sleeping Beauty, you can watch from the side. With such a peerless beauty, It's worth it, even if you lose a year of your life, just to take a look. Yang Dingtian was now completely confused. Could this woman really not be Dugu Fengwu? Or was the demoness putting on an act to torment me? Dugu Fengwu was so formidable. So how could she be humiliated by these hooligans? Moreover, she was a demoness. She was indeed capable of doing anything. Just as Yang Dingtian was puzzled, that one-eyed man grabbed Dugu Fengwu, who was hiding behind Yang Dingtian, and threw her to the ground. And that peerless woman groaned in pain, then crawled on the ground with all her might to escape. The one-eyed man pounced on the woman and stretched out his hand, wanting to tear her clothes apart. "Big brother, save me!" This woman immediately let out a hoarse cry for help. She looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes that were filled with pleading and despair. "Do it," Yang Dingtian ordered, and pulled out his sharp sword. It didn't matter if Dugu Fengwu was the demoness putting on an act. Yang Dingtian couldn't be bothered anymore. If the woman in front of him wasn't Dugu Fengwu and was sullied by this one-eyed man, then Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. That one-eyed man was shocked. His expression turned sinister as he said, "There really is a hero who isn't afraid of death when saving a beauty." Finishing his statement, he pulled out a ghost-head saber and slashed at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's sword slashed down. Dang! That one-eyed man's ghost-head saber suddenly broke into two and flew out. Yang Dingtian's sword was still wet as it slashed that one-eyed man into two halves. There was a miserable howl as fresh blood spurted out. In fact, this one-eyed man had the strength of a 5-star mystic martial artist, but he was still instantly killed by Yang Dingtian. At the same time, the remaining 10 Black Blood cavalry brothers pulled out their sharp swords and rushed towards the remaining villains with lightning speed. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so villains were all killed, and not a single one escaped. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian dismounted from his horse and walked to that mysterious woman. He reached out his hand. Although this woman's face was still covered, her beautiful eyes were filled with lingering fear. Her entire body was trembling, and a rich woman's fragrance assaulted Jiang Yi's senses. This fragrance was exactly the same as that of the demoness Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. Could Dugu Fengwu really be putting on an act? After that, Yang Dingtian looked at this woman on the ground with an extremely nervous expression. She reached out her small hand and grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's hand, but her beautiful eyes were still filled with concern. It was as though she was afraid that Yang Dingtian would also unleash his bestial nature. Yang Dingtian exerted a bit of strength and pulled her up from the ground. He then acted as though nothing had happened and said, "Young lady, everything is fine now. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. I still have to hurry on with my journey." After that, Yang Dingtian mounted his horse and was about to leave with his brothers. It didn't matter if she was Dugu Fengwu or not. The further away they were, the better. This demoness was truly too terrifying, and she was absolutely terrifying. That woman was slightly stunned at first, but when she saw that Yang Dingtian didn't seem to be molesting her, her beautiful eyes relaxed a little. She then spoke with an anxious voice, "Mister, it is not safe for me to travel alone at night. Can I follow you for a while? Can you send me to the next town? I will wait there for my companions to find me." Yang Dingtian's scalp instantly went numb. He really didn't want to agree. I beg you," that woman said with a trembling voice. "Otherwise, if a few more of these scoundrels come, I will really be in a life worse than death." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "All right, but make it clear. We will only send you to the next town." "All right, thank you, mister," that woman said. She then came to the front of her mount and stretched out her long legs, wanting to step on the saddle. However, she couldn't do such a simple action. She couldn't lift her legs up no matter how hard she tried. "Mister, you come and help me. My entire body is soft and I can't get on the horse." Yang Dingtian went forward and clamped her small waist. carrying her onto the saddle. After that, Yang Dingtian carried her and continued on their journey, galloping towards the north. The distance to the next town seemed to be really far. Yang Dingtian ran for a total of 3 hours and over 200 miles, but he still didn't see the shadow of a town. After running for another 3 hours, the sky was already bright, but there was still no sign of a town. However, in these few hours, Yang Dingtian was completely sure that this woman wasn't Dugu Fengwu, because whether it was her speech, temperament, or expression, she was just like a child who had never seen the world. Her words were filled with naivety and sorrow. She really was like a pure and innocent child. Perhaps her figure was the same, and her body fragrance was the same, but her temperament was completely different. You don't have any martial arts, so why do you dare to run around the chaotic lands alone? This is the most chaotic and dangerous place in the world, Yang Dingtian said. The woman was silent for a moment before saying, "This is my first time out, and I don't know anything about the outside world. Originally, there were a dozen people following me to protect me, but last night, a dozen very powerful people suddenly intercepted them and started to kill them. My guards kept those enemies busy while I ran for my life, saying that they would catch up to me in a while. Thus, I rode my horse and ran as fast as I could. When I reached the town, I thought that I would be safe. But who knew that not long after I fell asleep, the inn's waiter suddenly ran to me and told me to run quickly. He said that a dozen bad guys were going to molest and defile me. Thus, I ran quickly. Then, this group of bad guys caught up to me. Then, I was saved by you." Then the woman looked at Yang Dingtian and said seriously, "Otherwise, even if I died, it would be a filthy death. After I die, I will also sink into the 18 layers of hell." "You're welcome." Yang Dingtian said, "Young master, there is a town ahead." Suddenly, one of the black blood cavalry brothers in front said. Yang Dingtian raised his head and looked. Indeed, there was a town a few miles ahead. "Miss, we will part ways in the town in a while. Find a safe place and wait for your companions to find you." Yang Dingtian said. That woman's beautiful eyes didn't have much joy. Instead, she seemed a little disappointed and nodded. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and finally asked, "Then what is your name?" That woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of shyness as she said, You can call me Shuang." Yang Dingtian originally wanted to ask her about her relationship with Dugu Fengwu, but he didn't, because once he asked, it might bring about great danger in the future. At this moment, there was a small river in front. The river water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. That Shuang cheered and ran over. Yang Dingtian knitted his brows slightly and followed after her. The situation here was complicated, and there might be danger at any moment. She was a weak woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and couldn't go too far. The black blood cavalry brothers were guarding the entrance firmly. After walking for over 100 meters, Yang Dingtian saw Shuang's back view under a remote bridge. It seemed like being under the bridge gave her a sense of security. When he was over 10 meters away from her, Yang Dingtian stopped. In front, Shuang was already squatting by the river and seemed to be washing her face and drinking water. She took off her veil first, then took off a mask. It was this mask that made Yang Dingtian's body tremble. Dugu Fengwu also had such a mask, but immediately after, he noticed that this mask was different from Dugu Fengwu's. This was a silver mask, while Dugu Fengwu's mask was golden. After taking off the mask, Shuang stared at the water surface as though she was looking at her own reflection. She didn't move for a long time and seemed to be completely intoxicated by her own beauty. Yang Dingtian was curious if her face was exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu's, but she should be intoxicated. Everyone in the world would be intoxicated by such a breathtaking beauty. After staring at herself in the water for a moment, Shuang started to lay down and used her small mouth to touch the river water. Suddenly, Shuang asked, "Mister, what do you think I look like?" Yang Dingtian replied, "You should be the most beautiful woman in the world." Shuang continued, "You saved my life and talked to me so much along the way. Do you know? You are the person who has talked to me the most in my life. Now, do you want to see my face and see how I look like?" Yes. Yang Dingtian wanted to see if Shuang Er's face was exactly the same as Dugufengwu's. Shuang stayed silent for a moment before she slowly turned around and openly revealed her face. When Yang Dingtian saw this face, his body instantly shivered, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief and astonishment. It wasn't because she was too beautiful or because she looked the same as Dugufengwu. On the contrary, it was a very strange and even frightening face. This face had an extremely perfect outline. Be it the eyes, nose, mouth, or the entire shape of the face, they were all perfect. Furthermore, it was exactly the same as Dugufengwu's. However, the skin on her face was filled with scales. The scales were fine and blue with a tinge of purple. Her entire face was covered with scales all the way to her neck. In short, everywhere that could be seen was covered with scales. These scales looked like the scales of a mermaid, but they also looked like the scales of a snake. Seeing Yang Dingtian's astonished expression, Shuang smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed, this is the same expression. Everyone has this expression when they see me. My father, my maidservant, my servant. Everyone looks as though they have seen a ghost when they see me." Instantly, Shuang let out a despairing laugh and mocked. "Actually, Mr. didn't have to save me just now. That scoundrel only had to tear open my clothes and see my appearance. He would definitely be scared out of his wits and run as far as he could. He would never want to touch me again, because every inch of my body is covered with these scales. I knew it. Everyone is afraid of me and hates me. Everyone calls me a hag." As she spoke, Shuang Er's tears fell. Her face and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. "Do you know why I never went out before? Because I was afraid that others would look at me as if they had seen a ghost. Not only did I frighten the people at home, I also frightened the people outside," Shuang said sadly. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly filled with boundless sympathy and pity. He fixed his gaze on her face and spoke with a gentle voice. "Young Lady Shuang, my astonished gaze earlier wasn't because I was frightened by you. It was because I felt that the heavens were too unfair to you. He gave you the most beautiful eyes, the most moving figure, and the most beautiful voice. But he used a layer of scales to cover your most moving beauty. You don't need to comfort me. You were just frightened by me," Shuang said sadly. "No, your appearance may scare others, but it won't scare me." Yang Dingtian said, "To tell you the truth, you may not believe it. With your appearance, I even feel that there is a different kind of taste. I feel that it is very, very tempting." Yang Dingtian didn't lie. He really felt that way. He really didn't feel that it was scary. Instead, there was a special kind of taste. "But my whole body is covered with scales like this," Shuang said, and then directly took off her cloak and skirt. Sure enough, her whole body was covered with dense scales. It looked like a snake's, but also not. It seemed to be purple, but also seemed to be green. Yang Dingtian thought of a movie on Earth, X-Men. The shape-shifting woman in the movie was also covered with scales. The Shuang in front of him and the shape-shifting woman were really similar. However, compared to the shape-shifting woman, whether it was the figure, the outline of the face, or the pair of eyes, Shuang was much more beautiful and moving. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many hardcore movies he had seen on Earth, so when he saw the shape-shifting woman, he didn't feel very scared. Instead, he felt that it was quite sexy. Therefore, the moment he saw her, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was just curious, not disgusted. Seeing Yang Dingtian's gaze, Shuang suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you really not afraid of me? Are you disgusted by my appearance?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Really? But Miss Shuang, you should wear it properly. You are too moving." Suddenly, Shuang recovered her shyness. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian with a different kind of taste. She said softly, "You are the first person who is not afraid of me. I am really happy." Yang Dingtian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. "I have never left home before. Do you know why I came out this time?" Shuang said, and then put on her dress and cloak, covering her whole body tightly. Yang Dingtian shook his head. "Because I'm about to die. I won't be able to live for long. I don't want to die without seeing the outside world." Shuang said softly, "Being able to see you this time is already enough for me." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said in surprise, "Why?" "Because there is a kind of poison in my body that no one can cure." Shuang said, "However, I am not afraid of death at all. Instead, I feel that it is a kind of relief. Because I have no xianqi and I look so strange. I'd rather be dead than alive." "You are talking nonsense." Yang Dingtian said loudly, "You have a lot of meaning in life. You can draw, you can sing, you can write stories, you can sculpt. Who knows how many things you can do?" "Sing?" Shuang, his beautiful eyes lit up. You can sing?" Yang Dingtian was stunned and then nodded. "Then sing for me. Just once, okay?" Shuang said. "Okay." Yang Dingtian hesitated a little and then nodded. Singing was a very awkward and pretentious act, but he couldn't refuse at this time. Shuang ran to Yang Dingtian's side and sat on the grass. Yang Dingtian dismounted and also sat on the grass. The horse casually squatted down and leisurely ate the grass. Yang Dingtian thought for a while, looked at the pitiful girl who was about to die, and sang, pinching a smiling flower, thinking about the changes in the world in the end. "What does it matter if you win or lose? The sun and the moon grow and fade, wealth and nobility cannot last long. This morning's appearance is older than last night. The space between the eyebrows is wider. Looking at the scenery of the world, who doesn't taste sorrow, enjoy the sea, can't be finishing, two forgetting each other from earth." He felt that this song was very beautiful and his singing was not bad, although this was a song sung by a woman. But because of the feelings in his heart, Yang Dingtian sang really well at this time, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Shuang listened very carefully, liked it very much, and was even a little fascinated. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't sing so well. She was fascinated that someone was singing for her. As Yang Dingtian sang, Shuang sat next to him, quietly listening. Then she slightly tilted her head and gently leaned on Yang Dingtian's shoulder. The posture was somewhat intimate, but it was very natural, without the slightest hint of awkwardness. The space between the eyebrows is wider. Looking at the scenery of the world, who doesn't taste sorrow, enjoy the sea, can't be finished. Gratitude and grudges are hard to calculate. Yesterday should not be forgotten. Today the waves surge. The people are insignificant. The birds of youth fly away, even if the ancient wind roams in the wind. Yang Dingtian was still singing, and the more he sang, the better he got. Shuang listened very seriously, very intoxicated. On the other side of the river, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. Some gloomy experts, wearing black cloaks, riding huge war horses, were like a gust of wind, stepping on the river, swift and fierce. The leader of the group was a tall woman with a cold gaze. These some people all had very high cultivations, and each of them had a bloodthirsty aura, and each of them had a chilling gaze. A blood-red bat was embroidered on each of their cloaks. Yang Dingtian was still singing, as if he didn't see this group of people coming. The sea can't be finished. Gratitude and grudges are hard to calculate. Yesterday should not be forgotten. Today. These some people arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, and at this time, Yang Dingtian had officially finished singing. The gloomy woman in the lead suddenly reached out, grabbed Shuang's arm, and directly lifted her onto the horse in front of her. Then she suddenly pulled out a sinister sword and was about to chop off Yang Dingtian's head. Not far away, some black blood cavalry brothers were crazily rushing over. "Black Phoenix, if you kill him, I will die," Shuang said quietly. The woman called Black Phoenix coldly stared at Yang Dingtian for a while, then suddenly turned her horse around and galloped away. Suddenly, the tensome black-cloaked experts, left on the river like the wind. "Brother, what's your name?" Suddenly, Shuang, who was being taken away, shouted loudly, "Yan Nantian!" Yang Dingtian shouted, "I will remember you until I die," Shuang shouted. "Don't die, live well," Yang Dingtian shouted. Then the dozen black-cloaked knights disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After arriving at the town, Yang Dingtian changed horses and then madly rushed without rest, covering more than 1,000 miles in a day. 30 hours later, he arrived at the edge of the Netherworld swamp. "All of you, wait here for my return," Yang Dingtian said to the 10 Black Blood cavalry brothers. "Yes." The 10 Black Blood cavalry brothers replied in unison. This was something Yang Dingtian had decided long ago, because there were no people or demonic beasts in the Netherworld swamp. As for Poison Hands Devil, it was useless to bring the Black Blood cavalry brothers in. Yang Dingtian dismounted. In front of him was the Netherworld swamp, 1,000 miles of no man's land. There was a clear boundary between the Netherworld swamp and the land. On this side was the hard and flat land, and on the other side was the gloomy and putrid rotten water swamp. At a glance, it was as if there were 2 different worlds. The entire swamp was shrouded in a gloomy fog and a putrid smell. Yang Dingtian swallowed an elixir, took a deep breath, and stepped into the swamp. He was very careful, because there were quagmires everywhere. However, Yang Dingtian had already swallowed a special elixir and a water-repelling pearl, so there was no danger. He only needed to be careful. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Yang Dingtian carefully walked into the depths of the swamp. The whole world was deathly silent, and only the sound of Yang Dingtian stepping into the mud could be heard. It was as if Yang Dingtian was the only person in the whole world. This kind of loneliness after a long time would definitely drive one crazy. At this time, the sky was already dark. However, the visibility was better than during the day, because the water above the quagmires emitted a faint green light. Although it was very disgusting, it did bring some light. Moreover, there were green willow, the wisps on the water's surface. Yang Dingtian used these green lights and willow, the wisps, to continue deeper. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the deepest part of the Netherworld swamp. Immediately, Yang Dingtian smelled a nauseating smell. It was the smell of death and evil, a smell that made one tremble in fear. Yang Dingtian knew. He was about to arrive at Poison Hands, Devil's Cave. The results of the monthly votes made my mood extremely low today. But so what? I still have to work harder to write. Chapter 105. Actually, I'm already powerless to shout these words. He had arrived at Poison Hands, Devil's Cave. In front of him was an incomparably large quagmire. The reason Yang Dingtian recognized this as Poison Hands, Devil's Cave was because of the countless corpses floating above it. Most of them were human corpses and occasionally demon beast corpses. Every single one of them had rotted away, giving off a nauseating stench. The blood on the corpses mixed with the muddy water, turning them a sickly green. It was obvious that Poison Hands Devil hadn't forgotten his evil research, even after living in seclusion in the swamp. As for these corpses, who knew how many people died in the bedlam every day, Poison Hands Devil could use money, medicine, or even poison to trade for them. However, this Poison Hands Devil, Ouyang Luin, was indeed an incomparably evil person. However, apart from the corpses floating above the huge cave, the rest was disgusting mud. Ouyang Luin's figure was nowhere to be seen. He should have been living under the mud for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian arrived in front of the huge cave and slowly said, "Dongfang Minmi's successor pays respect to Senior Devil Corpse." Suddenly, the entire swamp fell into silence. There was no response, and in front of Yang Dingtian was just an ordinary quagmire. It didn't look like a place of seclusion at all. It was as if the transaction just now was just a dream. Yang Dingtian said again, Dongfang Minmi's successor pays respect to senior devil corpse. I don't care who Dongfang Minmi is. Since you've entered my territory, you can die. It just so happens that my experiment is still lacking a heart and a kidney, Poison Hands Devil said slowly. Immediately after, there was a loud noise. A giant rushed out of the pool, emitting a rotten stench, and rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian almost vomited when he saw the giant's appearance. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a disgusting creature. This giant couldn't be called a human at all. It was just a walking corpse. The giant's legs were pieced together from 3 or 4 people's broken legs. The giant's body was also pieced together from 3 or 4 people's bodies. The giant only had one head, but it had been enlarged by the bubbles. There were wounds all over the giant's body. Disgusting pus was flowing everywhere. There was even a huge wound on its stomach. Part of its intestines had spilled out from the wound. It was so green that it was almost rotten. This was not a person at all, but an evil creature that was pieced together from many corpses. What was even more disgusting was that the giant had 3 hands, one on each of its shoulders and one on its back. 3 hands, each holding a different weapon. There was a huge hammer, a sharp iron chain, and a huge kitchen knife. Tear people apart. Following Poison Hands Devil's order, the giant corpse fiercely rushed forward and attacked Yang Dingtian with the weapons in its 3 hands. It completely ignored the fact that Yang Dingtian was Dongfang Minmi's successor and that he was indebted to Dongfang Minmi for saving his life. Before the fight even started, Yang Dingtian almost fainted from the stench. He held his breath, drew his weapon, and met the giant corpse's hammer. The hammer weighed several 100 kilograms. When it smashed down, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. It whistled through the air, wanting to smash Yang Dingtian into pieces. Bang! Yang Dingtian's ice blade blocked the giant corpse's hammer. Suddenly, an incomparably huge force was transmitted. Yang Dingtian instantly lost all feeling in his hands. His entire body felt like it was being crushed by a tank. He felt the tendons in his arms rupture inch by inch. Blood spurted out as his body flew dozens of meters away. The giant's moves were not profound, nor was it agile. However, its strength was astonishing. It was far, far beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. My giant corpse's hammer has the force of 10,000 kilograms. You actually dared to block it with your mere body. You're courting death. Poison Hands Devil sneered. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yang Dingtian's mind cleared a little, and he sat up. You're actually not dead. You actually survived my giant corpse's hammer? Poison Hands Devil exclaimed. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already died. However, Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang profound veins. Moreover, Dongfang Minmi had cleansed his meridians to the 3rd layer. He had a terrifying resistance and recovery ability. After standing up again, Yang Dingtian took a medicinal pill. The pain in his body gradually subsided. The tearing pain seemed to be dispelled inch by a cool breeze, as expected of a Tier 5 medicinal pill brewed by Ningning. Raising the strange blade in his hand and pointing it at the giant corpse, Yang Dingtian already knew that although the giant corpse had boundless strength, it was not agile. Moreover, its moves were rigid. It was not difficult to kill it, but he could not let it hit him head-on. Kill! Yang Dingtian shouted. His body shot out like lightning, and the strange blade in his hand pierced towards the giant corpse's chest. The 4th move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was ruthless and decisive. However, the giant corpse's stomach was not cut open. Yang Dingtian's strange blade seemed to have stabbed into a wall, unable to move an inch. Yang Dingtian quickly retreated and looked at the giant corpse in front of him in horror. The monster's skin seemed to have been refined by some kind of medicine. It was actually invulnerable, like a real iron bastion. As a result, the giant corpse's fighting strength was astonishing. Although it was slow and not agile, it was completely invulnerable. What if I use profound qi? Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Immediately after, he shot out like lightning and pierced the giant corpse's chest again. This time, he instantly released all of his profound qi. However, the giant corpse was still unscathed. The previous sword had left a shallow wound, but this time nothing was left. Soon, Yang Dingtian knew the reason. Profound qi mainly attacked the enemy's profound veins and internal organs. This giant corpse was originally an inanimate object. It had no profound veins, so profound qi was naturally useless against it. Haha, this giant corpse puppet is the result of my lifetime of research. You want to hurt it? Dream on. Poison hands, Devil sneered. Yang Dingtian held the modified strange blade and coldly looked at the giant corpse in front of him. Kill him. Following Poison Hand's Devil's order, the giant corpse ferociously rushed forward again. The iron chain in its hand fiercely coiled around Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian sneered. Ningning and Shimenlai were afraid that his identity would be exposed, so they modified his strange blade and wrapped it with a layer of black iron. Now, in order to deal with the giant monster in front of him, he couldn't care less about hiding it. He slammed the strange blade on the ground and shook his arm. Immediately, the incomparably sharp night owl's strange blade cut through the outer layer of black iron, revealing the terrifying, twisted true blade. Bang! The giant corpse's sharp iron chain suddenly whipped towards Yang Dingtian's head and was about to wrap around his neck. Yang Dingtian slashed with the strange blade in his hand. Bang! Immediately, the iron chain in the giant corpse's hand was cut through like tofu. Hiss! Immediately after, Yang Dingtian fiercely stabbed his sword into the giant corpse's chest. With an ear-piercing sound like tearing leather, the 4-foot-long strange blade completely pierced into the giant corpse's chest. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian fiercely pulled out the giant blade and quickly retreated a dozen meters, waiting for the giant corpse to fall. A disgusting green liquid flowed out from the chest wound, but the giant corpse didn't seem to feel it. It only looked down in a daze. Not only did it not fall, it didn't even seem to be in pain. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It didn't die even after being stabbed in the heart. However, Yang Dingtian soon understood. This giant corpse was an inanimate object. It might not even have a heart, so how could it die after being stabbed in the chest? How is this possible? What kind of sword is that? How could it pierce through my giant corpse puppet? My puppet has been soaked in medicine for 49 days. It's several times harder than steel. How could your sword pierce through it? Poison Hand's Devil suddenly let out a shocked voice. Harder than a top-grade bloody black gold sword? One against the night owl's claws? One against profound, ice-cold iron? Yang Dingtian sneered inwardly. Then he continued to rush forward, the strange blade in his hand attacking the giant corpse like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen sword strikes left a dozen wounds on the giant corpse's body. Each wound was more than a foot long, and the giant corpse's body was instantly riddled with holes. However, the monster was unscathed and continued to attack Yang Dingtian crazily. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian changed his attack pattern. He no longer attacked the monster's body, but its limbs instead. Swish, 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 swish. More than a dozen sword strikes in succession. Yang Dingtian directly cut off the giant corpse's 2 astonishing legs into more than a dozen pieces. The 5-meter-tall giant seemed to have instantly shrunk. However, the giant corpse still didn't feel any pain. Its 3 arms were still crazily attacking. However, this giant corpse only had 2 trump cards: infinite strength and invulnerability. Once the invulnerability was broken, its slow movements would be nothing more than a punching bag. After cutting off its legs, Yang Dingtian quickly cut off its terrifying arms. Suddenly, the giant corpse puppet turned into a terrifyingly huge human stick. However, it still didn't feel any pain. Its face was still ferocious, and it opened its mouth to crazily bite Yang Dingtian. The whole scene was disgusting and shocking, making people shudder. Still not dead? I'll cut off your head and see if you die or not, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he fiercely cut off the giant corpse's disgusting head. The bucket-sized head suddenly rolled to the ground, and the giant corpse's body finally crashed to the ground. However, after the giant corpse's hideous and terrifying head rolled to the ground, it still crazily opened its mouth to bite and let out disgusting roars. Yang Dingtian was shocked. After cutting off the head, it still didn't die. I'm going to dig open your brain and see what's inside. I'm going to chop your head into pieces and see if you're going to die or not, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he waved his strange blade and aimed it at the giant corpse's head. Stop, stop! Have mercy! Poison Hands Devil shouted in horror. Yang Dingtian suspended the strange blade above the giant corpse's head and coldly said, Why should I have mercy? You don't remember my master saving your life, so why should I care? The body of this giant corpse puppet can be rebuilt, but the head is troublesome. It's my life's work. If you destroy it, I'll have nothing left. Poison Hands Devil said hoarsely. Oh, Yang Dingtian was delighted. He was originally worried that he wouldn't have anything to threaten Poison Hands Devil. Now that the giant corpse's head was his lifeblood, it could be used as a threat. If you don't want me to destroy this head, you just have to answer a few questions, Yang Dingtian directly said. Go ahead, go ahead. Poison Hands Devil said. Back then, you successfully entered the blood pool to cultivate. How did you do it? Yang Dingtian asked. Why are you asking this? Suddenly, Poison Hands Devil's voice became high-pitched and sharp, as if he had been electrocuted. His voice was filled with fear and anger. Answer my questions, or I'll destroy your life's success, Yang Dingtian coldly said as the strange blade pierced an inch into the giant corpse's head. Stop, stop, Poison Hands Devil hurriedly said. Then, Poison Hands Devil fell into silence. After a few minutes, he slowly said, Because 20 years ago I accidentally saved Dugu Zhao's life. At that time, he was only the young master of the Temple of Blood. He offended someone from the Sea of Netherworld and was poisoned with the world's most unique poison. Although he killed the people from the Sea of Nether, he couldn't do anything about the poison in his body, so he came to me. I didn't know who he was, and I didn't want to save him. However, the poison from the Sea of Nether was too strange. I couldn't help it, so I cured him. Poison Hands Devil paused for a moment before continuing. After curing him, I planned to kill him with poison. However, he told me that he was the young master of the Temple of Blood. Because I saved his life, he agreed to a condition of mine. When I said that I wanted to enter the blood pool to cultivate, he said that he could, but he would have to wait until he became the master of the Temple of Blood a few years later. Sure enough, a few years later, he became the master of the Temple of Blood, and I successfully entered the blood pool to cultivate once. Therefore, I became the first outsider to cultivate in the blood pool. Yang Dingtian immediately took a deep breath. So that's how it was. Because I saved Dugu Zhao's life, I successfully entered the blood pool to cultivate once. This condition was too difficult. Now that Dugu Zhao was a martial grandmaster expert, one of the top 5 or even top 3 experts in the world, who could save him? Then, how did you end up like this? How did you offend Dugu Zhao? Why did he torture you like this? Yang Dingtian asked. Once these words were spoken, Poison Hands Devil's body instantly trembled as though he was having a nightmare. I didn't do anything. After coming out of the blood pool, I successfully broke through 2 ranks. Then, less than half a month later, Dugu Zhao caught me, dug out my flesh, and poured lava in. He cut open my blood vessels and poured snake blood in, torturing me until I was neither human nor ghost. Poison Hands Devil shrieked while trembling. I didn't do anything. He said that he promised me to enter the blood pool to cultivate, and he did it. However, he didn't promise not to torture me. Just because I entered the blood pool to cultivate once, he tortured me until I wished I was dead. Back then, I said that I wanted to cultivate in the blood pool out of curiosity. If I knew the outcome would be like this, I wouldn't go in even if you asked me to do it 10 or 100 times. Hearing Poison Hand's devil's words, Yang Dingtian instantly shuddered. This great demon was truly even more perverted and vicious than his daughter, Degufengwu. An outsider had to pay such a huge price just to cultivate in the blood pool once? Even if that Yang Dingtian was a madman, he wouldn't be willing to pay such a heavy price. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked, "Then, let me ask you the second question. Do you have a myriad poisons, devil snake?" Sister Ningning's deep-sea mystic poison had been spreading towards her chi-sea, and it couldn't be delayed any longer. Only the myriad poisons, devil snake, could suck the poison out. Therefore, this matter might be even more important. When Poison Hand's devil heard the second question, he immediately retracted all his miserable shrieks and sneered, "Myriad poisons, devil snake. No one within 10,000 miles has it, except for me. Of course I have it. How can I not have it? Senior, I want this myriad poisons, devil snake," Yang Dingtian asked. "In your dreams," Poison Hand's devil coldly scolded. "If you want to take something from me, Poison Hand's devil, then you must be dreaming." Following that, Poison Hand's devil coldly said, "Don't try to use the giant corpse's head to threaten me. Otherwise, I will let you die here. Don't doubt if I have the ability to do so." Yang Dingtian didn't doubt that Poison Hand's devil snake had the ability to do so. Yang Dingtian faintly smiled and said, "Of course I won't take your item for free. Will I use something even more precious to exchange for it?" Poison Hand's devil immediately snorted and sneered. "No matter how precious the item is, it is nothing but dog fart in front of me. If you want to obtain my myriad poisons, devil snake, stop dreaming." Yang Dingtian said, "I heard that Senior Devil Corpse is #1 in the poison Tao and that there is no poison in this world that you can't detoxify. Is there such a thing?" "Of course," Poison Hand's devil proudly said. "But right now, I have the world's most unique poison. Not to mention being unable to detoxify it. Senior has never even seen it before." Yang Dingtian laughed. "Impossible," Poison Hand's devil sternly said. As if he had been greatly humiliated, he loudly said, "Impossible. Even if the sun rises in the west and the mountains and rivers reverse, it is still impossible. How old are you? How could you have a poison that I can't detoxify? And you still say that I have never seen this poison? That is the greatest lie in this world. Then let us officially compete. If Senior can detoxify the poison in my hand, then I will lose and accept Senior's punishment." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "If Senior can't detoxify it, then it will be considered my victory and your myriad poisons, devil snake, will be mine." At this time, Yang Dingtian had 2 unique poisons in his body. One was the deep-sea profound poison, and the other was his blood that had been infected by soul-devouring profound qi. These 2 poisons were undefeatable in this world. Yang Dingtian naturally didn't believe that Poison Hand's devil could detoxify them. He didn't even believe that he had seen them before. "All right, it's a deal." Poison Hand's devil sneered. His voice was filled with absolute confidence. He would rather die than believe that Yang Dingtian would be able to take out a strange poison that he couldn't detoxify. Yang Dingtian was so young and had such a low cultivation. If he wanted to take out a strange poison in the world, it would be a fool's dream. Then Poison Hand's devil said in disdain, "Now, throw me that so-called unique poison of yours." Yang Dingtian took out a bottle containing Shimen Wuya's blood that had been infected by Zhu Qingzhu's soul-devouring profound qi. "How can I give you this bottle?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Just throw it into the quagmire." Poison Hand's devil impatiently said. Suddenly, There seemed to be an invisible hand in the quagmire that directly sucked the porcelain bottle down. "Senior, be careful. Don't touch the poison in the bottle," Yang Dingtian said. "Humph, there is no poison in this world that I can't touch. There is no poison in this world that I fear." Poison Hands, devil, sneered with disdain. Ah. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly changed. He let out a strange cry and trembled. What poison is this? It's actually so strange and so shocking. There's actually such a mysterious and terrifying poison in this world. Poison Hands, devil's voice began to tremble. Chapter 106. Next, Poison Hands Devil was like a drug addict as he let out all sorts of strange cries of excitement and shock. However, these cries were nothing but torture to Yang Dingtian's ears. Poison Hands Devil's perverse fanaticism towards the world's most unique poisons had far exceeded his imagination. It could be said that if the soul-devouring profound qi was extremely fatal, this perverse Ouyingluan would have swallowed it whole long ago. Poison Hands Devil screamed excitedly for a dozen minutes before gradually coming to a stop. Yang Dingtian asked, "Senior Ouyang, you've never seen this poison before, so you don't know what it is, right?" "I've never seen this poison before." Poison Hands Devil said, "I don't know what kind of poison it is." When he said this, his tone was filled with frustration and vexation, but also great excitement. He was truly an incomparably contradictory person. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised by this result. He immediately smiled. "Then I've won the bet. I know this is the soul-devouring profound qi." Suddenly, Poison Hands Devil cried out in excitement, "Heavens, it's actually the soul-devouring profound qi." After several hundred years, the world's most evil profound qi has once again descended into the world. The world is about to fall into chaos. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to be shocked. Poison Hands Devil actually knew about the soul-devouring profound qi. It was indeed as he said. The soul-devouring profound qi had disappeared for several hundred years. Almost no one in the world knew about this evil, profound qi. Then does Senior have a way to cure it? Yang Dingtian excitedly asked, full of anticipation. If Poison Hands Devil answered that he did, then he would lose the bet. However, Yang Dingtian still hoped that he had a way. Suddenly, the quagmire fell into silence. After a long while, Poison Hands Devil said, "I don't have a cure for the soul-devouring profound qi." Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. He was incomparably disappointed. Poison Hands Devil said, "If I can't cure it, then you've won the bet. But why do you still look so unhappy? Could it be that someone close to you has been poisoned by the soul-devouring profound qi?" "That's right. She's the person closest to me." Yang Dingtian calmed himself down and said, "Senior Demonic Corpse, you've lost, so please fulfill your promise and give me the myriad poison demonic snake." "Kick the giant corpse puppet's head back into the quagmire first," said Poison Hands Devil. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Dingtian kicked the disgusting and terrifying head, which was also the result of Poison Hands Devil's lifetime of research, into the quagmire. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible hand had swallowed the giant head. "All right, Senior, you can leave the myriad poisons demon snake to me now," Yang Dingtian said. "Haha, dream on. I lost the bet, but I will definitely not give you the myriad poisons devil snake. In any case, I have already obtained the poisonous blood of the soul, devouring profound energy." Poison Hands Devil laughed loudly. "Senior, are you going to go back on your words? Are you going to go back on your word?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. "That's right. I want to go back on my words. What can you do about it? If you're not afraid of death, why don't you kill your way into the quagmire?" Poison Hands Devil laughed. Yang Dingtian looked at the huge quagmire in front of him. He didn't know how many poisons and dangers there were inside. Once he jumped in, death would be the only outcome. "Senior is also famous. Why are you such a scoundrel?" Yang Dingtian coldly asked. I've always been a despicable and shameless person. I've always treated the words I've said and the oaths I've made as nonsense. You don't understand my character. Who can you blame for being tricked? Poison hands, Devil sneered. Yang Dingtian was speechless. A person who kept saying he was despicable and shameless. There was really nothing he could do about it. However, Yang Dingtian was already prepared for Poison Hand's devil shamelessness. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian slowly said, "Senior, have you heard of the deep-sea Xian poison?" Poison Hand's devil shrieked, "Deep-sea Xian poison? The #1 poison in the world, the last life-saving treasure of the Naga race, formed from the blood essence and Xian qi of the Naga race. How could I not know?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Then do you want to see this poison, or even have a tiny bit of it?" "Yes, of course. I want it even in my dreams, even after I die." Poison Hand's devil's voice trembled. There was no doubt that the deep-sea Xian poison was an irresistible temptation to him. If the soul devourer Xian qi made him crazy, then the deep-sea Xian poison made him completely insane. Compared to the soul devourer Xian qi, the deep-sea Xian poison was a truly strange poison, and the #1 poison in the world. Then Poison Hand's devil gradually calmed down and said, "You're lying to me. The deep-sea Xian poison is the last life-saving treasure of the Naga race. For 1,000 years, no one has ever seen a real Naga race. You're dreaming if you want to obtain the deep-sea Xian poison. So, if you want to trick me, you have to use something else. Using the deep-sea Xian poison to trick me, even a ghost won't believe you." Yang Dingtian sneered and raised the strange blade in his hand. "Senior, do you know what kind of treasured sword this sword in my hand is? Do you know what one of the demon cores on the hilt is?" Poison Hand's devil asked. "What does this have to do with the deep-sea Xian poison?" "The sword in my hand is a melted Millennium Owl's claw. One of the demon cores on the hilt is the Millennium Owl's demon core. At that time, I was only an initiate. What did I rely on to kill the Millennium Owl? It was the deep-sea Xian poison. Otherwise, even if there were 10,000 or 100 million of me, I still wouldn't be able to kill the Millennium Owl," Yang Dingtian said. "You killed the Millennium Owl? Did you kill the Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village? How is that possible?" "Impossible," Poison Hand's devil said in shock. Yang Dingtian was also surprised. The Millennium Owl was a top secret in Horror Mountain Village. How did Poison Hand's devil know? "Senior, can't you tell that this strange blade is shaped like the Millennium Owl's claw? The Millennium Owl's demon core is very unique. Others might not be able to recognize it, but Senior can't? That's impossible, right?" Yang Dingtian directly removed the decorations on the Millennium Owl's demon core. He didn't know how Poison Hand's devil had seen it, but he had seen it in the end. He sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself, "It really is the Millennium Owl's. If not for the fact that I was no match for it, I would have already had designs on it. With your cultivation, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on the Millennium Owl. Could it be that you really have the deep-sea Xian poison?" Poison Hand's devil's voice was trembling as he spoke. "I never lie," Yang Dingtian slowly said. "All right, I agree to the exchange. Give me the deep-sea Xian poison, and I'll immediately give you the myriad poisons, Devil Snake," Poison Hand's devil said. "Your previous broken promise has already caused me to no longer trust you. So please give me the myriad poisons, Devil Snake, first. Then I'll give you the deep-sea Xian poison," Yang Dingtian said. "Humph. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I give you the snake, what if you refuse to give me the deep-sea Xian poison?" Poison Hand's devil said. Yang Dingtian disdainfully sneered. "My cultivation might not be much, but I'm a man of my word. I'd rather die than go back on my word." Yang Dingtian's attitude was very arrogant, causing Poison Hand's devil to sink into silence. Yang Dingtian continued, "Furthermore, if I go back on my word, Senior can easily kill me with poison." "All right, I agree," Poison Hand's devil said. Then, a snow-white box flew out of the quagmire. Yang Dingtian reached out to grab it and immediately felt a bone-piercing chill. This was a box carved from profound, ice-cold jade. Opening the box, there was indeed a small snake that was only as thick as a chopstick. It was glistening dark green and looked very cute, but it was the overlord of all poisonous creatures in the world. It ate nothing but poisonous creatures. The more poisonous it was, the more it liked it. With it, he could suck out all the deep-sea Xian poison from Ningning's body. "Quickly close the box," Poison Hand's devil said. "Otherwise, when it wakes up, it'll be troublesome if you don't have any poison to feed it. It'll bite you to death." Seeing the beautiful little snake gradually wriggling, as if it was about to wake up, Yang Dingtian hurriedly closed the box and put it in his chest. "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise," Poison Hand's devil said coldly, his tone filled with fatal threat. Yang Dingtian took out a jade bottle and threw it into the quagmire. "Senior, there's deep-sea Xian poison inside. Although it's less than a 10,000th of it, it's still extremely poisonous. You can't even smell it. Senior, be careful." "You're indeed a man of your word," Poison Hand's devil said. Then, the jade bottle was directly swallowed by the quagmire. A few minutes later, Poison Hand's devil suddenly let out a high-pitched scream of excitement. He was so excited that he was almost trembling. Strange poison, it's indeed the #1 strange poison in the world." Then Poison Hand's devil actually began to cry, wailing loudly under the quagmire. However, his cries were like the screeching of an owl, extremely ear-piercing. After crying, he began to laugh loudly. "Deep-sea Xian poison, deep-sea Xian poison. I never thought that I would be able to see deep-sea Xian poison again in my life. Even if I die, I have no regrets." "Ha!" Seeing Poison Hand's devil go completely crazy, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Then, holding on to the last trace of hope, he asked, "Senior, I'm just going to ask some random questions. It's up to you whether you want to answer them or not." "Ask away, ask away," Poison Hand's devil said. "After you're done, hurry up and leave. Don't delay me from enjoying the #1 strange poison in the world." "Is there really no way for me to enter the blood pool to cultivate?" Yang Dingtian asked. Poison Hand's devil, who was in the quagmire, fell into silence. Then he said, "Young man, I never speak in human language, but today I'll say something. Go back and don't go to the Temple of Blood. I don't know what happened to you or what the consequences will be, but you'll be fine as long as you endure it. If you go to the Temple of Blood, your life will be over. In other words, in this world, there isn't a single outsider who can enter the blood pool to cultivate." Yang Dingtian asked, "Unless you kill Dugu Shao and take over the Temple of Blood, or you take Dugu Fengwu between your legs. Don't even dream about it." Poison Hand's devil laughed. No matter which one it was impossible. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and bowed. "Senior Ouyang, this junior will take his leave. Please take care. Let's go. Help me burn an incense stick on your master's grave," Poison Hand's devil said, "for delivering the deep-sea mystic poison to me during the last few days of my life. Now I can die without regrets." Yang Dingtian was startled. Poison Hand's devil only had a few days left to live? However, this was normal. He had suffered such miserable torture and was able to endure for over a dozen years. He was already a learned man. He had already snatched back over a dozen years of his life from the heavens. "Take care." Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again. Then he turned and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly lit up. A giant fiery red light directly tore apart the dark night sky. Then there was an ear-piercing screech that nearly pierced Yang Dingtian's eardrums. A giant fiery red bat approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, it flew above Yang Dingtian's head and flapped its giant wings. This bat had blood-red eyes and a malevolent appearance. When it spread its wings, it was dozens of meters in size. Its entire body was as red as blood, like a burning flame. As it flapped its wings in the night sky, it was like a demon from hell had descended. As its giant wings flapped, a fiery gale swept up from the ground, causing Yang Dingtian to be unable to open his eyes. What are you still doing here? Why aren't you leaving? Poison Hands Devil, Ouyang Luan, said with a trembling voice that was filled with endless fear. Poison Hands Devil was such an evil person, but he was actually so fearful at this moment. It could be seen how powerful and terrifying this person was. Poison Corpse, time is up. Can you cure the poison in my sister's body? An incomparably sexy and seductive voice came from the giant bat. Dugu Fengwu, the princess of the Temple of Blood, the #1 demoness of the evil ways, Dugu Fengwu. When Yang Dingtian finally saw her again, it was as though his entire body was immobilized. Young Lady Dugu, your sister's body isn't poisoned at all. Therefore, please forgive me for being powerless. Poison Hands Devil gradually calmed down and said slowly, I can even say that no one in this world can save her. She can only live for one more day. Ah! Dugu Fengwu yelled out furiously, her voice filled with sorrow. Then can the people from the netherworld be treated? Dugu Fengwu asked. I already said that young Lady Aoshuang isn't poisoned or injured. No one in this world can treat her, Poison Hands Devil said. Dugu Fengwu said furiously, Since you can't save my sister, what's the use of keeping you? Go and die. Poison Hands Devil stayed silent for a moment and said slowly, I can die without regrets, but this lad on the ground is innocent. Please let him go. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, Ouyang Luan, when did you become a bodhisattva? Poison Hands Devil smiled faintly and said, When a person is about to die, his words are kind. Furthermore, this lad has the same experience as me when I was young. It's just that he chose to rise with difficulty while I chose to fall. I have always regretted the path I took. Immediately after, Poison Hands Devil said to Yang Dingtian, Lad, when I was young, my clan fell, and my fiancé broke off the engagement. I suffered great humiliation and almost lost my life. It's just that I chose to fall in darkness. Thus, I became Poison Hands Devil and poisoned my fiancée and her entire clan to death. However, after killing them, I didn't get any pleasure. Instead, I felt even more pain. Therefore, the path you took was right. Even though it was very difficult, you have to continue walking. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Dingtian bowed. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian turned to look at Dugu Fengwu in the sky and said, Young Lady Dugu, Senior Ouyang doesn't have long to live. Therefore, I beg you not to kill him and let him pass away on his own. Is that all right, Pa? Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu suddenly drew her sharp sword and slashed down at the quagmire. There was a loud sound as a sword light that was a few 100 feet long burst out. In an instant, the entire quagmire exploded, and a few 100 meters of the ground was slashed with deep crevices. All the mud was instantly evaporated by the sword light. Poison Hands Devil, who was in the quagmire, was directly slashed into 2 halves. He didn't even let out a scream and died immediately. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw Poison Hands Devil's appearance. He didn't look like a human anymore. His entire body was festering and bulging like a wild beast crawling on the ground. It was a tragic sight. After being slashed into 2 halves by Dugu Fengwu, the blood that flowed out was green. Yang Dingtian stared blankly at Poison Hands Devil's corpse, and the blood in his body was almost boiling. This demonic woman. She was actually so vicious and merciless. Poison Hands Devil didn't have many days left to live, and before Yang Dingtian could finish his request, she slashed down with her sword. Demonic woman. A completely inhumane demonic woman. Right now, Yang Dingtian was truly regretting that he didn't take advantage of this demonic woman's weakness back at the Katkan Manor to kill her. At this moment, Dugu Fengwu, who was in the sky, looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and frowned with disdain. This ant on the ground didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and actually pointed at her, Dugufengwu, and made irresponsible remarks. Afterward, Dugufengwu raised her sharp sword and was about to slash down at Yang Dingtian. She, Dugufengwu, had always killed cleanly and didn't leave a single person alive. Sensing Dugufengwu's killing intent, Yang Dingtian slowly drew his night owl strange blade and raised it above his head. Even if he was going to die, he had to put up a final resistance, even though any resistance would be futile under Dugufengwu's sword. Even if he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he had to do it. Dugufengwu's sword light, which was a few hundred feet long, slashed down at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian aimed at that shocking sword light and cleaved at it. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to be smashed into pieces, Dugufengwu's beautiful eyes changed as she said, "You are called Yan Nantian?" Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. This was the fake name that he told Shuang. And Dugufengwu actually knew about it now. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "That's right, I am Yan Nantian." Dugufengwu withdrew her sword light and took out a portrait from her bosom. She carefully compared it with Yang Dingtian's face for a moment. Of course, Yang Dingtian was currently wearing a human skin mask. However, Dugufengwu couldn't be bothered with it. As for Yang Dingtian being worried that his true identity would be exposed, it would be a joke. Dugufengwu had even forgotten who Yang Dingtian was at this moment. "It is you," Dugufengwu said. She then pointed her jade-like hands at Yang Dingtian and suddenly opened up. In an instant, there was a powerful suction force, and Yang Dingtian's body flew up to 100 meters in the sky. He landed on the giant back of the bloodthirsty bat in front of Dugufengwu. At this moment, he finally saw Dugufengwu's true figure. She was still wearing a man's clothes and the same golden mask. Her entire body was still filled with devilish temptation and devilish killing intent. After grabbing Yang Dingtian onto the bat's back, Dugufengwu yelled out softly. That giant bat immediately flapped its wings and flew out of the netherworld swamp. "Young Lady Dugu, where are you bringing me?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Temple of Blood," Dugufengwu replied. Yang Dingtian's heart pounded as he asked, "Why are we going to the Temple of Blood?" "To get married and become my Temple of Blood son-in-law," Dugufengwu said coldly.